Hey everybody, welcome to Women in Linux. Hey everybody, welcome to Women in Linux. I am Tam and Dee is in the background. And we just want to share with you some of the perks of being here on our channel. All right, so first things first, if you want to connect with us on social media, connect with us anywhere on social media at Women in Linux. If that's just too much for you, you can always come and find us on womeninlinux.org. And if that's not enough, we have even more perks where you can hit the connect button. Once you hit connect button, you put your email address in here, and once you put your email address in here, it'll connect with us in our Slack group. We have tons of resources in our Slack group. People looking for jobs, people just looking for advice, people looking for information, and so forth. Right. So again, this is Slack. It's not Discord. So on with using Slack, warn you, it is resource heavy. So you may need to use either the web browser or if you're on your phone, you should be fine. But if you're on your desktop, and we know most of you connect on your computer, it's easier to open it up in your web browser so it doesn't take up so much memory or so many processes and so forth. That's just an FYI. That's how I use it. Okay. And if you would like to shop with us, we still have our stuff from our 5 year stuff. Want to shop and you want to get some merch, feel free to come here and get some merch. Again, if you come over here and click on all products, you'll see on all the products that we have from hoodies to masks and so forth and so on, right? And if that isn't good enough for you, you can donate. You can always donate with your time. You can donate with your money. So, how do you donate with your time? You donate with your time by saying, hey, I would like to do a presentation, or I like to volunteer on helping us grow the channel. You retweet, you share this with other members. In fact, for those of you that come here every single week, we know you come here every single week and you don't subscribe. That helps us grow the channel. That helps us get more content to you. Hey, research isn't easy. I'm not getting paid to do research. I wish it was at a university, but hey, I'm bringing this to you, right? I'm bringing this to you and us and for others, right? So if that doesn't work, you can always donate on PayPal by clicking the donate button. Once you hit the donate button, you have your own denominations in which you can donate. And if that doesn't work for you can always reach out to D and you can cut a check and send a check. That works for us as well. All right. So, what are some other things that we actually do have as well? Right. So, we have a discount with IT Pro TV. You get 30% off. I've used IT Pro TV myself. I've done interviews with them. I'll pull those up as well too. But as you can see, I'm logging into IT Pro TV. What are the benefits here? You need to learn how you learn. So, one of the things you can do in IT Pro TV, you can come over here, you can click on courses, and it gives you a list of courses that's separating them out by certification and also separate them out by learning paths. You're like, Tameika, what does that mean? My four basic principles or my four basic foundations of skill sets that you should have is Linux. You should also have an automation tool, whether it's Terraform or Ansible. You should know at least a cloud. I don't care. Pick either one. And finally, last but not least, security. And security comes in multiple forms: security of the operating system, security of the application, and also security of containers, right? And cloud security. So it's multiple facets when we're talking about security. Those are your four basics that you're going to need to to get you a job and then move you up. All right. And we're going to talk about our membership here in another video, but I just want to get this out to you. All right. So that's 30% off of IT Pro TV. And last but not least, our Calendly. We have set up for our Calendly. Let me pull that up. I think I have it saved in my browser here, so I can just go straight to it. If not, I'll get it from D here. Here we go, right here. All right. So with Calendly, we have one-on-one sessions. That's where you get to talk to either me or D one-on-one session, right? Interview prep. Some of you are getting ready for interviews or you never interviewed before. We want to prep you for an interview. Resume review. Let's go over what you have, or let's pull all your skills together. Let's get things formatted properly. Let's get everything going. And last but not least, career assessment. What is your journey? What could it look like? What could you be going through? What are your next steps? Some of you are transitioning, some of you are not, some of you are looking to transition, and some of you are just trying to figure out what is your next step. So, by saying all of this, we want you to enjoy your time here at Women in Linux. And also, as always, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the share button, and last but not least, thank yourself that you actually did it. All right, that's all I have to say for you today, and goodbye. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing this afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are hitting us from? My show hasn't caught up on my tablet. There we go. All right, make sure we see everything. Let's see. We got some new people in. Who's all here this morning? Casual Economist, thank you so much. M. Mills, appreciate you for stopping by. Tam, thank you for being on the show. D, thank you for being in the background. You know, you got to thank yourself sometimes. Let's see. Journey to Jasmine. You was supposed to be up last night. You wasn't up. Always got that one little hair that sticks out. Always one little piece that want to stick out. Jamia, how you doing? And Carrie, hey man, it don't matter. We got men and women over here. It's all good. You're in a safe place. This is a safe place. And B, what's going on? Shout out to you. Alvin, we was just in Utah. How are you doing? Kiss my face twice. How are you? Done. What's going on? Free. What's good? What's good with everybody? Has everybody been safe this week? Did everybody have their money this week? Did y'all keep your money? Everybody got their money, right? No problems. No problems. No problems at all. Did you move money around? Let me ask. Let me see. I'm gonna see who telling the truth. How many checked their bank account when you heard the banks was collapsing? Who checked their bank account, or were you like, I'm good. No need to do that. You don't have to lie to kick it, Craig. Who checked their bank account? We'll see who checked that. We'll see who telling the truth. I know I checked mine, and it's so funny. Wells Fargo was having problems. Definitely had to move money, right? I know some people were lucky they ain't have to move, but we're gonna talk about the elephant in the room. But before we do, I also want to send my condolences out to D, and also condolences out to I don't know his name off the top of my head, the guy from The Wire. I didn't say, did I do a plug? Did I do plug two? Did I send my condolences to the plug two the last time? I think I did. Yeah, I did, because we talked about it on the show. We talked about it on the show. And it was oh yeah, D two times for D. So prayers up for D. Prayers up for D. Right. You said some was moved to the mattress. Jawan, what's going on? Carrie, you said you had to check yours. I always look at it since I don't have much to work with. I'm working at the church. Hey man, come on over. Don't. Hey, you may put the church website on Linux. You might put the church website on Linux, right? Man, we got so much to cover today. I'm putting together the show right now as we speak. In terms of like how I wanted to flow. I thought about it on what I wanted to flow with, but we gotta. I don't know if I want to be heavy on the petty T, or no, hold on, let me say it right. How I had it in my head. I don't know if I want to be heavy on the petty or light on the T. I don't know. I don't know, because the tea we got today is the petty tea we got today. Yeah, we got some tea today. So might be heavy on the petty, light on the T. I don't know. I ain't decided yet. I'm working on it in my head. I'm working on it. But I do want to get information out to you, things that you can use, stuff that you can walk away with and execute today, things that you can execute with your family, and also things you could just keep in your back pocket, right? I'm very big on you all executing. Like, don't sit around, don't come here every week and just sit here and look, and then you don't execute, right? You need to execute. So let me make sure I got everything together here that I wanted to talk about. Um, and we're gonna get started here. Um, just a second. And I'll read your comments here in a second. It's a particular article I'm looking for that I think I just posted, and I want to start with that. Yeah, I want to start with that article. All right. Heavy on the petty. Uh, thank you, McKinley. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, what up? Okay, I'm reloaded. All right, so let's get started. The elephant in the room, right? Elephant in the room is SVB, and the bailout. What happened? What's going on? Why X, Y, and Z? Why are we here? This, that, and other. Where should I put my money? We all have a goal over here. Everybody knows that my goal for retirement is 10 million to 12 million, right? Everybody already knows that. This is not a secret. I've I've documented my journey on how to get there on this channel, things that I've done from looking at insurance to financial planners to maxing out 401k. And when I say insurance, whole and permanent and term, or I should say permanent and term, annuities to um, just real estate investments into SaaS products, into startups, and into REITs. I've documented that on this channel. Everybody knows this is not a big secret. I've asked you all what your retirement number is. We know Don, yours is if it still stands, I believe it's 50 million. Some people are 30 and some people are 20. Our goal is to be wealthy, not not rich but wealthy in our retirement. There's a difference between rich and there's a difference between wealthy. Like we looked at I did the show on the difference between rich and wealthy. 250,000 to 500,000 means you're rich, but you're income rich, and you're actually you're income rich and asset poor. So you're not putting your money in the right places. So when we talk about putting your money in the right places, from buying any type of commercial real estate to buying, whether it's watches or you do Airbnb, or you're buying single family homes, or you are in an investment club, or whatever the case may be. But again, you may leverage a brokerage account. But again, the goal is for you to be wealthy and not rich. Wealthy is, like I said, we can get you wealthy, right? I mean, we can get you rich, right? So that 250 to 400,000, those that come to my meetup, I show those that have been here. I show those numbers. That's not a thing for me to show those numbers. It's not a conversation that I won't have, right? Over here, we're very comfortable with talking about money. We do not care about $100,000, because $100,000 to me is what you should be getting just starting out with your certifications and your degree in the right area. If you come to me and you're saying, "Hey, I'm gonna start out and I'm gonna be at the help desk," well, you may start out at the help desk, but you may not make 100,000. But then again, you might. It depends on the job, where, who, what it is, whatever the case may be. There are a lot of factors in it. But the goal is always to be at 200,000. That is our goal over here, right? And I've really been thinking about pushing it to 300, but I know what it takes for you all to get to 300. So again, I know what it takes you to get to 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, right? And some people it's a million, right? So again, don't be afraid to talk about money over here. It's not a problem. We do not have that. We do not have those hangups here. Put a one in the chat if you're interested in how to get there. And if this is of interest to you, if not, you click off. It's okay. We won't be offended. I'm just here to deliver information. Make sure you get to where you need to be. Right? Done. You say it's still 50 million. Let's get it. Right? All right. So I think everybody is okay with that. No harm, no foul. Right? No harm, no foul. What's going on, Rob? No harm, no foul. Right? And some of you are probably already there. You're like, yeah, I'm trying to get to the next goal. I'm already at 200. You ain't talking about nothing. I'm ready for the next one. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up with the bacon bounce? Right? I get it. See, carry wrong attitude. Can't have that attitude over here. You probably have to get some certs on that. On that, Dana. You probably have to get some certs on that. I would look at Snowflake right now. Snowflake, Databricks. I would look at data engineering. You're doing basically DevSecOps, creating pipelines. Just you can look that up. There's actually somebody out there that was giving out scholarships for data engineering. So Journey to Jasmine, overemployment. What's going on? I got stuff for you today too. I got stuff for you today too. Carrie, look, let me tell you something. Just because you work for the church, don't mean you ain't gotta you ain't gotta always be there. You ain't always got to be in the basement selling cake and the plates. You ain't got to always be there. Thank you, Junior. All right, so let's get it. All right, so on my screen now, I saw this article earlier this week, and I thought it was a great starting article. In other words, it had enough information where you all can work through it, right? All right, so let's get it. Word about your bank. Here's how to put your money somewhere safer and earn interest, right? So a lot of people are like, what else can I do? Okay, we know that. I think Betterment came out with theirs. We know FDIC is 250,000. I think Betterment up their FDIC insured stuff to 2 million. I saw. Yeah, this account includes the following: 4% FDIC insured up to 2 million at our program banks, and 4 million for joint accounts and fast access. So Betterment is at 2 million, 4% variable, right? So I just want to put that out there. Let me go back. I don't know why that happened. Let's go here. Some of y'all can check out Betterment, but they have it on their page. Cash reserve is our no fee. Let me blow that up. There's our no fee, 100% cash account, which yields our money from the market volatility. Because the returns on this account are low relative to potential market returns, we typically recommend it only for money you plan to spend within the next year. This account includes the following: 4% APY variable, FDIC up to 2 million at our program banks, and 4 million on joint accounts, and fast access to your money, right? So some of you like places like, you do like the banks like Citibank, Wells Fargo, so forth and so on. So go with what you're comfortable with, what works for you in your area, what works for you what works for you in that area, what works for you in terms of your family, and in terms of what you're just comfortable with in their banking style and so forth, right? So I just want you to realize you got options, right? So let's get back to the article, which is right here. All right, so many investors are assessing their cash holdings. Let me make sure that's big enough. It is. Reassessing their cash holdings after a series of bank failures. Here is what depositors can do to safeguard funds and potentially earn more interest. Well, we already know your money market accounts. We just saw one with Betterment. We also saw the Capital One. I think they came out with a 5-year CD, but I think Capital One money market account is three. Is it three? Oh, don't get me the line. Is it three? Let me see. We can look that up real quick. Their high yield savings account. is 3.4, right? So you go with Betterment because they're at 4% if you wanted to open up there. Now, another thing too is you need to look at when you're opening up these accounts, you need to look at how long that 3.4% is for. Is it annually? Because come next year, it could be something else, and it could be someone else that offers more money. So you may want to hop around. You may want to create you a spreadsheet. And if you really want to get funky with it, you could just go to bankrate.com or Nerd Wallet or something like that. Find a Python script out there to scrape, create you an Excel sheet so you know when it's time to make that move, you know what's out there. You make that move from 3.4% or 4.4% or 4.5, whatever, on to the next one, right? So that's just something to keep in mind when you're looking at these money market accounts because it could change every year, right? So let's get into this article. It said, "What happened to Silicon Valley Bank?" Silicon Valley Bank was a large specialty bank focused on venture capital industry, and a lot of people were a lot of startups were in it, like Rippling, Octo and Bell was one of them. There are other ones that were a part of this. They had a whole list. I posted that list in, I think I posted that list in Slack. I might have posted it on the community wall about what companies or what banks and what companies had their money in this bank, and how were they able to survive and what that looked like, right? All right, so it was a relationship bank that focused on providing services to corporations and high net worth individuals. So, high net worth individuals, let's go here because I know that may be a foreign term. High net worth individuals, HNWI. All right, I like to use Investopedia. High net worth individual criteria and example. This is of December of 2022. All right. What is a high net worth individual? The term high net worth individual refers to a financial industry classification denoting an individual with liquid assets above a certain figure. People who fall into this category generally have 1 million liquid financial assets. The assets held by the high net worth individual are usually easily liquidated, meaning you could probably liquidate a CDE or a bond or something like that, and include things like their primary residence or fine art. High net worth individuals often seek assistance of financial professionals in order to manage money. Now, I've talked about this before: money management, tax strategies, tax planning. These are things that you all need to start worrying about and start looking into now. Beyond budgets, I'm really talking about beyond budgets, right? And I'm saying it from a perspective of, you say you have high income and you need to have some type of tax coverage, right? So we talked about tax loss harvesting with not with your bank account, but with your stocks. But also from the perspective of, say you had a large income. Here's a good prime example. I'll just use myself as an example. The minute that I start making, I think I was at 132,000. This was 2011. All right, 2011. And I went to go file my taxes. And once I filed my taxes, they were like, "Hey, yours 10,000." Right. And I'm like, 10,000? Why I owe you so much? Right. Like, I don't make a lot of money to owe you that much. Right. And then the following year, they're like, "Okay, yeah, you're going to owe us X, Y, and Z. You're going to owe us, 15, 20,000." I'm like, "Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa." So now the question becomes is, okay, even though I max out my 401k, I'm still getting hit with taxes and penalties and so forth. So now you have to have something to offset that, pay back to Uncle Sam. So what are assets? This is why this conversation is important. What are assets? Assets, again, buying a house. If people say it's not an asset because, oh my goodness, you're living in it and you're spending and it's not making money for you. But it's not talked about that once you get to a certain income level, you don't have anything. You need to buy something. So Maybe it's not income producing, but it helps with the loss of paying back Uncle Sam, right? Or you could take more out of your check every year. I mean, every month, on your form. But most people don't really want to do that, right? So most people want to use their money throughout the year. Another issue that comes up is maybe you play the stock market. Maybe you get into the stock market and you leverage those losses to counteract some things, right? Or maybe you buy land, right? Maybe you buy land, maybe you buy duplex, right? But the point of the matter is, when we start talking about liquid, being able to liquidate assets, or what assets are, and increasing your net worth, these are things to look at. During Jasmine, I can tell you what I did in order to find a financial planner, but it also is going to depend on a couple of things when we're talking about trying to find a financial planner. Some of those things that you need to look at is say to yourself, what is it? What is your what, really? What's your journey? What's your end goal, right? And work backwards. Are you maxing out your 401k? Do you have a budget set up? Are you looking at certain properties? Are you also looking? Do you have insurance, right? Do you have some type of you don't necessarily need well, you do, but I don't know, but estate planning. And when I talk about insurance, if you follow Dave Ramsey and most of the financial advisors, they go after term insurance, right? Because it was like you can have that money into something else, but it really depends on what it is that you're trying to do. So the other thing is, what do you plan to get out of this financial planner, right? What's your goal, right? Is your goal to have this person work with you on a yearly basis, or it's just a one-time thing, and then you want to do a checkup with the person in a year? What is the goal? What's the plan there, right? So these are just things that you need to ask yourself, and then you need to go to. There's a website. No, hold on. Let me find it. Financial uh, planner verification, because I you need to probably interview about 3 or 4 different people, but you also need to go. I forget the name of the website right now. There's a website right here. You go to the IRS and check, or if that person, if you look up that person, do they have any type of claims on them? And we're gonna talk about that too, right? We're gonna talk about that in Petty T today, and this is a good segue for that. And so the goal I want you all to be able to do is understand what's the goal of the financial planner, what's the goal of a tax strategist, when we're talking about your 1099 work. Most of the time, the tax strategists don't really help you with when you got W 2 money, which is another issue that I have, because this goes back into my conversation of treating yourself like a business versus treating yourself like a W 2 employee. When you start looking for work and you start looking at it from a 1099 perspective, because a lot of people want to get the benefits, they want the benefits, right? They want the whatever the perks that are given, right? But then sometimes you have to sit back and say, okay, what am I really gaining by going W two with this company, right? If you have the option, sometimes you don't have the option. What am I gaining by by being W two with this company versus being 1099 with a company? Because being 1099 with the company now you need to find an enrolled agent, which is what the tax strategist person name is, or title, right? So now when you start looking at it from an enrolled agent perspective or a tax strategist perspective, now you're starting looking like, well, maybe I don't have my Roth 401k. Maybe I have a SEP IRA. Maybe I have a mega backdoor, right? Or maybe I now can use, part of my house, car, uh, eating expenses. I write those things off, those things, right? Looking at it from that perspective. what's going to be your strategy when we start talking about that. So these are just things that just putting it out there that you, as you go along your journey and your road to 200K, 300K, 400, 500, 10 million in retirement, 50 million. No one talks about these things. No one says these things out loud and openly talks about this. This has just been my journey, and I've been sharing that as to what that looks like. And so you can cut out, you know, 10 years of wondering or fumbling over stuff and trying to figure it out. At least you know there's a path, a journey, right? How many in here has ever talked to a financial planner, right? And then this, some people will say, well, I ain't had no money to find to talk to a financial planner about. I haven't had any money, but you have, right? Let's do this calculating like this, right? I'm gonna do this calculator like this. And what I'm gonna do is say we're gonna multiply 50,000 times 20 years. So if we multiply 50,000 times 20 years, you would have made a grossed $1 million, right? You would have grossed $1 million. Now, the question is, in them 20 years, and I'm not talking about you're invested into anything. I'm not talking about you have set up a brokerage account. I'm just talking straight salary. Just 50 years, no raise, nothing. You just been making $50,000, right? You just been making $50,000. So now, and at the end of that 20 years, whether you started at 20 or you started at 30 or you started at 40, you've made $1 million. Now, where has let's go ahead and cut it in half. Let's say you lived off of $500,000 for those 20 years, and the other you've invested, right? So theoretically speaking, theoretically, right? If you live way, way, way below your means and not inside of a major city, you probably could have saved or earned, let me say that, right? You probably would have saved maybe 500 and then had the other 500 working for you, give or take, right? Give or take, which is their ballpark speaking right here, right? I'm not including you paying your rent or you going on trips. I'm not talking about you doing anything. I'm just talking about you just go to work, you put it away, you put it in the market, you put it into something that's just working for you, right? So let's back up and let's do 50,000 times point 0.7, and then let's divide that by 12. 2916. Now, this is where the fun comes in at. 2916, right? 2916 is what your monthly gross income. Did I take out taxes? I did. I think I took out taxes. This is what your monthly after taxes is. And I didn't include state taxes because some of you have state taxes, right? So, 2916. Now the question is, where does one live where they can put $1,000 away a month? Where does one live where they can put $1,000 away a month? That, and so you have approximately 1916 to pay your bills, to eat, to do everything. Where does one live? Because I know for a fact you can't live in the city of Atlanta. I know for a fact you can't live in the DMV, not in the city. Or if you did, you got a roommate. So now the question becomes is, what's your style? What's your comfort? Can you have a roommate for 20 years? Right? We're just talking about one income. We ain't talking about you getting married. We just talking about one income. Right? That question is, can you do it? So you probably could if that was your thing. You didn't want to get married. You didn't want any kids. You live in basics. You don't buy a car. You stay on a rail. You walk to work. You eat light. Um, Maybe you only eat chicken fingers and grits or fish and grits. That's your meal. Some people are very stringent that way. Some people are like, everywhere I eat, I'm eating on a coupon, right? So the question is, can you live off of 29.16 a month for 50 years? Even if you get a raise, can you still live off of 29.16 a month for 50 years? Right? I'll go back and double verify my calculations. 50 times zero point 0.7 and divide that by 12. Yep, that's 29.16. And we divide that by 2, 14.58 per paycheck. And that's not including any state taxes. Can you do that? Can you do that? Is it possible? Right? Is it possible? One person, one person. Can one person do it? Um, and I'm gonna be nice and answer that and say no. Most people can't do it. Why do you say that, Tamika? Why do you have such negativity? Where do most black people live? State by state, the highest number of Black Americans could be found in Texas, 3.96 million, Florida, 3.7 million, Georgia, 3.54, New York, 3.53, and California, 2.83. There is also a map of this, and let me see if I can find this map that shows you exactly where most black people live. So here it is. Go back. We're gonna blow this up. If I ever want to find you, I know for a fact that y'all are located in these areas. I just know for a fact. If I ever want to find you, you are located in these areas, right? Um, so with that being said, I go back to state my point, right? If you're going to make 29.16 a month, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be living in Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, up here to Virginia, D.C., Delaware. Up here, here's where you're not. Here's where you're not at. You're not out here. You're not out here like that, right? You're not out here like that, right? Let me see how old this chart is. This was 2000. Let's see if we got a newer one. Let's see if this one is gonna give us a map. Still the same. It looks still the same. And this is 2021. You didn't do much migration. You didn't do much in terms of migration, right? So here we go. This is of 2021. Here we go. So I sorted it by black population, right? So metro will be DC, non-metro, Mississippi, South Carolina. Metro, Mississippi is 36.4%, Georgia 32, right? So when we say metro, we're talking about within the city. Now, when you start talking about within these cities, you can just go do the math on looking at a apartment in the District of Columbia. You can go look at an apartment in Louisiana, in the metro part of Louisiana, Atlanta, and so forth. And you can go look at those numbers, and those numbers will yield you probably about 1,700 to 2,200, give or take, for a one bedroom, right? You don't believe me on that? Let's make it simple for you. Let's go to apartments.com. And let's just type in District of Columbia. That was up there first. Um, see, Washington D.C. That's how they got it right here. All right. So a studio is 1605. We got a studio down here at 1220. We got one at 1949, 1540. And those these are studios. These are not one bedrooms. Let's click on this, right? And let's go back and look at the one bedrooms here. Let's click on one bedroom, 1800 for one bedroom in DC, right? Let's go back and be nice, and let's do some, let's do one bedroom, right? And let's go no higher than 1800. Well, let's change that to 1200. Let's do no higher than 1700. Okay. I didn't say 17,000. That's what it looked like it came in. Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, so one bedroom, 1660. Um, I don't see anything for 1200 for a one bedroom. So you're probably gonna be staying in the studio. We got a 1300 right here in Southeast DC, but you all know how that goes in Southeast DC. Now you gotta worry about you're gonna get shot or robbed or what have the case, right? So when we talk about these numbers, right, you have to really be real with yourself and ask yourself where you're living at and where you're staying at. Now, let's add on to these numbers, right? I like to give you a realistic view, right? To max out your 401k, I think it's 22.5. I did this the other night, and you divide that by 12, it's 18 something, 1875 a month. You're pulling in 2916. Let's go with 3,000 for all intents purposes. So let's say you're pulling in 3,000 a month, and you're gonna take out, let's be generous and say be generous and say you're just gonna stay in a studio, right? Let's go ahead and say you're gonna do 1,300, right? But your max out your 401k is 1,800, so you can't do that. You can't max out your 401k. So you're like, I'm gonna put a little something into it, right? I'm gonna put a little something into it. I'm gonna put in, instead of the 1,800 a month, I'm gonna put in 500 a month. So $1,000 a month. So let's just minus 1,000. You're left with $700, right? You can play with those numbers how much you want to. I'm just giving you realistic views of if you're maxing out your 401k, if you're putting stuff into investments, if you're buying insurance, if you're doing all these things, this is what it looks like. I don't make the numbers up. The numbers are what they are. All right. Put a one in the chat if you follow what I'm saying. All right. So let's get back to this. All right, we talked about high net worth individuals. We talked about assets. We talked about money. We talked about what that looks like. We talked about 50,000 over 20 years. You keep doing the numbers. You gross. If you make 100,000 over 20 years, what does that look like? You make 200,000 over 20 years. What does that look like? You keep doing the numbers. Keep doing the numbers, right? You see a whole lot of survivorship on the horizon. Creole lady, yeah, North Dakota, that's fine, but I got to go with the facts of where most people are probably staying, right? That are, uh, I don't know how y'all want to slice it. People of color, African Americans, choose whatever term is popular right now, right? Blacks, the bleak, whatever the case may be, whatever. All right, so look, so let's get back to it. The bank grew tremendously in recent years thanks to the bottom in venture capital. This left the bank with a ton of new deposits, which were subsequently invested by the bank into low yield bond securities. These bond securities lost a dramatic amount of value when the interest rate surged over the past 18 months. So they bought high and they had to sell low, right? Meanwhile, the bank saw much of its deposit base leave as the fortunes of venture capital sector faded. All this led to Silicon Valley Bank having a gap in its balance sheet, which was unable to fill. Government regulators seized Silicon Valley Bank last week, and also I think Signature had a problem as well too. while the shareholders of the bank are likely to lose most of all their investment. The government backstopped all the depositors of the bank, including those who were traditional FDIC bank insurance limit. What is FDIC? Federal Deposit Insurance Company is a U.S. government agency that was created in 1933 as a result of systemic bank failures that occurred during the Great Depression. Right? Well, if you go look at some old videos of the Great Depression, they have people standing and waiting, trying to get their money out the bank. Right? The FDIC functions by collecting premiums from bank members. This served as a backstop to guarantee the accounts of all accounts of FDIC insured banks up to a given threshold of 250,000. So what's the insurance applied to? It's applied to your checking accounts, your savings accounts, your money market accounts, negotiable order of withdrawal accounts, CDs and cashier checks, money orders, and other items issued by the bank. The guarantee applies to U.S. bank accounts regardless of the citizenship of the residency of the account holder. In the bank, in event the bank fails, a FDIC insured account will be made whole up to the $250,000 limit. No depositor has ever suffered a single dollar loss to an FDIC account since the institution began its operations. So what happens if you got more than $250,000 in the bank, right? All right. In the event that a bank fails and the depositor has more than 250,000, the excess typically become a claim against the bank. When the bank assets are liquidated, the bankruptcy estate will pay off all the unsecured creditors, including anyone with deposits over 250,000, to the extent that the funds are available. Often, large depositors will ultimately get most of all their fund back, but there is uncertainty and potentially a large delay before that happens. For that reason, it's often wise to avoid uninsured deposits at a bank in case something bad happens. Right? So here's how I look at it. When y'all are looking at Scarface and they walking down there with them bags, and he walking down there in the bags, and the guy standing in the window like, "What do you want me to do with this?" He was just putting money in the bank, and it wasn't insured. So don't be like Scarface. Moral of the story is don't do like Scarface. I know how much y'all love Scarface. Don't be like Scarface. Do not take a bag load. Don't take a laundry bag load into the bank and tell my here you go, put that in their account. Because guess what? He can't insure it. Guess what it's gonna do? It's probably gonna go into a safety deposit box, and guess what it's gonna do? Not make no money. So don't do that. Right? Don't do that. All right. So this has similarly led to um, the idea of an implicit backstop for deposits over 200,000, at least current, blah, blah, blah. That said, it is important to note the FDIC has not yet, okay, we got that. All right, should I take my money out of the bank? For depositors that are under the FDIC fund limit of 250,000, there shouldn't be any withdrawal. There shouldn't be any need to withdraw funds. As mentioned, the FDIC has never failed depositors in 79 years. Don't mean they won't. Don't mean they won't, right? But we're gonna go off just the facts. The security of bank deposits is the core pillar of the US financial system, and the government can be expected, to support it as it virtually as at it support it at virtually all costs. For depositors, the funds in excess of the insured limit, with funds in the excess of the insured limit, however, it could be prudent to consider other options. What are those other options? That's what I want to bring to you. What are your other options? There are a variety of secure places to keep funds. This includes saving, checking, or money market accounts up to $250,000 per bank. CDs up to 250,000, a brokerage account up to 250,000, treasury bills and bonds, and treasury bond ETFs. There are plenty other assets that with very low risk, with very low levels of risk. However, those five are great options for complete assurance. So if you got $1 million in liquid, basically they're saying between all these things here, this is where you may want to start looking at to put your money. That's safe, right? That's safe. But that may not work for you because it may be too low of return for you, right? But it's a safe bet. I'm surprised they didn't have municipal bonds on there. So, how to compare Treasury bond ETFs? One of the best options for large amounts of money are Treasury bond ETFs, as they can be more simple than setting up a bank account to park a large amount of cash, right? And so they go into bond ETFs. They say, is it safe to keep cash in a brokerage account? Brokerage accounts have insurance up to 500,000, right? Through the Securities Investor Protection Corporation, SIPC, Snake, if you want to say, or whatever y'all terms, Alpha Bravo, whatever, SIPC, Securities Investor Protection Corporation. This includes coverage up to 250,000 of uninvested cash. Investors have total protection of funds up to this level. Beyond that, more caution may be warranted depending on the brokerage and the types of accounts. Right. Also note that some brokers carry supplemental insurance in addition to the government guarantees. Charles Schwab, for example, carries insurance on its clients' assets through Lords of London, which lifts the overall amount of guaranteed cash to 1.150 million. That should be relief for customers who have been worried about Charles Schwab liquidity situation in recent days, right? So, does the uninvested brokerage cash earn interest? This varies by the brokerage and general interest rate environment. In general, however, brokers tend to pay very low interest rates on idle cash. It's just sitting there. This in fact a significant part of the brokerage business model, especially since brokers have stopped charging commissions on many types of trades. They have turned to other sources of income. One of these is through the client's funds to buy higher yielding investments and earning the difference as profit. A broker, for example, may pay an account holder zero point 0.5 on idle cash. It's just sitting there. It's not making any money. I just showed you the money market account from Betterment that was at what 4.5. I showed you the one over at Capital One at 3.4. So you could pull that cash out that's sitting maybe in a brokerage account. It's not doing anything. Roll it over there, right? Well, idle cash while buying at 5% yielding bond and earning 4.5% itself. However, the brokerage account holders that are aware of this can replicate the trade and earn that interest for themselves instead of letting it go to the broker, right? So what is a good return? What is a good return or a safe investment? This depends on the precise definition. So this is not financial advice. This is what I would do. Some of you don't know what your risk tolerance is. My suggestion would be is to there's a risk tolerance test, right? Some of you are like, no, I don't want to lose no money. I'm sticking with all safe investments. Some are like, I'm a little risky, but I'm lean more toward on the safe side. And then some of you are like, I'm more risky, but I'm not that risky, right? And then some of you like, as y'all say, balls to the wall. Some of you don't care, right? Some of you don't care, right? So, with that being said, um, go take a risk tolerance test. Risk tolerance um, test. Brokerage. Put in brokerage or investing. Investing. So yeah, so you can take a risk profile assessment, investment risk tolerance assessment. There's plenty of them out here to go and take. You pick something from like a Edwards Jones or Fidelity or whatever the case may be. Go find out what your risk tolerance is. Right, you need to go find out what your risk tolerance is, and then once you find out what your risk tolerance is, then you can say, okay, based upon my assessment, here are things I can invest in in order to achieve that goal, right? And then you need to also set your goal. You know, what's your work backwards, right? Like you could go do a retirement calculator. Say you want 2 million for retirement. Work back to see how much you need to put away every year. Um, and I know for me, it's 205,000 for me every year. I got to put away 205,000 every year for my 10. So if I want to double that, if I want to do that in a less amount of time, you can imagine what I have to put away or what I have to buy in and have an income producing in order to get that as well too, right? So I could go buy a duplex on the low end and sell it off or something of that nature. But I'm greedy. I buy it whole. I want it to sit there and just hold forever, right? So those are just saying something to think about. All right, so click on a given duration to see the yield available in the U.S. government bond at length. As of this right, an example, 1 month was 4.5%, 3 months was 4.9, 1 year 4.6, and so forth. Right. So that's on the U.S. government bond of that length. Right. So these are bonds. All right, let's skip down here. Advantages of diversification. You need to diversify your portfolio, right? Let me see. Oh, that's all he had in there. But in the comment section, you can see this has 300 comments, right? It says very timely article from Kiplinger describes the different type of insurance, including credit unions, right? Let's click on that. Let's see if we can read that. Any Fed goes bankrupt, and the currency is struggling. That's why they're pouring their money into gold and Bitcoin. Bitcoin today. I'm talking about the Fed can't go bankrupt. Again, nice insight on Schwab. Here you think your broker is going to tell you about SGOV or others? Hell no, they make money with your cash. So SGOV, I've been seeing this SGOV, right? SGOV, I shares 3 month treasury bond, right? I shares 3 month treasury bond. I don't know what it's yielding though. So we got some up and down movement here on it. I'd be interested to see what the returns on this is. SGLV. I have to do some research on that one. Don't quote me on that one. We had to do some research. Keep going through here. Got some T bills today. To today's Treasury auction, 17 week yielding 4.75. Right. And you look through here, if you got Seeking Alpha, you can look through here and see what some other people have noted as to what some options are when we're talking about this. And let me look at this Kiplinger and then we're gonna move on. All right, what is FDIC, NCUA, and SIPC? What are the limits? All right, so we just talked about SPIC and so forth. So let's see what they say on this one. Deposits in federal credit unions are covered by the National Credit Union Administration, a federal agency set up in 1970 to operate in a similar way to FDIC, protecting up to 250,000 per credit union member via the National Credit Union Insurance Fund. NCU states that the credit union members have never lost even a penny of insured savings at a federally insured credit union. Some credit unions are state charter and may be outside of the federal insurance framework. And we had this conversation this weekend, D and I, about some credit unions being state chartered, state funded, and some are federal, right? The credit unions might be covered by private insurance, but it's important to check the deposit limit and coverage before you put your hard-earned deposits into one of these institutions. Right? SPIC is the independent body that protects investments and brokerage accounts. Brokerages are required by law to keep customer investments separate from their own funds. If the firm fails, SIPC will oversee the liquidation of member firms to recover customers' missing assets, cash, and securities. Right. So here we go. SPIC first divides up the broker's remaining assets among investors, then uses its own funds up to 500,000 per account, with a limit of $250,000 in cash to buy the same number of shares you originally owned and replace your cash, right? Says the FDIC limit ensures 250,000 per depositor per bank. What is NCUA insurance limit? It insures 250,000 per depositor per credit union. What it covers is your checking, your savings, and so forth and so on. But the insurance limit is up to 500,000 per brokerage account, right? Per brokerage account, right? So that's what they want. I want to discuss this morning. What some of your options are. Most people have been opening up multiple bank accounts, this, that, and the other. Some people have been taking their money out and just going ahead and buying assets. Some people have bought gold. Some people have bought silver. Some people have went on the splurge and said, okay, well, I'm gonna put my stuff in a brokerage account and go there. But it really depends on what your, again, your comfort level, your safety net, your, whether you want to be in an ETF, I bond, or a T bill, or a CD, or do bond laddering or CD laddering, right? So I hope that was informational for you. I hope you got something out of that. Hope you understand what your options are, or can be, and also you have some information, right? All right, so it says baby boomers now outnumbered by millennials see a shift in generational power, right? For the first time, the baby boomer generation faces real competition for both economical and political power. So, with that being said, when we're talking about this, we already know that baby boomers are downsizing from larger houses. Millennials don't want big houses, so that shift in real estate is exploding. So those 3 2s at 2,500 square feet are, premium market. No one wants the 5,000, 6,000 square foot house. They just don't want it. And we've got to also look at the fact that most people, like, we got low birth rates. People are not having children. They're not having 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 children anymore, except for Nick Cannon, and Neo. Pity tea. All right, so let's get to it. All right, baby boomers, decade long domination of the economy, power, and culture in America is ending, says the Washington Post. Philip Bump, in his new book, The Aftermath: The Last Days of the Baby Boom and the Future Power of America. The result, he writes, is a historic disruption of the American empire. Gen X is before millennials, so now we got the millennials that outnumber Gen X. So you all millennials are making the decision, and millennials are divided up into two groups too. They're the elder millennials and the younger millennials. I think they call y'all geriatric millennials. Is what it's called. I think it was what y'all are called, geriatric, right? Geriatric millennials. Let me look and see what your old geriatric millennials are. Let's see, I'm spelling it wrong. Geriatric millennials. Yeah, there we go. Knew you figured it out for me, Google. Geriatric millennial was used in a medium story to describe people born in the early 80s. Okay, how to tell if you're a geriatric millennial. It depends on how comfortable you are with TikTok, blah 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 blah. Let me see if I can get the years. That's what I want. Let me see if they got years. I need years. Let me see. I'm gonna go here and let me type in years. Um, see the 80s. Okay, geriatric millennials. Y'all are between the ages of 36 to 41, but you were born in 1980 to 1985. Right, so you probably saw some ET. You probably had a speaking spell, those kind of things. Old geriatric millennial, right? 1980 to 1985, right? See, you probably would have had some garbage pail kids. You wouldn't have attended Freaknik though. You wouldn't have attended Freak. Hey, Heather, you are what you are. You cannot help it that you're geriatric. I can't help that, right? Y'all came up with that term, right? Right. Oh, my love, my darling, I hunger for you. Okay, so just y'all right up there with the Bengay users, biofreeze. It's okay. Geriatric. Let's get to it. It says the results is a historic eruption in the American Empire. 69.6 million US baby boomers, down from their 78.8 million peak, were born between 1946 and 1964. They're broken up into two groups as well too. And now they're of age between 59 and 77. So this is where I get into my petty T moments too. This is why I always laugh. Like if you're a 60-year-old man looking for a 25-year-old, right? Like you're a boomer looking for a 25. This is petty T moments. This is I be having questions like, when you 60 looking for a 25-year-old. Like some of the men look good at 60. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. You just took some leave. See, Heather? Look, you over here was talking about you don't like it. You just took some leave. You just took some leave, right? I'm just saying, you 60 and you a boomer looking for 25 is Gen Z. 25, 11 to 26 is Gen Z. So you a boomer looking for a Gen Zer. That's basically a teacher dating the student. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out some things that I see. That's all I'm doing. I'm just pointing out some things. I'm as my aunt say, I'm pointing out some things that I see. All right. Look, I'm gonna be out here with my 50 million and the 25. I'm gonna call you Don. I think ain't you a geriatric millennial? I was like, you out here dating this geriatric millennial, you Gen Z, and by the time you hit it, it's gonna by the time you hit 59, it ain't gonna be Gen Z. What they gonna be? Gen double Z, Gen double Y? We gonna be on the doubles. Look, I'm done. I'm telling you, I'm a clown. You out here. You don't crossed over. You dating double X's and double Y's. Yeah, I got me a fresh double Y. Ooh, you go if you be out here talking about. Look, listen, done. If you out here talking about, I got me a fresh double Y. Ooh, let me get off my pettiness. Let's get back to the facts. Let's go back. All right, so the generation has been surpassed by in size by 72 million millennials who are between the ages of 27 to 42 and often are the boomer kids. Right? So done, you're gonna be competing with your grandpappy. Hey, I ain't mad at you. Go do what you do. Because of the boomer generation's large size relative to the country's overall population, it has long been referred to as the pig in the python of the nation. And Bump told me during our Zoom that we're now at the tail end of that. Integrational tension. So y'all geriatric millennials are battling the boomers, your parents. Y'all are out here competing. What in the world? Compete with your mama and your daddy? What's going on? right? Yes, I did, Don. Yes, I did. The Gen Xer who lives in upstate New York shared his insights about the aftermath of boomers' ascendancy and what this means for them as well as the rest of the country. The following are the highlights of the discussion, edited for brevity and clarity. After that, I'm gonna go into some other stuff because we're gonna talk about how do we capitalize off of these things, right? How do we capitalize off these things? All right, so let's see, where does he start at? All right, so Next Avenue says there are still nearly 70 million boomers, including me. Why did you call the book Aftermath? The predicate of the book was always this generational shift from older to younger. There has always been increasingly obvious tensions between the two groups. What became very apparent while working on the book was that a lot of this tension derives from the scale of the boom itself and the effect it had on the United States and on the boomers themselves. We've gotten to the point of the transition that we're seeing. It really is about the baby boom losing power to a power it accrued over the past 60 years. So the book became a look at the aftermath of this shock in the American system. The baby boom has at no point until now actually faced any real competition for its power, both economic and political. Even Gen X, people born from 65 to 80, didn't compete with the boomers. There just weren't that many of us. So we saw that shift, right? Where the boomer parents were having 10, 12, 13 kids. And then the boomers was like, nah, we ain't about to do that. And then the Gen Xers were like, we ain't about to have none. And the millennials like, well, we'll have one or two, but we ain't really fooling with it like that. So the population decrease has been going on for quite some time, right? We can agree with that, right? And the millennials, America has to figure out how is it going to do more to take care of its increasing larger older population, but this increasingly large younger population saying, hey, we need a lot of resources too for childcare in schools, right? So we see this all the time. People are vying for more medical leave. They're vying for more medical leave. They're vying for more time, all both on the men and the women's side. People are requiring more from the companies in terms of mental health and insurance. You're seeing a whole lot more transparency when it comes to your pay. And if you're getting paid properly, you also see a lot of this going on when it comes out to not just that, the transparency in pay, but even your time off and with your sick days and so forth. So we see a lot of changes in what companies are offering to you, and also what type of accounts are getting offered to you, whether it's a Roth 401k, whether it's a financial advisor, whether it's estate planning, whether it's insurance planning, whether they have lawyers. We see a whole slew of different types of offerings in terms of the benefits package, right? So that has changed over the years, and you see that. All right. So now what's going on from the standpoint of power and structure? For political power, Congress is a good metric. The average age in Congress, which had increased steadily along the age of baby boomers, is starting to dip back now. You see the Democratic Party make a decision to overhaul its leadership to be younger as a symbolic manifestation of the shift in generational power. You see the real transition of economic power in the sense of institutions that bolster young Americans. The cultural power of the baby boom is still very, very robust. Bruce Springsteen is back on tour for God's sake, but at the same time, it's nostalgia based on as opposed to innovation to a large extent. Boomer's greatest hits. The baby boom helped propel American economic growth. The baby boom was good at pushing back on archaic institutions, which led to negative outcomes like the military industrial complex in Vietnam War. When the baby boom emerged, the civil rights fights was largely over, but it required tending, and I think the boom was good at ensuring that advancements were retained. The thing that confuses me, and here's I would say this out loud, it's also what we see with this generation in politics is the rewriting of history. We see that often, where it's the people came on the ships, they were not slaves, they just wanted a better life, and so they landed in America. We see the rewriting in the nursing books. We see the rewriting of a lot of historical things. So I won't say that comes from the actual millennials. I'm just going to say the younger generation is changing how things are being seen. Let's say that, right? And then those within power are also changing that as well too, right? It's all kumbaya until you get shot, right? So there are reasons why younger Americans feel frustrated, and it's not because older Americans collectively take action disadvantaging younger people. Older Americans are more likely to own homes and are going to try to protect that the value of those homes because they see that a storehouse of wealth they're going to need in retirement. So when a city wants to build an apartment building, the old people say, you know what, I'd rather not do that because it's going to decrease my home value. When you have a lot of that happening, it makes it harder for younger people to own a home. And there was a conversation too that I watched with Bridget Pennington, and I think her name was Seti or whatever. And she was saying that the millennials don't want to own homes; they want to live in apartments. And let me see if I can bring part of that up. So it's two things I want to watch on. It's three. It's a couple of things I want us to watch on YouTube. But let me try to pull this up so we can have a discussion about it. And let me it's 24 minutes long, but I don't want to spend 24 minutes on. I just want to show you from this perspective of how things are shifting. So you yourself, who are investors, who you yourself are looking to employ people, and understand what you need to do as far as employing people and as far as investing. So let's get into this real quick. All right, so let me blow this up. And let me back this up, and then let me turn this up.
Welcome back to the show, people. Today we
got pause there. That volume is up. Let me turn my volume up. All right, and then let's get started.
Vina Jetty. Vina, welcome on.
Hey, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
All right, for those that don't know who Bridger is, we're talking about Black Card or Fun Lunch. If you want to talk about that, where you go to learn how to start a private equity firm, how you learn how to start a venture capitalist firm, how you learn how to do syndications, learn how to basically create a fund, and you can do a fund of funds. There's so many other things you can do. A real estate fund, you could create a crypto fund. You learn about these things, you learn how to structure those entities, how to become your own bank, as well. We have not talked about being a credit union, but in here in this group, but we have talked about creating a credit union in our own group. So we have our own group where we talk about creating a credit union and so forth. There are funds for many different things, from real estate to buying data centers to building out skiffs to building out resorts to buying hotels to Airbnb arbitrage to converting warehouses to converting retail space to creating retail space to buying land and subdividing land and selling it off. There's a ton of different things you can do. But in order to do these things, you got to have money, you got to advertise, and we'll get into all of that another time. But I'm just telling you, there's a multitude of things that happen. But let's get into this video.
This is going to be a fun episode.
I agree.
We first met in Cancun.
Yes.
You actually got invited out to our events. This is just for our Black Card members. You were
Yes.
invited out. And it was funny enough, so people know, I didn't know who you were.
I know.
No idea. You were just in the group. We were just talking, hanging out. And
Yeah.
Actually, the first night my dad spoke, and we just
Yes.
mentioned this, you were up till 3 a.m. talking
Yes.
with him. He just stayed up and answered everyone's questions in the crowd.
Oh my gosh, he's incredible. At one point he was like, do you have any other questions? And I was like, sir, you have a $40 billion EUM. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me you're done answering questions. Like, I will stay here the whole night. And he stayed till like 3:30 in the morning.
It was pretty impressive.
Incredible.
We were just in this ballroom and just it slowly whittled down. People went to bed,
I
and
know.
it was like a group of like 5 people
Yeah.
or 6. And you just all just stayed up talking.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
I was like, I'm not going anywhere. I might not ever get a chance like this ever again.
So something cool about Vina though. So we're in Cancun.
Yes.
And we did Lincoln, one of the nights, we
Yes.
did a pitch competition. So every table, everyone would pitch each other.
Yes.
And we had like 90 seconds to pitch your fund.
Yes.
And then the whole table voted on their favorite pitch.
Yes.
So what happened was we'd pick each table as the winner, and then the winner of the table would then compete against the other tables.
Yes.
And we had this whole thing, and you won your table, I
Yes,
believe.
I did.
So then that's the first time I heard you speak. You got up with the microphone and you were so confident. You're talking about your fund and you threw out all these cool data points and everything about your fund. And it was only 90 seconds. I mean, it's a quick pitch. You ended up winning the next group of tables.
Yes.
I don't remember. Did you win the whole thing?
Yeah.
So you took first.
Yeah.
You were the favorite pitch
I
of the
was
entire
favorite
group,
pitch. Yes.
which was amazing.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it was so much fun. The format was great.
It was a fun format.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the energy was amazing. You know, just being in a group of like-minded people it's life-changing to be in those rooms.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. So you killed it. So congrats. Also,
Thank you.
Vina's now been invited to speak at Fun Launch Live. So it's going to be so awesome. So you guys can come hear her live at Fun Launch Live in Miami. Your talk is entitled How You Raised $50 Million in 4 weeks.
8 weeks.
8 weeks.
I needed 8 weeks.
8 weeks,
Next year, I'll talk about 50 million.
In 4 weeks. All right. We'll give you a leeway. It was 8 weeks. So we'll unpack all that today. If you can, for people that have never met you before, can you give us maybe a 1-minute overview of who Vina is, your companies, all your businesses, and kind of what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Vina Chetty. I mainly am a multifamily owner operator. I run a company called Vive Funds. I'm based out of Dallas, Texas, and we focus on Class B value add assets, mainly in the Sun Belt plus Arizona. That's probably changing actually with like some of the AI technology that's coming out. We're reevaluating some of our.
All right, so you heard her $50 million in 8 weeks. And let's talk. We're going to talk about it. How many understand when she says Class B real estate? You're wondering why I'm showing this. This is going to relate back to the article we're just reading about boomers, and the article about boomers, and the article in the article about boomers and geriatric millennials, but millennials. Listening to her from that perspective. Done. She's raised 50 million in 8 weeks, right? And you wonder why, how, what is she doing? How did she do that? What does that look like, right? And when we start talking about real estate, being able to separate the class A, B, C real estate, and what does that look like? How do you look for it? So forth. We won't get into all in that today. I'm just trying to show you other places as we saw SVB collapse, where you can put your money. So let's get back to it.
Markets. But generally we do really boring vanilla deals, nothing like crazy or exciting. We want like very even keel deals so that we can generate strong double-digit returns for our investors.
Yeah, that's cool. How much AUM or how much volume has your group done?
Yeah, so
inception?
we've bought and sold over 900 million. AUM currently is somewhere in the $400 million range. We sold 7 deals last year. So yeah, we got rid of a lot of
That's
assets.
awesome. So AUM drops a little bit.
Yeah, AUM has dropped
Yeah.
significantly. But now we're back out there buying and looking for opportunity here.
So when I talk about being in the room and being able to be comfortable talking about 50 million, 20 million, 30 million, do you think $100,000 even touches the surface in the rooms? Do you think they care about your 6-figure $100,000 job you got? Right? Do you understand where I'm coming from? Right? When some of the minimum investments in the room is $100,000, just a minimum investment, right? So let's get back to it.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
What's an average deal size? Give us an average vanilla deal that you guys look at.
So today, really, we try to look at anything 75 million and up, 200 plus stores. So the last few deals that we bought have been 80 million, give or take a couple $1 million. The largest one we've done is just over 100 million.
No, that's awesome. Do you have a favorite value add that you've done in one of your projects?
Oh gosh. Well, yeah, actually the one that we sold to your dad.
Okay, yeah, we just talked about this. Yeah, you just you just sold one. Yeah.
Yeah, we sold a pretty big deal to them in June of 2022. And that was a favorite deal for me because we went into the asset. It was kind of a little bit of a rougher area than we normally go into, but it had so much potential. But we bought it in the middle of COVID. And so we bought it in at the end of 2020 when like the whole world was still shut down. And we were like, are investors going to invest? Is this going to be a good thing, a bad thing? And we really tried to like mitigate all of the risk that we could foresee on the asset. We ultimately ended up selling it 18 months later, made a great return for our investors. And I'm sure that Ridge is doing great with it now, and there was a lot of meat left on the bone for them. So I think it was actually a really great opportunity for another group to come in and realize the value add, because we had some rents that were like $600 over where we bought it at.
Oh, wow. So you'd raise rents that much, eh? Yeah, cool.
It was just bringing up to market. It wasn't even like anything crazy or out of line with the market. It was just not managed as well as it could have been. And I'm sure that the next group that bought it,
So looking at property and looking at a value add, how can I add value to this property? Right? Looking something easy. I want to add value to the property. I want to do a remodel on the actual apartments or the rooms. It may be a hotel, it may be a conversion, right? So again, we're talking about a value add.
you guys are able to like really push that even further and realize the value add plan that we just didn't have to complete.
Yeah. It's funny. You're nice being on both, because it's funny when someone's on the other side of the deal.
I know.
You're kind of like,
I know, you want to be like,
well, we won and you lost.
Overpaid for that deal.
Isn't that funny? One of my mentors was telling me he had a story where they bought an office building. They were in the office building.
Yeah.
They bought it for a great price from this existing guy. Then they moved in. Then they raised rents. They sold it back to the same owner for like 10 million more. Then the market turned.
Oh no.
And they then moved out, and it dropped another 8 million. And they put a bid in to rebuy it again from the same guy twice at the lower price. And the guy just, as out of pride, just said, I can't do this.
It's hard because it's such a small world, right? Like just because you buy and sell from one person probably isn't the last time that you're gonna interact with them again. And transact again.
So listen to what she said. Just because you buy and sell from one person doesn't mean that you're not going to interact again. Again, when you all are looking at these things, and you're networking with people, you got to understand, you got to maintain relationships. Not all relationships are good relationships, but again, you're maintaining a relationship, right? So the battle between boomers and the battle between millennials shouldn't be a battle, if you ask me. It should be how can I leverage? How can I learn? How can I look at their assets? How can we gain and have a relationship and leverage the business that they're selling, the real estate that they're going to sell out? A lot of people don't want to maintain that. They just want the money and keep it pushing, right? So how do you get into that? How do you get into that circle? How do you fit in that circle? That's where you got to find. That's where you're going to find your value at. That $50,000 that you're going to make for the next 20 years, how are you going to leverage that money so it can grow to 2, 3, 4, 5 million? How are you going to leverage that? How are you going to use that? How are you going to get there? Are you going to stay in a room and then just leverage the small amount of rent and the city's resources? Because I just showed well, most of you live in a metro city anyway, and we're just talking about Black people right now. Most of you live in a metro city anyway, but how are you going to leverage what's around you to get to that 10 million, that 5 million, that 2 million? And then also think about it this way. Do you want to be 70 years old with $20 million, or do you want to be 50, 60 years old with $20 million, where you can still walk, where you can still run, where you can still go outside, where you don't need to be in a wheelchair, where you don't need someone to come, bring you something to eat or check on you? There's nothing wrong with people checking on you, but they're checking on you out of necessity, right? Because you're sick, you're feeble, right? So these are things that I want you to be thinking about. Here's why we present the information. I need for you to execute. I need for you to be on it. All right, let's get back to it.
But the thing is with multifamily and value add multifamily is if you exit it when there's still enough renovation and rehab left, it's actually still a great deal, even at a higher price point. For us, it was just being able to turn it and push it so quickly during COVID that was like, it feels like an accomplishment.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And I want to say this. What do you think people who are retiring, where they're going to retire? And I got another video to bring up, because some people want to stay in their homes, but their homes become too much to maintain. The homes become too much for them to even be in it by themselves. So they end up going somewhere, right? And so you got to remember, not everybody's going to go into an assisted living facility that's mediocre. They're going to go into the state of the art assisted living facility, right? They're going to go somewhere where they not just playing bingo, but they making trips to the casino. They making trips to Vegas. They got a whole trip going to Vegas. They got a whole cruise. We just saw people retiring on cruise ships. It makes sense, right? It makes sense to retire on a cruise ship. Why? I get food every day. I got somebody checking on me. Somebody come change my sheets. We out to sea. We hit a new port. We got a fancy lifestyle. I'm coming up on the deck. I don't want to be bothered. I'm going to the captain's dinner. I get to know people. We switch out crews, new destination, whatever. Right? I ain't at home. I'm at home at sea. We out here doing the thing. Right? So totally different style lifestyle. Let's get back to it.
Well, it's funny. It's just funny when you you're on both sides of a deal. So, and inside your funds, what's your role? Are you more on the capital raising side? Are you more on the deal side, the fund management side? Where do you fall?
I actually touch all pieces because we're cradle to grave. So we do everything from acquisitions to capital stack to operations. My favorite role that I play is on the capital side, raising capital from investors, but we play a pretty significant role throughout the process.
Yeah.
So I got a question, D. I got a question to the audience. How many of y'all can go out right now and raise $10,000 from just your family? Not friends, just your family. $10,000. Can you raise $10,000 from your family? And how long do you think it would take you to do it? How long do you think it would take you to do it? $10,000 from just your family. And how long do you think it would take you to do it? Some of you may be one check. You just maybe one check. You can get it and be done. Now, the next question is, what are you going to pitch to your family to raise that $10,000? What are you going to pitch to your family to raise that $10,000? $3, 6 months? Nah, they broke. How many of you can go out to your family members and raise $10,000, and how long would it take? Now, the next question is, how many of you can go to your friends and raise $10,000, and how long would that take? Right? A few hours. Okay. Friends, a few hours. Family, how long? Who do you turn to? I think it would take me probably about an hour for both. Probably about an hour. And that's including convincing, here's the strategy, here's what I need, here's the why. Right? So now the next question is this. What are you going to do to change that? What are you going to do to change that? If you don't have friends or family, or it's going to take you a year, maybe even 6 months, what are you going to do to change that? How are you going to change being able to ask a friend for $10,000 or a family member, right? What are you going to do to change that? What rooms are you going to put yourselves in? All right. How are you going to network? Business. It could be for business. It could be for personal hardship. How long would it take? Right. If you had to do it for business, how long would it take? If you had to do it for personal hardship, I would hope it wouldn't take 6 months. Yay! Get new friends or have a better why to pitch. Business a year, okay. All right. Just from friends and family. We're not even going out to the banks. This is just Your community, your local community, your friends, your family. How long? Like how long would it take for your friends? How long would it take for your family? Or do you have to do both? Do you have to subdivide? I gotta go over here and ask my friend this. I gotta go over here and ask my family that. Now here's another question. How many? Well, you can combine this. How many friends and family members can you ask for that 10,000? So is it one person? Is it two people? Is it three people? Are you gonna have to go ask 10 people for $1,000? Right? How many people is that? That you know that's a guarantee. How many people? One person. This is an important question. Right? Why is this an important question? This is an important question because when you go to start creating a fund, when you go to start building out and buying assets that are, say, you want to buy 500 acres or you want to buy this commercial real estate that is a warehouse, or you want to buy a apartment complex, and you're like, I got a pitch deck, I need to go raise some money. Who you going to go ask, right? You usually start within your internal circle. But if your internal circle is looking kind of slim, looking kind of shady, looking kind of what? Hold on. Let me get my thing. Hold on. Let me get my thing. Let me get my thing. If you're if it's let me see. Let me get this here and let me do that, and then let me get this here. All right, so let's get that. So if your group is sounding like this, let me turn it up. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. If that's how it's looking, we gotta switch it up. You're gonna have to switch it up. This is what I mean, right? This is what I mean. All right. I want you to be thinking about what circles you can get into. And then this is the other thing too. When y'all get in these circles, you gotta bring other people with you, right? It don't make sense for you to be in the circle by yourself. Bring other people with you. But they got to be willing to go. They can't be like, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. They can't be like, no, you like, we need to go over here because we need to make this. And I'm trying to get us to here, right? They gotta see that vision too. You gotta bring them along too, right? They gotta be willing participants, right? Willing participants. So this is why we're having that conversation. The baby boomers and the millennials, geriatric millennials, I can say that, are competing, but there shouldn't be any competition there. It should be, hey, they're leaving businesses, they're leaving real estate, they're leaving things behind, they're transferring wealth. Where are you going to be at on that end of that? Excuse me, on the end of that transfer. Where are you going to be at on the end of that transfer? All right, let's get back to it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, walk us through, cap raising has been a lot different, I would say, in the last
Yes.
12 months.
Very.
What have you seen in the capital markets
I'm gonna fast forward through this because I want to get her with the millennials.
in raising capital?
'Cause she's
Which is why
raising
we
capital.
love real estate in general, but especially
But I'm sure y'all want to hear her rate how she raised the capital. Well, put a one in the chat. You may not want to hear. I may be moving too fast. You may want to hear how she raised her capital. Right? You may want to hear that. D, do you want to hear how she raised her capital? Okay, let me go back. I'm trying to speed things up. Let me go back. Hold on.
Everything from acquisitions to
Okay.
capital stack to
We'll leave it there.
operations.
We'll let it roll.
My favorite role that I play is on the capital side, raising
Yep.
capital from investors, but we play a pretty significant role throughout the process.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, walk us through, cap raising has been a lot different, I would say, the last
Yes,
12 months.
Very.
What have you seen in the capital markets when raising capital?
Retail investors are scared.
Mm.
Right now, they're just not writing checks as quickly. They're pulling back. They're getting burned on a lot of assets that they're invested in right now, which they're probably also getting burned in the stock market too. So it's not like there's any one winning strategy right now. But multifamily remains one of the best risk-adjusted returns that you can have in any asset
As an asset class.
As an asset class. And it's tax efficient, right? Which is why we love real estate in general, but especially multifamily, because at the scale we're at, we enjoy really great tax benefits. I'm also seeing.
You hear that? We enjoy tax benefits. Goes back to the conversation I had earlier. Enjoying the tax benefits. Gotta have those tax benefits, right? Gotta have those tax benefits. So when you're at the 200, 300, 400, 500,000 mark, you want to enjoy as many tax breaks as you can, right? You want more money in your pocket, right? More money. Put it in the chat where that came from. Y'all should know where that came from. If you're a geriatric millennial, you should know where that came from. If you Gen Z, you probably don't know where that came from. More money, more money, more money. I know exactly where that came from. I'm gonna see if y'all do. D, you should know where that came from. You should know where that came from. Nobody knows where that came from. I can't believe y'all. Yes, in living color. Yes, in living color. They probably gonna put this out for me, but whatever. We can clip it out. When?
Welcome to the Homeboy No Money Down seminar. That's right, we're gonna teach you how to get paid with absolutely no money down. That's right. I'm with this the Iceman, chilling. Yo, our secret to success is right here in our new little booklet, How to Make More Money Without Using Your Money. Might well you ask, whose money should I use? But who got more money than they know what to do with? The government. And in part one of our booklet, we're gonna show you how to use that money from the government. For example, did you know that food stamps cannot be used to buy alcoholic beverages? But how could I use that knowledge to work for me? I'm glad that you asked. Just look at the chart.
Hey, you gotta be like, man, check it out. More money. Let me see. What they do with that? Right here, right there. Let me see. It picks up right after that.
What does that equal? More money, more money, more money.
What that equal to? More money, more money, more money. I'm glad you asked. Don't nobody got more money than who? The government, right? Right? More money, more money, more money. Yes, fair use, educational purposes only. So more money, right? Changing your changing where you are, your circle, changing where you hang out at, changing who you talk to, changing your conversation and your language. learning what these terms are, learning what AUM, asset under management, means, learning what these things mean is going to help you out, right? I'm here just to give you just a different insight into different conversations, right? We hear it all the time. Oh, somebody wants somebody that makes six figures. Oh, somebody that wants somebody that make 200. Somebody wants somebody that make 250. And she's over here talking 80 million, 800 million. Like I say, these conversations that we have, they just don't make sense to me. How do I network with wealthy people? Go to wealthy people conferences. Go to different conferences. Start with your local meetup. Start with a Eventbrite. Start with a meetup.com. Go to a real estate seminar. Go to an investment. If they try to sell you something, always say no. But look at who's in the room. Talk about what they do. Ask what they do. Ask how they got here. Ask why they're here. Ask what they've done, right? You know, you got a business card, look them up right then and there online, follow them, ask them when they're having a meeting, ask to take them to say, hey, can I meet you for a cup of coffee, can we grab a glass of wine, can we meet at a cigar lounge, can we do X, Y, and Z, when are you having the next event? Find out what they do in your local area. Go join biggerpockets.com. They got a whole community in there that you can find out when people having events, right? But the goal is to get you out of your what you're used to every single day. Going to church is cool, but how about you go to an event where someone's over here that you're sitting in a room where in order just to get in the room you need a minimum of 10 million. I talked about the conference that they had last year, where you needed to have a minimum net worth of 500 million just to be even in the room. You had a minimum of 500 million just to even be in the room. So guess who probably wasn't in that room? It probably wasn't a lot of people that look like us in that room, right? So how do we change that? First, we got to change our language. We got to change our conversation. We gotta change. We gotta change. We gotta change our. We gotta change where we get where we get our information from too. That's another thing. Y'all need to start going to the I, the aura, and the S, and reading documents. Right, Tim? Can you discuss the metrics that judges the health of banks, because everybody is fearful? Why? I can't. I did a early. I don't know if you were here for the earlier part of the show about looking at the banks, uh, and what and who's insured and how much they're insured and how much is you can use and leverage in your bank accounts. Betterment came out with 2 million in their money market account. I may have to roll over the Betterment for 2 million and 4.4% and 4% in there. I may have to roll over there. There were no passport bros in the room. Yee, right? But I want you all to understand that changing your language, changing your conversation, what you read, what you ingest, right? And that's going to really help you. Like, what does it take to start a syndication? What does it take to start a private equity firm? What does it take to create a credit union? What is a credit union? What does it take to even create a bank? Right? How does a bank work? Right? How does a bank work? Right? What can I leverage? Right? Right? What is a trust? What is an estate? Right? Because when you talk to a financial planner, they're gonna tell you to create your estate plans. They're gonna tell you need your estate plans. What is a private foundation? What is a donor advised fund? Conversations. We have to change our conversations. Right? We have to change our conversations. What up, Tim? All right. So let's get back to her.
Family offices and more wealthy investors are coming out of the woodwork now. Now they're putting more and more cash into real estate and multifamily because it's a great inflationary hedge, right?
Yeah.
When you're in and
So you're
cash
seeing
assets.
smart money.
Yeah.
Not retail's money as much, but smart money's
Yeah.
coming out of the woodwork to start investing. Interesting.
And then the smart retail investors are following the smart money that's
yeah.
coming out. So we're kind of starting to see that. And I think now investors that were just here for like the big returns and the flash and the, multifamily is sexy, right? And so for the people that were there for that, I think we're starting to kind of see them wane a little bit. But the people that are really here for investment purposes are really coming out and making larger investments, actually.
Interesting. Very interesting. How have you changed your pitch or presentation the last 12 months in this current landscape?
So it changes pretty much all the time. Before we used to talk about return potential. Now we're talking a lot about downside risk, protecting the downside. And that was always at the core of what we did. We just didn't talk about it or emphasize it as much.
Well, in mid 2021, everyone's like,
no one
who cares?
Yeah,
but
interest
now
rates will never go up.
In 2023, it's like, okay, how do we protect downside? That's the most important thing.
Yes, that and then like debt protection, right? Like how are you planning for debt? How are you going to protect us from debt rates continuing to go up? So that's kind of the conversation that most of our investors are having now. Our family office money is really looking for, okay, where are the opportunities? Who's in trouble? Like, I don't care if I get a return for the next 5 years, but if I can make a big exit at the end, I'm interested in that. So we're seeing a lot of opportunity or rescue fund capital.
Well, really cool. Now, we kind of teased it before. Your talk, don't give all the secrets away.
Okay,
but
don't give all of them away. All right.
Your talk is how you raised $50 million in 8 weeks. You want to tell us a little about that story? What did that entail? When was this? What happened?
Yeah, this was last year. We were buying another asset. And at that time, we weren't leveraging as high as we had been. So we had to bring more equity to the table. It was a value add plan. And we had 8 weeks to close the deal. And because we didn't raise our funds ahead of time, we actually went in and we raised from 0 to 50 million in that 8-week time period.
Wow, yeah.
Yep, closed the deal. I probably lost a lot of sleep then because it's just busy.
How many investors filled up that 50 million?
A little over 100.
About 100, okay.
Yeah. And so my first deal by comparison.
Right. So she had 100 investors. So 9 times out of 10, those investors were accredited investors in order to do that. Now, what I don't know, she may say it here or she may wait to the conference to say it is, what was the minimum investment for each investor, right? For example, one of the investments I was in, the minimum investment was $10,000, right? And you had to be an accredited investor. So you wonder why I came up with this number of 200K. So I've talked about this before, but let's go here. And then let's go to Investopedia. Investopedia. I know I spelled that wrong. Accredited investor. Why she's talking about accredited investing. Why does that matter? Matters. If you're in a fund, it matters. It matters. All right. So this was updated February the 7th of 2023. An accredited investor, an individual or business entity that is allowed to trade securities that are not registered with financial authorities. All right. An accredited investor is an individual business or entity that is allowed to trade securities that may not be registered with financial authorities. They are entitled to this privileged access by satisfying at least one requirement regarding their income, net worth, asset size, governance status, or professional experience. In the U.S., the term accredited investor is used by the SEC under Regulation D to refer to investors who are financially sophisticated and have reduced need for protection provided by regulatory disclosure filings. Accredited investors include high net worth individuals, banks, insurance companies, brokers, and trusts. I went over high net worth individuals, right? We went over that, right? So, Tameika, that still doesn't say anything about what you've been talking about. Here it goes. Accredited investors are those individuals classified by the SEC as qualified to invest in complex or sophisticated types of securities. The stuff that she was talking about is probably sophisticated types of securities because of the real estate and probably the minimum investment, right? To become accredited, certain criteria must be met, such as having an average yearly salary of over 200,000, 300,000 with a spouse or domestic partner, right? So when people were like, well, uh, getting married don't have many benefits. Well, it has a benefit if, say, one person is making 150 and the other person is making 50 or 75, but together combined, you all together can make an investment into something. But now, when you're sitting here and you don't have any papers on each other, domestic, and you got domestic partnership, you can do that. Or you're married, you can do that. But if y'all just shacking and kalacking, ain't nothing. You don't get a chance to get more money, more money, more money. You don't get that chance, right? It's on the individual person now, right? Hopefully somebody got a house in their name or whatever the case may be, right? So again, this is again, we got to talk about stuff from a high level perspective, right? High level perspective. All right. So, all right. So, let me see. What are you saying in the chat here? Hedging on assets and using other people's money and calculating risk on hedging. The banking system is fascinating. Correct. 50 million by 100 people you can back calculate is based on requirements, of course. Yes, Bridget told you it was going to be easy, just launch. All right. Yep. So your spouse got to be on something too. Well, I mean, if you married, I mean, I would hope that together y'all can be 200, so y'all can be in different deals. That's the goal. That's why I don't understand why there's so much pushback. For the life of me, I don't understand why the I don't. This is how I receive it. When you say I want someone that makes 100,000, why you want that? It's like, well, why don't you want more? like, like, I don't understand. Well, you don't want more. I don't. I, I don't get it. It baffles my mind. I don't. But I understand the why. And here is one why. Outside of you paying your bills every month, the other why is you can't even get into deals or you can't even get introduced into anything because you're not accredited. Right? Again, most people net worth is tied up into their home. Their home may be worth 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. But then that's the asset part. Now you need to deduct the liability part because you may buy a house at 700,000, but you may owe 600,000 on the house. So you just brought your asset that you have down to 100,000. And so you still need to be at a certain number in order to get there, right? So what else do you have outside of your home that is an asset that can be calculated as part of your net worth, right? So those are things that you have to consider. Like every move you make, now that you know this information going forward, should be how can I increase my net worth so I can be in these deals, right? How can I increase my net worth so I can be in these deals? That's the conversation you should have with yourself. Sellers of unregistered securities are only allowed to sell to accredited investors who are deemed financially sophisticated enough to bear the risk. Accredited investors are allowed to buy and invest in unregistered securities as long as they satisfy one or more requirements regarding income, net worth, assets, governance, and professional experience, and so forth. All right, so let me hop down here because there's more. Let's understanding accredited investors. Da 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 da. Mm, 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 mm. All right. Regulatory authorities help determine if an applicant possesses the necessary financial means and the knowledge to take risk involved in investing in unregistered securities. So if you go to somewhere like Crowd Street, they ask for 2 years of tax returns and your current year, and I think they may ask for a W-2. Think they may ask for a W-2 because they need to verify that you've earned at least 200,000 or more for the last 2 years, and you will continue in the current year. Accredited investors also have privilege to venture capital, hedge funds, angel investment, and deals involving complex and high risk investments and instruments. Do your own due diligence, ask questions. If you don't know what equity is, or IRR is, then you need to ask questions. You need to look things up. You need to find out what that is, right? So, requirements for accredited investors, the regulations of accredited investors vary from one jurisdiction to the other and are often defined by local market regulator or competent authority. The U.S. definition of accredited investors is put forth by the SEC rule 501 of Regulation D, the 200,000, the 500, the 300,000 with a joint income uh, for the last 2 years, with the exception of earning the same or a higher income in the current year, same or higher. So literally, is you might as well go and chalk that up to 3 years, right? 2 years plus the current year, right? An individual must have earned income above the thresholds either alone or with a spouse over the last 2 years. The income test cannot be satisfied by showing 1 year of an individual's income and the next 2 years of a joint income with a spouse. So you and your spouse both, right? If y'all doing it together, have had your family. Let's put it together and say your family have had to earn that 200,000 or more for that family, right? So when you lose income from the husband or you lose income from the spouse, I mean from the wife, it matters. So how do you do that? So to me, in my head, this just Tameika in my head, it makes sense for both earners to be at least 200,000 apiece. So if one loses, the family doesn't lose. I hope that makes sense. And you all may be sitting here looking like she trying to push the needle. Yes, I am. I'm gonna push it and keep pushing it, right? So it make most sense to me because if he's at 100,000 and you at 150,000 and y'all are trying to be accredited investors, and she loses her $150,000 job, or he loses his $100,000, or vice versa, however you want, you're no longer accredited investors, right? Depending on just strictly on income, saying that you don't have any assets, right? We're gonna say you don't have any assets, right? So the question now becomes this: what's wrong with both of y'all having 200,000? Because remember, you probably bought a house that's worth 500,000 or 600,000 or 700,000. You probably put down, you probably put down 10%. You probably didn't put down 20%, or you did an FHA loan, or you did a loan from your GI Bill or something like that, right? So what's wrong with both of y'all being at 200,000? So if one does lose that 200,000, y'all can still continue to make the investment until that other person comes back. And maybe that person don't come back at 200. Maybe they come back at 50. Maybe they come back at 75. Maybe they come back at 100. But anyway, you all still maintain your status of being accredited investors, right? You maintain your status. That's the goal, is to maintain your status, not to lose, but to maintain your status and to push your status forward. So again, I'm just that's just my thoughts. You don't have to do that, but I think you would want your family to still be able to have that status and be able to make those investments as needed, as they come about, as you do an analysis on those investments, right? I hope that made sense. Put a one in the chat if it did. Put a two in the chat if you like you crazy lady. Put a two in the chat if you like you crazy lady. That lady crazy. That lady crazy. D, you put a two in chat. Say that lady crazy. D a traitor. Old traitor D. Old traitor D. Like Trader Joe's. Old traitor G. Old traitor D. That lady's crazy. She out here talking about what? More money, more money, more money. The one and the two, plug one, plug two. I see you. A one and a one. What's the guy? The Tootsie was he the Tootsie Roll guy? A one and a two. How many licks? A one and a two. I'll be that. I'll be that. So let's get it. A person who is also considered an accredited investor if they net worth exceeding 1 million, right? Either individually or jointly with their spouse. I say it again, a person is also considered an accredited investor if they have a net worth exceeding 1 million, either individually or jointly with a spouse. My first assumption is most people individually are not going to have a net worth of $1 million. That's my first assumption. Unless you marry a millionaire or they inherit a millionaire or something like that, right? The next one is how can we jointly have a net worth of $1 million, right? So to me, the easier is to get the income of 200,000. That's the easier to me. Just my thoughts. Just my thoughts. Right. The SEC also considers a person to be an accredited investor if they are a general partner, executive officer, or director for the company that is issuing the unregistered securities. An entity is considered an accredited investor if the private business development company or the organization with assets exceeding 5 million. Also, if an entity consists of equity owners who are accredited investor, the entity itself is an accredited investor. However, the organization cannot be formed with the sole purpose of purchasing specific securities. So there have been some recent changes to the accredited investor definition, right? As of 2020, according to the SEC release, the amendments allow investors to qualify as accredited investors based on defined measures of professional knowledge, experience, or certifications in addition to existing tests. So, what are those tests? That Series 65 that I was talking about, that's one of them. So, among the SEC now defines accredited investors to include the following: individuals who have certain professional certifications, designations, or credentials, individuals who are knowledgeable employees of a private fund, knowledgeable employees of a private fund. D, once we create this fund, I'm already accredited. But D, once we create this fund, Tim, once we create this fund, anybody else we bring in, once we create this fund, according to the SEC, according to the government, according to the government, individuals who are knowledgeable employees of a private fund and an SEC and state registered investment advisors, right? You will be accredited investors. All right. So let's talk. Let me see if I can find the test, and then I want to get back to the video. They give an example. So those that want to know an example of an accredited investor, go on Investopedia, and they'll tell you. But it says in some instances, professionals holding a FINRA Series 7, Series 62, or Series 65 can also act as an accredited investor. So here we go. Let's go to FINRA, FINRA.org, right? And if you want to look at accredited investors for Series 7, Series 65, what was it? Series 7, Series 62, and then Series 65, right? So let's go over here. Let me see if they get, here we go. Series 7. The Series 7 is a general securities representative exam. The Series 7 exam is the General Security Representative Qualification Exam, GS. Let me blow it up because it looks a little small on the screen. All right. The exam measures the degree to which each candidate possesses knowledge needed to perform critical functions of of a general securities representative, including sales of corporate securities, municipal securities, investment company securities, variable annuities, direct participation programs, options, and government securities. Candidates must pass the SIE, Security Industry Essentials exam, and the Series 7 exam to obtain the General Securities Representative registration, right? So they give you that. They walk you through what you need. Here's the contents of it, so forth and so on. The Series 62, let me look up Series 62 so you know your different ways. The Series 62 is also a corporate security qualification exam administered by FINRA prior to determination of FINRA passing 62 exams, blah, 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 blah. The Series 62 was important exam for It is a prerequisite for those wishing to trade corporate securities. The 62 has since been replaced and regulated exams has been replaced by other regulated exams such as the Series 7. So it looks like the Series 7 replaced that, right? So then we got the Series 65. So let's go back and look up 65. And let's go here. Let's go back to FINRA. That's fine. The Series 65 is a NASSA, North American Securities Administrators Association. 63 and 65 and 66 qualification exams are only available online for candidates who require, right? It's 130 questions. It's a candidates must have 180 minutes in order for a candidate to pass the Series 65 must answer 94 out of 130 correctly. And then they go on to talk about it of what that is, right? So 63, 65 looks like the seven. Seven replaced the 62, so you can look at that. But again, we're talking about being an accredited investor. I will get back to the video because I wanted you to know what qualifies as an accredited investor. How can you qualify as an accredited investor? What can you turn to? Does it make more sense for both you and your spouse to be at least at 200 or have assets over $1 million before the both of you all jointly, or someone takes an exam or you inherit some money? I think the easiest way right now, for some, not all, is to go after the income where you both are earning 200,000 apiece. So if one loses their job or gets laid off, you all can still maintain those financial goals, and you can still be accredited investors and make deposits or become an angel investor into some kind of company. I hope that makes sense, right? Another way to maintain is to qualify more. Yeah, another way to maintain your accredited investor is to qualify more than one way. Correct, right? So I'm just giving you all what your options are, right? And people don't talk about what those options are. People don't tell you what your options are. You don't understand why the goal is 200,000. The goal is 200,000 is because of that, right? That's the goal, right? So the $100,000 is nice, but if you both at 100,000 and one loses the income and you don't have the $1 million in net worth, then you can't make those investments anymore. So things pass you by. So you start to make investments on your own into some things. And some people don't care about real estate. They don't care to go out and look for real estate. They care that, hey, I'm just going to go to Crowd Street. I'm going to put $25,000 on something and they're going to exit in 5 years and we're going to get our money back plus then, and we own about our business. Some people are going to go do fund rise. Some people are just going to invest into a brokerage accounts. Some people are just going to go buy ETFs. Some are just going to go and buy vending machines. Somebody's going to go buy a laundromat. It is on you how you see yourself, but I want you to have the facts straight from the IRS, the SEC, the GOV, coming from the TAM. All right, let's go.
I cried myself to sleep every night for 6 weeks because I was like, what did I do? What was
Yeah.
I thinking? And that was a small deal. That was like a $1.2 million fund.
Yeah.
And it's just like wildly different to go from being able to do that over 6 weeks to like being able to do that in a phone call.
That's amazing. Well, and 100 investors
Mhm.
to get contracts signed and documents
Yes.
and then back and forth, and they want an addendum. Like that's
Yes.
a ton of work in it. So people that have never raised from
Yes.
100 investors, that's a lot of work
Yeah.
in a short period of time. Just that piece.
Yes.
Not alone, you probably pitched 500 investors to
Yeah.
get
many,
100, right?
Many.
And so it's
thousands.
just, that's a lot. I'm excited to hear
Yeah.
your whole talk at Fun Lunch
Yes.
Live to dive into that.
I'm
That's quite a
excited
big-
about that too. And I'm gonna actually give you guys like the real meat and potatoes. I'm not gonna like give you the fluff. I
Yeah.
have like actionable items that anybody who's starting out or has raised $1 million or 10 million or 100 million can use to kind of get to that next level.
I love it.
So yeah, I'm excited.
Okay, shifting gears.
Yes.
You have the World Economic Forum and other economists talking about this effort, and actually millennials that don't want homes anymore,
Yeah.
that love, the low maintenance of living in an
Yeah.
apartment or living in a townhome.
Yeah.
And, the World Economic Forum says by 2030, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah,
Kind of
probably.
a huge push towards,
Yeah.
this overarching theme of multifamily
Yeah.
or, condensed living.
Mhm.
Do you see that trend still happening in the United States? And if so, where do you think we're headed?
Yeah, no, I do see that happening because millennials who are right now in the prime of like home buying age are delaying getting married, delaying having kids, delaying buying houses. I think they call us like the suitcase generation. Isn't that what they say? I think
Interesting,
that's
yeah.
what they say about millennials. I myself am an elder millennial. So
Geriatric.
listen,
You rolled up with a suitcase though. To
I
our
did.
office
See,
building,
I'm
so
the
there
I'm
you
the
go.
suitcase
Yeah.
generation. But no, it's like I don't know if you own your home. I assume you
Uh-huh.
probably do. Okay, so every time you have like your water heater breaks, then you have to spend like $7,000 fixing it.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, gosh, it would be so nice to just have like a landlord that'll take care of this. So I understand the appeal of it.
And you
really.
can move to different places. There's no really attachment
That.
to an area. Yeah.
But that's actually why I think millennials and Gen Z and younger generations are so attracted to the suitcase lifestyle is because they're not tied to any one location. In the middle of COVID, we saw people who were like based in New York pick up and move to Florida because they wanted to be on a beach and they didn't have to work in an office.
Yep.
We're seeing more and more remote or hybrid workspace setups. And that's just all conducive to being renters. What I think is going to be interesting about it, though, is the vast majority of Americans have historically held most of their net worth in their primary home.
Exactly. Yeah.
And now either they're not wanting to or they're being priced out of those homes, right? Because you have the large funds like Blackstone and Starwood buying entire neighborhoods. And
Well, 1 in 7 homes purchased in 2021
Yeah.
was from Wall Street.
yeah, and I think
1 in
it's-
7 residential homes.
yeah,
It's crazy.
and I think last year it actually went to 1 in 5, I thought.
Really?
Yeah, I
Interesting.
think for 2022 it was 1 in 5. And so that's a lot of investment properties. So I think like home ownership in general is just not really as attainable as it used to be. And like,
What's funny is people, I don't know why I'm not rich. I don't know why I have money. It's because you're not following the rules of money.
the
Like,
rules that have been working for
the-
generations.
we're just gonna you're not gonna copy what wealthy people do, but you want to be rich,
Right.
And it's funny. I read another report. Baby boomers have $1.2 million. Average baby boomer net worth is
Okay.
$1.2 million. The average,
That's
which is pretty significant. When the
high.
average wage worker makes like what $60,000 a year.
yeah.
That's pretty interesting for
Boom,
baby.
stop that right there. So the average baby boomer has a net worth of $1.2 million. The average income that he just stated is 60,000, and you will argue on Obama's Beyonce's internet at 40,000, 47,000. Make it make sense. It don't even make sense. So that's why I push for the 200. So you can be in the rooms, so you can talk about these. You can have these conversations. How to build the wealth. How to maintain the wealth after you build it. Right? How do you maintain the wealth after you build it? How do you get more wealth? I know these numbers sound scary. I know these numbers sound foreign, but they shouldn't. They should not be foreign to you. They should not be like, oh my God, And don't take this the wrong way. I don't want you to walk away from this conversation being like I'm a failure. You're not. You're here. You're learning. You're learning how to execute. You're learning how to get in other rooms. You're learning where you can put your money at. You're learning how you can raise that money. You're learning where. That's why I asked you, how long would it take you to raise $10,000? How long would it take you to raise $10,000? How who can you call on to get that? Can you call on multiple people? Can you do you need to? Right? Test the theory out. Come up with a pitch and just test the theory out. Test it out. You won't know until you try. Like, I got a deal on the table. This is what it's gonna do. And then now you start asking yourself, how do I structure this deal? Here's an example. Suppose you all see a duplex out there and say you got 20,000, but you need 10 more $1,000 on a down payment to go buy that duplex. Or you're gonna move into the duplex. On one side, you're gonna rent the other side out, and the other side is gonna pay for your side of the duplex and their side of the duplex. So now you living rent free, and now you have your money, right? Maybe you got to do some renovations on it, right? How are you going to get that $10,000? How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? What's going to be your conversation? How are you going to put that together? How are you going to put that together to present to someone? What are the numbers you're going to have to run? How much are your renovations going to have to cost? Who are you going to get the bank loan to or from? What does your credit score look like? If you had to get a hard money lender, what is that going to look like? You may not get it from your family. You may get the extra 10,000 from a hard money lender. What's the percentage on that? What are they expecting back? What's the rents like in the area? Is it worth it? Is the deal worth it? You got to do all your due diligence. But all I'm trying to say to you is, here are some options. Here's some things to look at. How do you make this work? Right? See, 1.2 million was small for her deal. It was peanuts. Yep, we had to change the conversation. Yep, ownership is still key. These two people own homes and properties. Their actions are different. Correct. I see the appeal of apartment living, but can't just see throwing that money away. Well, you again depends on the apartment style, right? Co-living is one, co-housing is another one. You are starting to see more and more people who are retiring, who are the 65 and older crew, the baby boomer crew. Some of them are not staying in their own places. I did the show last week where they're buying a house together, where they're all living in a 3-bedroom house where people are living together. There are also people that are living in communities where they don't have to pay. People are living in RVs, people living on the land, they're buying small, tiny homes, and so forth and so on. So it depends, right? It really depends, right? More wealth means getting into more rooms where the money is. Yes, you got to be in the room. Sometimes you got to pay to get in those rooms, and sometimes you got to have like I said, you got to have a certain net worth to be in those rooms. Money talks. I don't care what people say. I don't care how people shy away from money and like money is the root of evil and blah 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 blah. You right, but you live in the US. And I bet you bottom dollar, if you tried to go buy real estate over in China, if you try to buy real estate over in Guam, somebody gonna want your US dollars. They gonna want it. It's just what it is. Right? Engineering Cannabis says is 200K to 350K for a job in tech is possible. I've seen it. I show it all the time. I showed a job for 800,000. I showed a job for $1 million. I showed a job for $2 million. Sit on the sideline if you want to. Life is gonna pass you by. People are going to continue to create wealth off of you. You will always be the working class. You will always be the most taxed. You will always be on the sideline looking like what they do and how they get it. Change your mindset, change your goals, get in these rooms, get in these circles, period. You ain't got to be liked. Nobody care about liking you. We care about the results, the money. Let's get back to it.
And most of it's developed through their home ownership.
Right.
That's almost all their wealth is developed by home ownership. And
Yeah.
inflation actually works towards you.
Yeah.
I mean,
You have hard
inflation's a
assets.
great thing if you have hard assets
Yeah.
over a long period of
Yep.
time. It destroys debt.
Yep.
We live in a world where, 200 central banks around the world love inflation. They
Yeah.
tell us we want 2 to 3% inflation.
Yeah.
And you hear someone like Jerome Powell actually say deflation is one of the biggest risks to
Yeah.
our economy.
Which is true.
Yeah, so that it's like either follow the system people aren't. So with that, what do you see? Do you see a huge continual rise of multifamily, just more units being built and developed just into the eternities, or what do you think?
Well, I mean, I don't know about to the eternities because there's only so much land, but what I think is interesting about development of multifamily, because we do existing value add, right? We don't do new dev, but what's happening is we're at this like interesting point where last year replacement cost was like kind of catching up to where pricing was, or pricing was catching up to where replacement cost was. So it's getting really expensive to buy.
Yeah, so you see a lot of people are buying land and doing new development because of the cost, right? Because of the cost of buying existing property, just and to rehab that existing property costs just as much to do new development. So again, don't listen to people when they talking about, oh, don't go buy the land because land ain't income producing. Land is a slow gain. I bought property for 22,000. I bought it for 22,000 and would have had it about 3 or 4 years. I throw it up on the market. I'm testing the waters. What we doing? Where we at? Seeing what's going on. Who gonna give me more money? More money? More money? What's this? Right? That's what I'm doing. So I put it out there, and I said, okay, 129 for it, right? Let somebody talk me down. Let somebody talk me down for 100. But the property has also gained value as well too, right? So we started out with 22. I put it out there for 129. I probably can get 100 for it, right? So we got 100,000 minus 22,000. 77,800. So we're gonna call it 78,000. Had it for about 2.5 years. That ain't too bad. That ain't too bad. It's a nice little come up. More money, more money, more money. Let me see. There was with a low budget mindset entrepreneur at a restaurant. Met black businessmen. The lady that I was with went completely ignorant when the guy started networking and chit chatting. After she showed her ignorant side, the men checked out. I was so embarrassed. You have to consider who you network with. Exactly. Right? Yeah. Land is so long term. It's just one of them things you just buy. It's like the old saying, the old commercial, set it and forget it. Set it and forget it. Right? Where do you buy land at? Well, every city has an economic development uh, list or what a play or plan, and you can look in those areas and say, wait, it's a lot over there. I'm gonna just buy the city. That's why again, that's why most of the stuff you see in the black areas are just vacant lots, but they're probably in a trust. They're probably sitting in a trust, and people just sitting on it, waiting for the time to buy. I'm just gonna keep sitting. I don't know how many times me and Dion drove up and down Central looking at lots, just lots on lots on lots on lots on lots. Now you can't drive up Central without a lot being a million. Them lots were like 200,000. Those lots were like 50,000. Those lots were like 30,000. Now you can't find a lot on Central and St. Pete for less than a million. You ain't gonna find a lot downtown. If you find a lot downtown for less than a million, a commercial lot less than a million, you might be on to something, because you're gonna have to. All they're gonna do is throw some high rises on it. All they're gonna do is throw some apartments and some condos on there. Most of the condos being built 5 million, 2 million, 6 million, 7 million, and those are not water view condos, right? So and then you get into apartments or I don't know. I guess you could consider those apartments when like a 6 unit apartment. You find somebody that build a 6 unit apartment, right? Or you'll find somebody that built some condos, and the condos are going for 500, 600, 700,000 to a 2 2, right? Maybe 3 stories, maybe a 3 stories. Parking in the back, got alley access, this, that, and other. You're gonna see that across all the southeast. You're gonna see that in Detroit as well too, right? But what I'm trying to tell you is sometimes you may not have enough money to go buy a full house. Don't be afraid to go buy the land and let it sit there. I know. Keep the grass cut, keep the trash off of it, do a little landscaping on it, judge it up, make it look like you belong to somebody. Make it look like it belonged to somebody. Yep, that's all you see is apartment buildings. All you see is apartment buildings and condos. Everybody want to be in the high rise. We have a shortage of 6.5 million homes. A shortage of 6.5 million homes. Everybody can't live in the southeast. You're gonna get priced out. Everybody can't live in the south. So you may have to go a little further out. And you see those acres of land. Who owns the most land in the United States? You know who that is. Y'all know who owns the most land in the United States. Why does he own the most land in the United States? Did y'all look at that video? It was a video out of why he owns the most land in the United States. His excuse was that's where they told me to put my money in. He said that was the safest investment, was to put my money into some land. You know who that is. Pull them up. Yep, Bill Gates. Pull it up. Let me see if they got this. I'm seeing this map. Bill Gates is number one as of 2023. Made this small. Y'all keep talking about don't buy the land, buy the house. Buy the land and the house. Buy the house with the land. A map has revealed which billionaire owns the largest amount of land in the US. You'll be shocked to know that it isn't Bill Gates. Now, this is old. This is 2022. As of 2023, he owns the most. But let's look at where he owns. Nebraska, he owns 7,000 in Nebraska. He owns 80,000 in Wyoming, who just created the Dow. Colorado, he owns 160,000 acres in Colorado. New Mexico, he owns 550,000 acres in New Mexico. This is his land ownership. Look at this. Look at this. Florida, he got less than an acre. Bahamas, it looks like, I don't know what this says. This camera thing is in the way. 500 acres in Virginia, 800 acres in Maryland, and 1.2 million acres in New Hampshire and Maine. Right? Right? So I'm just trying to give you from a perspective of people like, oh no, don't own the land. You don't need to own the land. Don't do that. You don't need to do that. Let's see. Let's go 2023. They say he doesn't. Bill Gates owns a lot of American farmland, but not majority. This is a 2022. Let me go back up. Tools. Let's go to past. Let's go to past month. Let's see if we can get something from the past month. Let's go with what they talking about. They say, okay, they say it's not Bill Gates. They say it's John Malone. He's the former CEO of telecommunications, which AT&T purchased for more than $50 billion in 1999, and real estate primarily between Maine, New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming. And I'm trying to tell you, stop buying up all the land in the South, buy some out here in these states. I don't know if you all ever looked at this, because I look at it. Where do most people live? And there's a line that's drawn straight down the middle of the United States. And let me look at, let's see, in the US, in the United States, and there's a map that draws a line straight down the middle of the thing. Let me see. I think they may show it here. Let me see. I'm looking for it. No, they don't have it on here. Anyway, let me go back to it though. Let me go back to this because I can visually show you here. There's a map out there that they draw a line straight down this middle right here, straight down this middle. And it says most people live on this side of the map. If you draw a line straight down. And it says these areas right here are the most uninhibited areas right here. The most. So if you draw a line straight down here, most people live over in these areas, right? This is where most people live, right? And then if you draw a line and went this way, most of this is not where people live at. So that means there's land out there for you to buy, right? That's why Kanye went out there and bought all that land in Wyoming, right? That's why Kanye went and bought that land in Wyoming, right? How much did Kanye buy? $14 million plus a giant warehouse, renowned Belgian, da 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 da. See, it doesn't say exactly how much. It just said he got 14 million, but it don't tell me how much land that is. I want to know how much land that is, how many acres that is. That's what I want to know. The rest side, blah blah blah, 50 mile away from what the lake, blah blah blah. Here's a view of it right here. I'm assuming he probably got this back here somewhere. I'm assuming he probably has that back there somewhere. Let me see. Yeah, they don't have it. They don't say how much it is. I'm assuming he probably got probably at least 200 acres easily. The properties now boast 27 bedrooms and 17 bathrooms. Okay. Yeah, all right. So one particular parcel, number 7, just one parcel is 640 acres. One of the parcels is probably multiple parcels, right? Well, at least we know at a minimum of 640 acres. Probably way more than that, but at least we know at a minimum of 640, right? Right? It sounds like Wyoming and Colorado have to be added to before. Yep, I've been saying that. Someone's contacting dealing about buying my house because of the location and affordability for the first time home buyers. Yep, it's sitting. I'm sitting it out. Good, sit it out. Right. Yeah, you know what? It's really not that cold in Colorado. As much as people like to think it is, it's really not that cold. I mean, you got the Arctic blast that came through, but it's really not that cold in Colorado. Um, so my just that's just for me being out here. So all right, so apartment buildings and managing the aftermath, blah 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 blah. All right, cool. I forgot where I was at with this one. Let me go back up. Oh, that's the bonus. All right, we're fine. All right, let's finish her off.
Value add multifamily instead of just going out and
I'll just build
building it.
new units.
Exactly.
Yeah, which historically is usually more expensive to build
Correct.
than to just buy existing.
Correct.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of getting to that point in the market cycle similar to 2008 where a lot of builders are no longer building or they can't because debt is so expensive. They can't get
finance their building.
they can't get enough debt or the proper debt rather to be able to finance their assets. And so it's causing this issue where especially in the markets we trade in that there's just not enough supply. There's so much demand because there's a lot of migration to these states and these cities, but there's no supply. And so that's obviously going to cause upward pressure on rental rates. Do I know if it goes into eternity? I mean, my crystal ball is broken today, but I would assume that if you look back historically on multifamily assets, they've historically continued to rise. And some people like point to these like small slivers of any time in the market where real estate's kind of gone like this and dip. But like you said, it's over long periods of time. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So you can't look at a snapshot of a few months or a year or 2 years and make like a snap judgment based on that. So what I would love to see is people who are not buying homes taking what they would have used as a down payment instead and then investing that money into real estate still, even if they don't want to live there.
Interesting. That's kind of a different, so imagine that like an economy where everyone rents, but then invests into Blackstone or your funds, and then they, through that, own their properties they're in. It's kind of an interesting concept if at a macro scale. You're like, is this like a dystopian novel? Like, you know what I mean? Because everyone doesn't own it, but they pay into a REIT that pays their rent back. It's a really interesting thing. And I don't know, I own now three properties, just they're single family houses. I'm looking to buy another couple.
Okay.
Just because I just see this scarcity of real estate, and I'm just like, and it's great for depreciation, all these other things. I like buying real estate. But I'm also invested in 2 real estate funds. And I love it. I'd rather invest in real estate funds. Like, I'd much rather do that. But
it's easier.
It's way easier. I get K1. Anyway, it's just funny that this whole thing. Okay.
Yeah. So again, it's easier to invest into a real estate fund than to go out and find your own, right? But in order to do that, you gotta be what? An accredited investor. Right? You can all go watch the rest of this on YouTube. I don't want to finish that off. I actually want to get into this one because that talked about the millennials, right? So now we're going to take a different route and we're going to talk about the baby boomers. So now let's talk about how we can invest with the baby boomers. So now so the article talked about baby boomers and millennials. Then I introduced to you how millennials are thinking in terms of investments, right? So buying, living in apartments, not buying assets that they're tied to, but investing in assets that has a greater return, right? Now we're going to talk about what's going on with the baby boomers. Where is their money going, and what are they looking at, and how can you be on the other end where baby boomers are where you can invest into what baby boomers are looking to do, right? So I'm giving you two different I don't want to say, I'm giving you 2 different asset classes here, right? One is people looking at class B, apartment investing and so forth. And now we're going to come over here and look at it from a different perspective on what the boomers are doing. And also, we also got a chance to hear about REITs, and also you got a chance to hear about, okay, well, maybe, just maybe, you invest into small apartments, or maybe you start talking and networking with millennials and saying, okay, look, I know you're not investing into a home because you either you can't afford it or you don't want to afford it, but maybe we can come up with a plan that you can still get 15% of your money back, right? Or yield a 15% return on your money over a period of time. And what does that look like, right? Again, two different styles of two different strategies here. So let's get to it. All right. So here we go.
Everyone, the Vinny and Bo show, no intro today. We had some technical difficulties. Vinny just got back from a trip from Arizona. He was looking at some assisted living facilities and they found a sweetheart deal potentially. So we were just talking about that prior to going live. And so basically, we don't need to give the specifics, but you're looking at a hospitality project, which you're going to convert to assisted living facility.
Assisted living and memory care. And before I went there to Scottsdale, I already made arrangements to meet with brokers, Craig and I, both my partner. And we also found the executive director who will be our partner in assisted living. She's been doing it, Lori's her name, and she's been doing it for 7 years. 7 years. And she's been managing 9 homes, 10 each. So 90 seniors. She's been, and she's got the whole manuals and everything. The whole business is set up, right?
Yeah, it'd be interesting. So we've talked about that. I've been looking at my partner, Amanda, has been a franchise.
I just want to make a note, and I just want to say this. Call me racist if you want, but you can look at the complexions of the people that's talking. Just putting it out there. And look at where they're investing at. All right? Just pointing out some things here.
As broker for the last 8 years, she's sold hundreds and hundreds of franchises. And so we've been looking at
home health, right?
Yeah. So home healthcare franchise concepts. Huge opportunity, Vinny. And I think the opportunity was just because if like the areas, let's say you're in Arizona and you're doing these facilities, right? Well, what if the same, operations teams are part of it, then did, non-skilled home care services, right? Under our franchise concept. And then you could essentially be a referral system when living at home is not possible for them anymore and they need 24/7 care. They would go right. Like, so it's going to be from a business component. It's going to be a feeder for your facilities, right? And it's also going to be a very lucrative business. So I've been going through. There's a number of franchise concepts that are interesting in this space. So I want to do meetings with you and figure out what to do, and I want to partner with you on this venture. Like I was telling you about that guy Joe, who's doing this, and he's very successful on the East Coast. I think that would be
I
phenomenal.
just wanted to share with you, we got Lori right there. And also she invited a good friend who actually places seniors through her own business. And she places seniors all over Scottsdale, Phoenix.
All right. I just want to see if you're listening. Did you hear at least 3 concepts just now? Well, did y'all hear 3 concepts? I need to know if you're paying attention. Ted Turner does own a lot of land. Did you hear the 3 concepts? I know I heard 3. What did you hear at least 1? Did you hear at least 1 concept of how to make money? Drop in the chat what you heard. Because what I heard was the placement of seniors. So creating a business that helps help people find a good facility for one, right? For their loved ones. Other one is owning the facility. What all did you? If you think about it, you might have heard 4. Right? Placement. Right? Owning the facility. Right? You don't have to own the facility to place somebody. Right? What's another one? Right? Those people need care. So making sure those people have received the proper care. So somebody may be placing the nurses, or maybe even helping people get certified to work in those facilities. Right? What's another one? Everybody don't want to sit in the house. Everybody don't want to just sit there. So it may be somebody with medical transport to and from the store, or maybe they do a day out somewhere or something of that nature. So that's just off the rip. We only 2 minutes and 48 seconds in. That's just on this video. On the last video, you should have heard more than that. Right? So that's 4 different streams of revenue right there. 4 different ways to make money. Right? Therapy services, correct. Senior placement, facility ownership, senior care, senior transportation. Right? That's just at the beginning of this video. Let's go.
Area, which is fabulous. So it was
Yeah.
good to have kind of dinner with them, both of them. I invited them out with my Josh, who is also the very good broker over there, and Sean and other people. So we're just making a network of all these people now, and I'll be going there more often. And not only that, are you ready? The same seller of these comfort suites, he's got another $4 million land, and we might be buying the land next to it, and we'll be built.
He's got another $4 million land, and we may be buying the land next to it. Food services is another one. Yep. I don't know. Do you put that in? Well, I guess that could be different than senior care. But even let's even think about it. Let's even think about it. Even with the senior services and the food, somebody got to exercise, right? So it may be somebody comes in and have senior exercises, mobility training, and so forth. Even comforting, right? Just someone just to sit there, maybe have a conversation, right? I can go on. This is how I look at videos. I'm picking everything they say apart. I'm picking at everything they say. What? How can I make that happen? How can I make that work for me? How can I make that work? Who can I put in place? Where should I be looking? Can I buy something? How much is going to cost me? Who can I reach out to? Right? Entertainment, correct. Overemployed all day, every day. Let's get back to it.
150 condominiums. There is a big demand for condominiums at 350,000 a pop. So that's going to be a very exciting one too. And then he's also building another hotel. What? Another Hampton Inn or whatever, right close by. And we were looking into that deal also, maybe do assisted senior living. So it was very fruitful 2 days. 2 days.
So another concept that I've been seeing as well too, they are taking some of these older. What he's doing is taking comfort inns, old these hotels, buying from Marriott or whoever. They want to sell them off, and they're turning them into assisted living facilities because they already have everything there, right? They already have everything there. They got the elevator. They got the wheelchair accessible. They got the drive up location, the parking, the courtyards, the kitchen, a place to eat. It's already there. It's already there. So you may look at it as a hotel, but somebody else is looking at it as an assisted living facility where they're getting monthly income, return after return after return after return. Right? And guess what? There's also an organization out there to buy hotels. right? D, drop in the chat the organization that help um, minorities, blacks in particular. I believe this association is for to help buy hotels, right? So you can be on the sideline and be like, I hope someone helps, or you can be in the mix. Let's go.
I spent over there. Yeah.
What got you into the idea of repurposing hospitality into assisted living? It's a great concept, and based on the location you were telling me, I get it. Like, hey, it's this is a perfect.
Yeah.
This is an interesting project. I like the concept, though.
It's a wonderful one. See, I've been building them in Florida, having a lot of challenges with labor, with construction, with loans, construction loans, all those things. So in the back of my mind for about 2 years, it's been coming to my mind, hey, Vinny,
I don't care how many different Indians I meet, they all do the same thing. I don't know if that's a thing. They all do the same thing. They all got that twitch.
just get some already built. Could it be hotels? Could it be apartments? Could it be whatever, right? And then repurpose them for senior living. So
Very,
it's the
very smart.
repurposing. Yeah.
Instead of doing a hospitality to multi-family conversion, we're doing
Yeah.
hospitality to assisted living conversion.
The mind-boggling numbers, brother. Mind-boggling. I mean, in the sense that for apartment, that one bedroom, hotels are usually one bedroom, right, or the suite, right? But this was comfort suite, so it's got a living area. Then it's got, of course, the two beds in the back. It's got the television, all that. So we'll be redoing it, a lot of things. But the good part is that, you know, you can only rent the room and then you are kind of waiting for occupancy, and then you rent the room for apartment for, let's say, $1,200. But for assisted living, the same room will bring you $6,500. $1,200 or 1,500 to 6,400.
So 6,500 per room, from 1,200 to 6,500 per room. Average size on a hotel could possibly be 100 doors. So you do the calculations on that. You do the calculations, right? So now we're talking. Now you're talking about, again. I told you before, and I told you before about being an accredited investor, right? So multiple ways. Here is another way, right? Maybe you and your spouse or domestic partner go into a situation where you all are investing into a hotel, to an assisted living facility. Remember, right? You could be a part of a deal in order to be there, or in order to get an accredited investor, right? Being a part of a deal, right? So I'm just trying to get you to be at the 200K minimum salary wise, and have a million in net worth, so you can jump in and out of these conversations. You could be in and out of these rooms. You may not have $100,000 to invest, but maybe two or three or four you can get together and come up with $100,000 on your end to invest into something. Of course, do your due diligence. Of course, you got to read what the return is. Of course, you got to know who you're investing with. Of course, you do. Right? But I'd rather you have the option rather than just be sitting on the sideline hoping and wishing and praying. Right? Let's get back to it.
Okay, so just kind of rough numbers. What do you think the acquisition cost of the property would be?
I think all in will be 17 million. 17 million.
That's with CapEx build out and everything.
CapEx built out, yeah, exactly.
And then what do you think the stabilized value would be if you're just kind of rough numbers?
Oh wow! Well, just to give you an idea, it'll be 80 units, 80 beds, let's say, at about. I think we are saying it at 5,000 a piece. So
All
eight.
right, pause right there. 80 beds at 5,000 apiece. Sharice, that's true, but sometimes in the fund they don't let they don't let the 35 non-accredited investors in. I know what you're talking about. Sometimes they don't let them in. It depends on the fund and it depends on their structure of that. But most of the times, what I'm seeing from the funds that we're seeing, they only, especially in your initial fund, straight out the gate, they like only deal with the accredited investors. You can, we worry about the non-accredited later, but it all depends on how you structure your fund. It all depends on the structure on the fund, right? So he's got 80 beds here at 5,500 apiece. So what are we talking here? 80 times 5,500. Yeah, you do got to be friends with people, but it also depends on their fund too. So 85 beds times 5,500 is 467,500. 467,500, and I'm gonna assume that's on a monthly basis there, right? So we're gonna take that and multiply by 12. We're gonna get back to it. That's 5.6 million a year. 5.6 million a year. It takes him. He buying it at 17 million. So basically, they could probably. He sound like he may be a buy and hold. They could be out of that deal and have returns on that deal 5 times 4. They could be out in 5 years. They'd be out of that in 5 years. If you push the rate, if you push the rents up, you could be out of there before that. You can push the rents up, he be out of there before that. So let's go.
Times 5 is what? 400,000 per month. Plus the 20 will be single suites, right? So that will be at 6,500.
All right, so 20. So he's got 100 rooms. All right, so let's do the math again. Let's go back. 5,500 times 65. What did I say? 65 for? Why I say 65? 5,500 times what was that? 80? Yeah. Was that right? What was I multiplying 55? Was it 80? Now y'all gonna make me rewind. Because it came out to 467. Let me look and see if I can do my history. Hold on. It was 85. It was 85. It was 85. All right. So he might have been 80 instead of 85. So it was 85 beds he had. I think that's what it was. He had 85 beds at 5,500 apiece. That's what it was. All right, so 467. Now he says he's got 20 singles at 6,500 apiece. So that's 20 times 6,500. That comes out to be a total of 597 or 600,000. That's a month. That's a month. 600,000 a month. All right. Yep. All right. So let's get back to it.
So 20 times 65 is 130. So total
I don't know. Where
revenue
you get that from?
per month with
Where do you get 20 times 65 is 130? Oh, I guess he's just leaving out the zeros. Did I do that wrong? Let me double verify myself. Am I wrong? Do, 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 do. Let me see. Let me go back to my calculator. Oh, 20 times 6,500. Yeah, 130. That's right. So that's right. I was right. I was right with my first calculation. 597. Five. We can call it 598 because it's 597,500. So basically, he's getting 598,000 on a hotel, assisted living facility per monthly basis. Right, on a per monthly basis. All right, so let's get back to it.
once right? 160 plus, no, 130 plus 500. So 630, right? Did we say that?
Yeah, let me see here. Let me do this here. So
You're a
it's
little
four. So you're at
off.
530
530.
gross revenue.
Gross revenues per month times
So
12 times
yeah.
12.
Yeah, so let's do that. So let's do this. Like, this is just back of the napkin kind of.
Yeah.
530 times 12 is 6,360,000. You know, we gotta kick in what, like
It's actually more than that. It's actually 597 times 12, right? It's actually 597 times 12. It come out to 7.1 million. That's what it comes out to be. 7.1 million.
7% vacancy factor or something like that.
Exactly.
7% vacancy.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a 7% vacancy factor, and then operating one of these. What are our operating costs? 40% of total gross revenue.
No, actually, I would say 55%.
Right. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of staff. There's a lot of.
Yeah.
Okay. So
staff, yeah.
so if we're looking, let me do this here. So if we're looking at 530,000 per month times 55.
Now I'm gonna pause right there. Do y'all understand how he's calculating stuff, right? Y'all understand what's happening here, right? What he's calculating, dealing with the cost, right? He said 55% on the cost, right? So one of his goals going into this is going to get that cost down. One of his goals is going to be to get that cost down. He's going to have to get that cost down, right? He's going to have to get that cost down, right? Yeah, all they would need is a refrigerator and a microwave because his kitchen is downstairs, right? Maybe even food delivery. You know, somebody deliver meals to the doors when they don't feel like getting out of bed or they're too weak and too tired, right? Phones in the room, services, internet, that whole nine, right? All of that. So you can see how quickly this can become, right? Yeah, cleaning, overturning, but the hotels already have the massive washer and dryers there and so forth, right? They already have that. So let's get back to it. Everybody understand so far? Y'all with me? And you see the difference in the millennials. Millennials are looking at apartments, assisted living facilities, but then don't forget there's another sector here, I'm gonna do a show about it next week on co-housing and co-living. I'm gonna do a show on it next week, co-housing and co-living. Right. So we're gonna talk about some different strategies here where you can park your money. We're trying to have your money make money, right? While you watching the Final Four or the Sweet 16, right? Your money should be making some money, right? And even with that is I think it's $10 billion. It may be more than that. That went into betting on March Madness. I actually got I had a whole show about that. I could do a whole show about that in investing, but that's neither here nor there. Y'all don't want to know my strategies on that in order to make the money, and it's not playing in the brackets either. But that's not here nor there. Let's go.
And right, that's so. So actually what we'll do here is 530 times 45%. So your net per month is 238.
238. And then we have to deduct the
vacancy factor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I didn't take vacancy factor out. So vacancy factor, hold on, let me do this the right way. 530. Okay. So we're gonna drop 37 off the top. So we're gonna do 497. 497.
There you go.
Times 45%. So we got about 223,650 of, and then knock off debt service, CapEx,
Correct.
debt service, and we already figuring in CapEx within this.
And in the 55 covers insurance, salaries, everything, food, everything, right? You know?
Yeah. And then you're going to finance it. Say you're financing 13 million.
Yeah, 13 million at about
So he's buying, it's all in at 17. He's gonna finance 13 million. Of course, they're gonna want some of their money back, but you can also see he's also included the salaries of those employees and so forth, right? That's been included in that. So when y'all are looking at things to how to buy, how to purchase, how to put all this stuff together, reflect back to this, and then most definitely ask questions. Ask questions, right? Ask questions. Don't sit on the sideline and be like, I don't know what they're talking about. Ask questions. If you don't know what they're talking about, you better ask because you're paying for it. So you better ask. Let's go.
8%, whatever it is now,
Yeah.
right? 7%, let's say 7%. So that's 910 for the year divided by 12. What's that?
910
Divided by
divided by 12 is
Yeah.
75,000 per month.
So yeah.
So you make about 100. This could potentially net 150,000 a month.
a month.
Yeah.
So that's like 1.8 million net profit.
Yeah.
Look at his face. That's like 1.8 million net profit. It is 1.8 million net profit. You see the numbers. You see why I'm excited about this. You see, right? Okay. Right. Great. Okay.
That's
Not
just a
bad
really,
for 17 million investment total
Yeah.
price to net, Yeah. So it's lucrative. Senior living is lucrative if we do it right,
yeah. And instead of dealing with building ground up, we're just converting, and we could go in and convert the units very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And
much more quickly,
He been doing this the whole time. He got them Birdman hands going the whole time. He got the Birdman hands going. You see? Yes. You see? Yes. You see?
We'll have a professional kitchen where the swimming pool is. We're going to close down the swimming pool and then build a kitchen in a big area there, right? So we'll have dining hall, all that stuff. So the city inspector from that will be coming and giving us specifications. And then we'll get a whole cost analysis, how much capex, what we need to do and everything. But we planned like $4 million capex.
So you'll have to, as you're building out more of these opportunities, like you really, essentially get vertically integrated. So you can really run all of these from your core team, and then you're going to have different people in different locations. Because that's how because you got to a lot of the processes and systems of the ones that are already up and running, you'll use in this system. So really you have your kind of core team, and then you have your boots on the ground in each of the locations.
Totally. And the new plan, what I'm doing, which I've not done in Florida or anywhere, is that our executive director, who's on the top, will be partner with us in the business. So there is a vested interest to provide the best service and make sure that we are running very lean and mean machines. Because the profitability will be shared. And she'll be equity partner also. So in other words, as the property increases its value and we end up selling in 4 or 5 years, she'll make also a bump, a lot of money. Yeah.
She make a lot of money. We sell in 4 or 5 years. Key word he said there was equity. Equity is the key word he said there. Being invested in something with equity, right? So again, you may trade a service for some equity. You may not get the income you want. You may trade for the equity. You may take a low income but have a big equity stake in something for a greater return. You can't sit on a property like this and work it for about 4 or 5 years. Working for about 4 or 5 years? What is it gain? What value add do you get by working this property? Low income, maybe you take a cut in salary for about 4 or 5 years. Maybe you stay on the property, right? And you take the equity of this property. Write in the chat what's your value add. You should automatically know 2 words that's gonna be your value add off of this. You get equity in this. What's a value add by taking the job? What's a value add? Experience should be one. Experience should be one. What's another one? Should be most definitely now an accredited investor. What's another one? Experience, accredited investor. One of the bigger things, that you should get out of this, the relationship. The relationship. Your work speaks for itself. The relationship. Right? These are things that you're gonna get out of that. You can take that experience, you could take that network, you could take that relationship, you could take that to another group and help them with their fund on assisted living facility. You can consult, right? You can consult, right? So big, huge value add there. Big, huge value add. All right, let's go. That's value add to yourself. It's value add to yourself. Let's go.
Yeah, and then you gotta, yeah. So then it's really just retrofitting the bathrooms and right for seniors. That's pretty good. That's a great concept, and it's close to a hospital, so you're gonna get right, and then you build out teams that can, like the lady you met that does placement for seniors.
Yeah,
That's a big industry too. There's a franchise concept I was looking at that's what they do. They help seniors and their family find the best assisted living. There's a franchise concept I was looking at. So it's interesting to look at all this because that demographic, there's 10,000 people a day, right, turning 65.
Yeah, turning 65. Yeah.
So, I see why there's such a big boom. Yesterday, I was actually on a call listening to the guy that does the business development for one of the franchise concepts, and he said, let me pull up my notes. This is interesting. He said, I think the senior care industry in general, and I gotta check this fact. I'm just going off what he said. He said it's a $522 billion industry yearly with everything, assisted living, everything is a $522 billion industry.
No, trillion.
No, this is yearly though. 522 billion.
Okay, I need to look at the chart I have. It says it's 5.3 trillion. I don't know why they said that, which is everything involved with seniors, they said.
Yeah, healthcare, I don't know if he's just talking.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, he might just be talking, and this is what I want to research. He might be just talking about the at-home care portion.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe that's what it is.
But I will research it. Whatever, that's a staggering number.
Number.
But I think there's a combination. I think a lot of people, they try to stay at home for a certain amount of time, and then it's not realistic for them, and then they definitely have to go. And then some people just say, hey, I'd rather just go and be around other seniors, and they enjoy the lifestyle of being, because
exactly, yeah.
A lot of times you see a lot of seniors that maybe have in-home care, but they're very lonely, right? So I think a lot of families say, hey, I know you don't want to move out of your house, but you'll be around other people and you'll be doing, you'll be playing board games and doing fun stuff, right? And so,
So according to what I see out here, long-term care market size is 1.7 trillion. That's long-term care. That's LTC. That's long-term care. That does not include the assisted living facility. The assisted living facility market size was valued at 91.8 billion in 2022. 91.8 billion in 2022 for the market size, for the U.S. market size. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. And there's different reports. But you got to think every time if we got 10,000 seniors that turn 65, not all of those seniors are going into assisted living facilities. But again, those people are looking to transition. So here it is VCs, this was in 2015. VCs target $7 trillion in senior care market, right? In 2021, there was what's in Biden's $400 billion plan to support families with long-term health care needs. So you also need to probably go look and see what's going on with healthcare needs from such as nursing homes, assisted living facilities, group homes, and so forth, right? So you may want to go check all of that out as well. So just trying to put it out there, right? So let's get back to it. Put a one in the chat if you like what you're hearing, if you're still with us. If these numbers make sense, I hope they don't scare you because this is not to be scared. This is to be understood. This is also for something for us to make sure that we are keeping up with. So let's go.
So people look at it more that way. I think, I mean, it's hard for me. Like, I remember going and visiting my grandfather, and it was like, it's interesting. He needed to go to an assisted living facility. So like when I would go in, it was like, you know, it was hard to see my grandfather that was always the guy he went fishing with.
Yeah, right.
But you know, it's part of the journey of life that at some point, you know, and everybody's so busy at home, you know, that they can't get any level of care at home because most of the time the husband and wife are both working, you know, and their parents they can't take care of. So it makes sense. It definitely. So this will be mostly private pay type of facility.
It will be mostly private pay. You're right, you know, because next facility close to this hotel, it's 10,000. They charge 10,000 a month. So we are even very conservative at 55. I told you, or 5,000, whatever, and then 65. Actually, for memory care, it's 12,000 there. It's just ridiculous. In Scottsdale is a nice area too. It's a nice upscale area of Phoenix.
Oh yeah, yeah. Way. So what kind of walk me through the kind of the diligence process you're going to do over the next couple of weeks to see if this really makes sense.
For sure. Actually, the second day we went to the city hall, city council planning, and we did the application yesterday. I found out I was filming yesterday for my video production, but they did tell me that they did the pre-application, and next week they're going to meet with the council. This hotel is already pre-approved for this kind of facility. It's called C5 or whatever it is called. And they said, now we have to just find out what changes we need to make inside to be compliant for senior living. That's all. So then their inspector will come and they will tell us, okay, do this, knock off this, you know, extend the bathroom if we need to, or the doors need to change, the shower and all that, right? You know, so that's what we're going to find out in about 2 weeks' time.
So that's another thing too, is finding somebody you can trust that's not gonna price gouge you to death in order to figure all this out, right? That's something, finding someone to trust that doesn't price gouge you so you can figure this out, right? So last but not least, my favorite part of the moment is petty T. I want to run through a couple of things really, really quickly, so we can get our show done and so forth, right? And I'm pulling up my articles now. They're not videos. That was that same one? Yeah, that's the same one. Okay, so I have 3, but let's get to it. All right. All right. So a grieving family trusted an Army financial advisor and they lost fortunes. Let me blow that up. So she trusted him He's the Army financial advisor, and now he is no longer with us. And neither is their money. All right, so here we go. Grieving family trusted an Army financial advisor that lost fortunes. Natasha Brevert looked at the pile of unopened financial statements and felt a sense of dread swell within her. She knew what they were going to say. Her husband, Rodney C. Beverett, was a career soldier who died by deleting himself in 2020. In an anguish, vulnerable days that followed, the Army appointed a financial, counselor, Mr. Cass Craffy, old Mr. Craffy, to help make sense of the life insurance funds paid to the family. Beverett, 42, had entrusted Craffy with a $370,000 to invest conservatively, right? So here's the number one issue is trusting somebody to take on this $370,000 to grow. And the issue is this understanding, one, how to grow this money, right? So don't be financially illiterate your whole life, right? Your whole life. Because you might get a whole life policy and you just don't know what to do with it. And you listening to somebody and you like, sir, this is wrong. No, cut the cord, right? So let's continue to see how this happened and how it plays out. Because a lot of somebody else would do this. I trust him. He been with us all our life. It's like the insurance agent that came and knocked on the door to collect. For us, it was Life of Georgia coming by and pay. Let me put $5 on that policy, three on this one, and $1 on that one. Yeah, 13. Yeah, I want to and been coming to collect every week for 20 years. And then when you go to look at it, they were like, that policy ain't but worth $1,000. But this person been paying $13 for 20 years on this policy. And it ain't worth but $1,000. And some of them don't even honor the policy. Like, we ain't honor that policy. That man been coming over there. Yeah. 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 Get it together, people. All right. So to invest conservatively, she was hoping the money would grow modestly over time. She did not want to gamble with the stock market. But Brever suspected something was wrong after investigators, it's too late now if the investigators have contacted you. It's too late. It's too late, right? Contacted her to ask about Crafty. She thought back to the text message he sent. Don't look at any statements. That tells me to look at statements. Yeah, that tells me don't look at any statements. Whatever he when I read that, the first thing that came to my mind was Coming to America. Bark like a dog. Arf, arf. Bark like a big dog. Arf. Arf. That's what came to my mind when I read that, right? Like, don't look at the statement. Let me open up the statement. What's this thing talking about? He talking about don't look at it. I'm looking at it. What did he say? Oh no, get my money up out of there. Right? He said, "Hey Cass, how bad are me and the kid? How bad are me and the kids looking here? I'm scared. LOL. It's a little bad, but recoverable once the market starts going up again. This is part of the downs that the market goes through. Hey Cass, should I take some money out? This is crazy, and I hate that the kids are losing money. Uh, can we even recover what was lost? No need to take out any money, Natasha. I would definitely tell you if you needed to. The market will bounce back, so be patient and don't look at any statements." So y'all got a statement coming to your house. Your husband just deleted himself, and you say you don't look at the $370,000 that I'm watching it every day. I'm looking at it every day. What if someone go to review their college policy without buying a new policy to see if is it enough? You should be able to do that in a portal to see if you got enough insurance coverage. And the person who actually sold you that insurance should actually be able to sit down with you to talk to you about, do you have enough insurance coverage? And what does that insurance actually cover as well too? You should be able to get all that information, right? So she tore into one of the envelopes. Then another one, and the balance had plunged by six figures. What hurt me the most, she said, is that these were the kids' accounts. In interviews, the Washington Post, our four military families accused Crafty of going far beyond his duties as an Army civilian employee by taking direct control of their life insurance money through brokerage firms where he was employed. Combined, their accounts are down to 750,000, according to Natalie, an attorney for the three families. Mark Fittipelli, who is representing the fourth survivor. The families, all of whom live in northern New Jersey and greater New York City, allege that Crafty leveraged his army position to generate clients, exploiting their grief before strip mining their accounts through trades, and that earned him commissions of 4,500, often executed, they say, without their consent or consultation. But they probably signed over a power of attorney, where he took upon himself to do what he needed to do. The commissions ate their balances, and then we blow this up some. See where it's at. The commissions. Here we go, right here. The commissions ate their balances along with the losses that piled up as the investment fund, in some cases, dramatically lost value. Such losses can be recouped only if their holdings perform better. Crafty, who also goes by the name of Karaz Crafty, according to public records, did not return multiple messages seeking comment. It is unclear whether he had retained legal counsel. His attorney is in an unrelated civil case that declined to comment. As the family seek to recoup their losses, which they probably won't, through litigation, their cases have alarmed observers, financial experts, who say the episode appears to have exposed glaring oversight failures within the Army, while underscoring the need for greater accountability over those advising recipients of such vast sums of money in moments of crisis. The faith these families placed in the Army, they say, appears to have been abused. The Army certainly should have been aware this person was working two full-time jobs. A military policy expert at a Center for New American Security, emphasizing that it is the service that is responsible for guaranteeing the life insurance policies receive ethical treatment. Financial counseling is a good idea in theory, she added, but only if the highest standards can be enforced to ensure families who financial advisors are set up to protect in the first place and are truly protected and not taken advantage of. According to, see, this account is based on interviews that Crafty former clients and colleagues, text messages he exchanged with life insurance beneficiaries, independent assessments of their accounts, statements, and a summary of action taken against him by the FINRA authority, or FINRA itself. The family said the agents with the Army's Criminal Investigation Division have asked them about their interactions with Crafty. The two spoken to the officials with the SEC. Spokespeople for both agencies said that a matter of policy, they could neither confirm nor deny the existence of the investigations. Crafty's Army employment ended on January the 4th, said Matt Leonard, a spokesman for the service. Leonard declined to address whether Crafty was removed for suspected misconduct, citing privacy laws, but said Crafty alleged actions have spurred an internal review to ensure that the Army's financial services or financial councils are complying with the ethical standards required by law, policy, and professional certifications. Their duties do not include recommending or choosing specific investments and investing money. Rather, their job is to educate and support their clients on their benefit and estate planning needs. Robert Mayer, the chief executive of New Jersey, Monmouth Capital Management, which employed Crafty until November, said he was unable to speak about Crafty because Meyer was not involved in the day to day operations there. Right? It says payments typically amount to 400,000 plus 100,000 to other families, cover immediate expenses and loss of income. More than 618 million was paid to SGLI. This is Service Group Insurance program. All right, let me see. It goes on, but you get the gist. Let me see if they talk about no, it goes, it says, it starts talking about another family. He didn't produce the documents. This is another family here. Let me look and see. I'm trying to see if they talk about, yeah, they just going into the other families. It's a long article. Let me see. This is their exchange. I'm telling you, this article was long. I wasn't gonna sit through all of it, but you get the gist. Their money gone. Bye bye. All right, so let's minimize this. Let's get that out of here. Let's go here. My family is dealing with a significant shock. My father secretly married his caregiver, who is 40 years his junior. She will inherit 80 million. What can we do? She came in and started taking care of him. Yeah, you should use a reputable advisor from a company. Yep, you should do your research on them as well too, right? Most of your insurance companies have wealth advisors. So your New York Life, your Mass Mutuals, Northwestern, whatever, they have wealth managers, right? So if you're not comfortable, you're looking for somebody that's got some backing behind them. Like I think Eagle Strategies is with New York Life. I mean, yeah, I think that yeah, Eagle Strategies right here. So this is just one. This is not financial advice. I'm just trying to show y'all just whatever, right? So four distinct phases of emotional investing. Find an advisor, put in a zip code, and go from there. So let's go with Decatur. Can you pull up anything? Nothing in Decatur. Huh? Oh no, it's still going. Okay. There's Eagle Strategies advisor joining. They didn't pull up anything indicator. Find an advisor. All right, let me do this. Let's do 33705. All right, here we go. Barry Hart, Penelope, and somebody in Tampa. All right. So there's 13 advisors that are found when you're looking at this. So now let's go back up here. Our planning, our discipline. Let me see here if they got like what they do in terms of as advisor, as client. Sure. Let's look at this. So they have their customer relationship. What investment services and advice can you provide me? Ask your financial professional. What fees will I have to pay? What are your legal obligations to me when providing recommendations? So you get to understand the relationship that you have with the person, right? That you're turning over um, wealth management to, right? That's on their website. And you'll look through here, and let me go back over here to here, and let me put back in 33705. And then we're gonna click on one of these and you'll see what I'm talking about. And see if we can get a website. Looking to see if somebody got a website. Looks like they got just emails on here. They don't look like they got a website. But you could probably find a wealth manager with a website or something like that. Let me see. Penelope Hart. Let's just take Penelope Hart. And then we're going to type in Eagle Strategies. I know I put that wrong, right? Team of advisors, Eagle Strategies, right here. Penelope has been working 26 years. Okay, so here we go right here. Find out a little bit about Penelope. Has been working for 27 years. Their current roles with Eagle Strategy, Penelope Hart has previously passed the Series 63. You get to know a little bit more about Penelope, what she got going on, how long she been, so forth and so on, right? Then you can come back here and you got Penelope's Smart Advisor Match, right? So you can go do your own stuff. And then when you get with these people, ask them how much do they have managed? And what have they grown people's portfolio and so forth. Ask questions, right? You shop around, right, when you're doing this. All right, so let's get into the pettiness. All right, my family is dealing with a significant shock. My father secretly married his caregiver, who is 40 years his junior. She'll inherit 80 million. What can we do? My family is dealing with the shock. My brother, my sister, and I have found out that our elderly father secretly married his caregiver 5 years ago and never told us. We have a thriving family owned business, and our father's wealth is in the hundreds of millions. The caregiver is 40 years younger than my father. Her visa was already invalid as she never went to school, and she stayed in the United States well beyond when she was scheduled to leave. She has lived with my father for 8 years, five of them while they are married. My father has told us he has a serious degenerative disease and we aren't sure how long he has to live. Now that we know he is married, it's come to our attention that the state that we live in has a statute that says if the spouse dies, the partner can choose either to accept the conditions of the will or get 30% of the spouse's estate. If they divorce, his wife gets 30% of the estate, which is 80%. We are all comfortable financially, but we're very upset this woman should get so much money for only 8 years together. We always had a good relationship with our father. We have all lived within a few miles of one another. We get together for family events and always include my wife's father, meaning my father's wife. We're all comfortable financially, but we're very upset that this woman should get so much money for only 8 years together. To complicate things, my father now is very worried that she might harm him to get the money. We don't think she would, but my father refuses to leave his house. Her lawyer has advised her not to leave. We've offered to rent or buy him another house or condo, but he refuses to leave. We have hired round the clock caregivers, but his wife makes it difficult for them to tend to my father. There was a prenuptial agreement, but our lawyers said it was poorly written and would never hold up in court. Can you give us direction where to turn to reduce the woman's part of the estate? We understand she will probably receive millions of dollars, but we honestly don't believe she deserves 30% of everything. Reluctant stepdaughter in Florida. Petty. I told you I bring the pettiness. I brings the pettiness. I brings the pettiness. She don't deserve it, they say. She don't belong in it. She don't belong in this house, they say. They say that she can get millions, but she don't get the 80. They say. There's like she wasn't in the gym with him. They say. They say she don't get nothing but some driblets. She can't get the gravy and the driblets. There's like, this is what they say. He's worth millions, hundreds of millions. There's like, she trying to get 80. She trying to get 30% of the estate. There's like, we well off, but we want to leave something behind. We want to leave. We don't want her to get nothing. We'll toss her 2 million. She can go on by the way. But she ain't getting 80. She only been with him for 8 years. They only been married 5. They say. This is what they say. So what would you do in this situation? D, what would you do? What would preteen Jesus do? What would preteen Jesus do? All right, let's go. Dear stepdaughter, there are many moving parts and questions surrounding your father's marriage and estate. Florida is an equitable distribution state, meaning his assets will be distributed fairly or equally, I should say, whether they are worth 10 million or 100 million. You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car. Anything earned before his marriage will be typically regarded as separate property. From your letter, it sounds like he has either not worked during his 5 year marriage, or that at least those have not been his peak earning years. In Florida, a prenuptial agreement must be signed by both parties without undue influence or fraud, and it must not be unfair. On the last point, I spoke to a family law attorney, Patrick. I'm gonna call him Kardashian. Patrick Kardashian. That's what I'm gonna call it. All right, Patrick Bardasherin, who is based in California but who litigates and creates premarital agreements. If you have a spousal support provision that is too one I guess onerous and too aggressive and unconcisable at the time of, I guess, unconscionable at the time of enforcement, it's going to be unenforceable. Now, They have a prenup, but they say it won't hold up in court. They have a prenup and they say it won't hold up in court. A premarital agreement would have helped your father protect separate property and outline the division of community property during the marriage in the event of divorce. If you get married and are already wealthy prior to marriage, whether you have a premarital agreement or not, those assets are already separate property. In your father's case, that's likely relatively easy to prove, especially given the short amount of time he has been married. Any efforts he expends during the marriage are considered community property. If you can to continue to work in the business, it can develop into a quasi community property. A premarital agreement can outline that what happens with the portion of the business. But from your letter, he says it sounds like the lion's share of your father's business will be deemed separate property should he decide to divorce his wife. Undue influence. Undue influence, duress, pressure on an individual who has lack of capacity could constitute elder abuse. Now he don't went into the thing. Now he's like he don't feel comfortable and he don't want to leave his house. So Tracy, one of the things that the lead attorney talks about, and through all these articles that I read, you need to make sure that your premarital or your prenup is ironclad, and you need to do due diligence on that. Right? You need to do due diligence on that. All right. So the National Center for Elder Abuse, a government facility, a government agency affiliated with the U.S. Administration on Aging and nonprofit Adult Protective Services Associations have resources that can provide help with the steps you can take to report alleged abuse. You can also contact your father's primary physician for review of his health. Elder abuse affects about an estimated 5 million Americans every year, right? If your father has degenerative disease and he has a cognitive impairment, it may be the lack that he lacks the capacity to make decisions, but his estate, or that he could be under some kind of undue influence or duress. A typical scenario is when a person is isolated by a partner or an adult, friend, neighbor, or caregiver, as allegedly happened with the Malibu doctor. Remember the Malibu doctor that was worth 60 million. Undue influence is a psychological process that may be used against an older person as a means of committing two forms of elder abuse: financial exploitation and sexual abuse, says the National Center of Elder Rights. Undue influence is also a legal concept. Is there a bad actor in the story? The evil stepmother can be the easy target. I want to leave room for possibility that your father's illness could have led to cognitive decline and fear of paranoia for about his own safety. Try not to allow the fact that he married his caregiver in secret create an atmosphere of distrust. Don't allow your frustration over the fact that this woman will share in your father's estate to demonize her without due cause. Remaining questions. It must be that his wife is doing her best to take care of him. Patrick Hicks, a lead counsel, Trust and Will, and an estate planning platform from San Diego, California, says that most valuable takeaways for you and your father. How does he want his family business to run once he passes? Does he? How does he want his inheritance distributed? It seems there is a lot of blame and focus on being put on the wife and not enough attention on the actual details of the father's plans, he said. It is interesting, but a very common concept that marriages bestow certain obligations to care for a spouse. Your ability to disinherit a spouse is often limited, and in many states, the spouse has options to take a share or take under the will. And with divorce, it varies, but some equitable division is common. Foremost, it is crucial to understand that your father has the right to make his own estate plan and dispose his assets as he sees fit. Although it may be difficult to come to terms, that Hicks says you need to respect his autonomy and his decisions, and you may want to consult with an attorney to review the prenuptial agreement and ensure your father understands the consequences of his decision making. In other words, just because you don't want your father's wife to inherit a portion of his estate does not mean that she's a gold digger or a bad person or that she is a threat to your father's well-being. You could be upset that his estate will be divided among his children and his wife, and she can still be a good person. These two things cannot be mutually exclusive. By all means, do your due diligence with the doctors and the estate or the family law attorney and put your father's health first. Just saying. Just saying. All right. So this one, my last one, is going to probably hurt some feelings. But never fear. Tam is here. All right. This is a doozy. Are y'all ready? D, are they ready for this? Petty T. This is Petty T. Petty T. No, the article did not provide names. D, you stupid. Their father was rubbing all on that lady, whispering sweet nothings in here. Y'all forget he may be old, but he's still a man. D, you so petty. It's so petty. M. Mill says, "Oh well, they want these younger women. This only some of what they can get. Right? She was good enough to be the caregiver. She was given a lot of care, tender loving care, tender love so tender, holding you close to me, baby. I surrender." You know what their daddy said? This is what he said. He said, "You need a man with sensitivity. A man like don't need a man that'll give you money. I got what you need." Oh. he, he was hitting all he was hitting all the hits. He was hitting all the hits, all the Jodeci songs. Please stay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ooh yeah, baby. He didn't know the songs. He probably had candle nights. He was like, she come in the room. He was like, "Turn off the lights, doom doom, and light a candle." She was like, "Doom doom doom doom." Yee. All right, so this next one up, I found it very, 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 very interesting. I thought this would be a great segue because we hear all these times, can a woman make more than a man and a man feel like a man? Can a woman submit all that da 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 woo 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 scooby doo shibby doo doo wop. So here we go. Let's get into this video. This one is you gonna need some popcorn for. Some of you men in the channel in the chat will probably scream, but no to fear. Don't scream.
I started my channel 8 years ago, but really the money started coming in the last 2-3 years.
So let's
It's
get
been
the title
a
of
big
this
jump.
one. The title is "I make $450,000 a year from YouTube. My husband is ashamed he cannot match." And I don't forget what the rest says. He cannot match. Let me see what it says. I tell you, my husband is ashamed he cannot match my success. She makes $450,000 a year. She's made them millionaires. He feels inadequate. I thought this would be a very, very good episode to review on Petty. Let's go back to it. Let's go. Fellas, are y'all ready? Heather talking about trying to get a new husband. Fellas, y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Is it all right? Can you be? Are you okay with your wife making significantly more than you? Will you be okay? Some of y'all say yes. I don't think that's true. Heavy on the petty. Fellas, I don't see you in the chat. Where you at, fellas? I'm looking for you, fellas. Where you at? I see the ladies. The ladies is chatting, but I don't see you. Where my fellas at? Y'all don't fill off on me like that. Don't do that. Fellas, don't do that. No fellas? Gee, what happened to the fellas? I'm looking for you. Broad daylight with a flashlight. Where my fellas at? This is your moment. Sad, sad, sad. Let's go.
Like my first sort of year, it was like 20,000 for the year, and then it jumped to 100, and then it jumped to like 250, and then to 450, which was sort of at now. And I'm imagining it might double this year.
At the moment, I haven't achieved anything. So
You haven't achieved anything. Can you finish the end of that sentence for me?
success-wise, career-wise,
Career-wise.
yeah,
There's other things in life besides career, right? You have achieved other things.
there is. I am a very proud person. I'm very ambitious. That's not my life. I'm not going to be a house husband all my life. I'm not just going to, kind of be that person. I want to live a successful life.
And successful means what?
I'm not sure.
Meet Darby and Kirsty. Darby's 27, Kirsty's 25, and they're YouTubers with one of the most drastic differences in income of any couple we've seen here on this podcast. Now, what's fascinating is that they did not really grow up with a lot of money, but now that she is making it, there seems to be a lot of disagreements about how to handle it. Darby feels like he's not contributing. Kirsty is paralyzed into oversaving and worrying that it all might end soon. As you listen to this podcast, I want you to think about how the numbers can change in your financial life, but your money psychology does not automatically change as well. And of course, I'd like to invite you to go to YouTube, search for Ramit Sethi so that you can watch this full episode. Make sure you hit follow or subscribe there, because I'd love to keep sending you more and more of our future episodes. So I'm reading the comments, and I just want to ask this question. In the history of being a student of just learning, have you ever not competed? Have you ever not wanted to get the best grades, even if you competed against yourself? Have you not wanted the nice meals? Have you not wanted that? Have you? Tell me, let me know. I think everybody competes. Even if you compete against yourself. I do it every day. How can I be better? Every year. How can I be better? D'll tell you, I'll be like, oh no, D, I ain't there yet. I ain't there yet. I think everybody competes. Honestly, I don't know a man or a woman that don't compete. Even in a marriage. Whether it's who cooked the chicken better, who cleaned the refrigerator better, who fold better, who got a better memory, who do something better.
I don't know. There's always competition. That's just my thoughts. Who could get the babies down quicker? Who could put the babies to bed quicker? I'm just saying. It's always competition. All right, let's go.
I'm Ramit Sethi, and this is I Will Teach You to Be Rich.
A couple of weeks ago,
Okay.
I was just looking it up. We were thinking about having a weekend away, our first weekend away from the kids. And I was just looking for a nice spa break. I thought it'd be nice for us to have a bit of time just to relax because the kids have been stressful. We've got a 1 and 2 year old and it's been chaos. And so I found a nice place just for a couple of nights. And yeah, I got my phone, I went to show it, and it's like he wasn't really interested in looking at the phone. And it was,
what did you say? What was your first few words that you said to him?
I think it was like, oh, I found somewhere really nice for us to go for a weekend or something like that. Or I'm really excited I found this place that I think looks great.
And when was the moment where you realized he was not reacting the way you thought he would?
Probably just after I said that.
Okay, immediately.
Like,
Immediately.
Yeah.
How much does this spa cost?
It was for like 2 or 3 nights. It was about 2,000-3,000 altogether.
So what did you do? You just keep going with the pitch?
I kind of read the room, and I suppose I got a bit sad, and we stopped talking about it right then and sort of brought it up later in the evening. Okay. And I was like, well, why? Like, I was really excited about it, and you made me feel like I thought you would be excited about it, and I was sort of bummed out that you weren't, and I felt like it was just like a no-go area.
Wow, are you two in therapy together?
No.
I mean, it's very impressive,
Oh, really?
You read the room, you paused, then you came back later, you expressed how you had felt, and you asked a question. I mean, this is like A+. It's amazing. Okay.
Now, I already know the answer to this, but I'm gonna put it out there. How many of y'all ladies would have went on the trip without him? How many of y'all would have went on a trip without him? You were like, oh, so you ain't feeling this? Okay, cool. Well, I'll be back. I already know. Y'all going. I already know. Y'all like, oh, so you ain't feeling this. Oh, so you don't want to do this? Oh, okay. Dion, we gotta pull it up. Backpack. You're silly, right? Talking about I'll be out on that trip finding my kids a new father. I'm going to look for your new baby dad. I'll be back. You're gonna have a new daddy when they get back. Y'all petty. I would not go without him. Just forget it. Okay. We got one person that would not go. Everybody else is like, girl trip. Shay, you silly. All right, let's go. Woo.
What happened then?
Darby explained to me why he felt that way and explained that it was because where he's at with his business, not making any money and not seeing any growth on YouTube, he feels like going to a spa and just sitting and doing nothing for a weekend. He feels like, what has he done to earn that or deserve that? And I think for Darby, it's more, because it seems to be around like taking holidays. I think it's more, I can't take the time off, or I don't deserve to like relax or have a break because what have I done to like deserve that?
Okay. So what did you do once he explained that?
I listened more. I mean, I said it doesn't have to be this place. We can go somewhere you feel a bit more comfortable with, do something else. And yeah, I suppose I tried to see, because he then said, I don't think you really understand how I feel and like the shame he feels about not earning. And I just tried to listen to how he was feeling. And
All right, so let's pause about that. All right, so let me say this from this perspective. It takes a toll, and you can see it's taking a toll on her because now she's been made to feel guilty for her success. And he has a YouTube and she has a YouTube and it took off. But because she wants to do something, hey, we've earned this money. And by the way, I need a break. Because he can't pay for it, he's punishing her indirectly because he can't pay for it. And two, is not his idea. Let's be clear. So it causes her to be in this weird space of I just want us to be happy. I just want us to have time and I just want us to be in love with each other. Why can't we do that? Why can't we do that? And he is like, you don't understand. But she does. But you don't understand what it's doing to her. Right? And what it's doing to the relationship and what it's doing to the kids because the kids probably see it too. Right? Yeah, he don't think he deserves a trip because he don't think he earned enough money to. But I've been in that situation where I felt like I didn't earn enough money to go on a trip with my significant other. I've been there too. It's all about balance. Everybody wants to feel like they're contributing. If you're used to contributing, you're gonna always want to feel like you're contributing. I don't care who you are. Care if you're a man or a woman, transgender, he, she, them, they, he, she, we, whatever. You're gonna always want to feel like you're contributing. Right? I bet if she said she would give up the channel, he would be happy. I don't know. Look, we taking a trip on my lady's dime because I want you to be happy. I think you would want her to be happy. I think you would want her not to be be stressed out. Right? So this is just one dynamic. There are others, but this is just one dynamic when the woman is significantly out earning the man and how it looks to him. But how it looks to her, they're married. They're not partners, they're married. So how it looks to her is we're doing this for the family. It's not about what it is for me, it is what it is for the family. Right? So what is the issue? Yep, her husband is a life partner. Let's go.
I sort of saw it in a new way. I hadn't really thought about how he felt in that sort of way until then. And I got it a bit more. And so I didn't like push it because I knew he was feeling uncomfortable about going to these really like fancy places. He didn't feel like he'd fit in or earn that sort of right to be in those places yet.
Okay. And are you going to go to the spa?
No.
Darby, I want to hear your perspective. So she came to you. She's got her phone in her hand. What do you remember about that conversation?
Yeah, so she came into the room. She was super excited. I think Kirsty knew that I was going to say no. She was trying to say it in a way where it's like, please don't say no, but because she deserves that trip. But it's just like, well, I don't. And I think the difference is if it was a spa that's like down the road, then I'd be cool with that. But the fact that she's found one of the best European spas like possible, it's like one of the best ones around the world, and it's in Switzerland, and it's going to be lovely and perfect, and it's just like, well, I'm earning no money. Does someone who earns no money go to the best spa in Europe? No, they don't.
Hold on. Is that?
Yes, they do. If we married, we going. Yes, they do. If we married, we going. Right? What's the point? What's the point? Right? Right? why does he look at it as I don't deserve? Where's that coming from? Rip that apart. Let's talk about that. Why don't you feel you deserve? Right? So these are the conversations that do come up when a woman is making significantly more, and she's making 450 off of YouTube. Um, he wasn't even monetized yet. I think he just got monetized. Excuse me. I think he just got monetized because people in the comments went ahead and subscribed to his channel. By the way, yeah. So she made a big jump and is expecting her channel to double. So by the end of this year, she could be at, she's expecting from going from 450, she could be at like 900,000, damn near a million a year. Are you gonna what are you gonna do to catch up with that type of money? What are you gonna do to be okay with that, right? And this is a conversation that comes up often. And she's trying to include him, and she's trying to make sure that he's okay. Like, look, babe, it's all right. Let's go. Like, we're together. And I think they've been together at either 11 or 14 years, something like that. But because he's not earning the money, it's a problem. Right? It's just a different lens. This is a different view. Right? Let's go.
Which part?
The part that, does someone who earns no money go to the best spa in Europe?
Well, I don't know, but I know that in my case, I don't deserve to go on that trip. I haven't earned that trip. I wouldn't feel as lovely as it would be, and obviously I would enjoy it because I enjoy going to spas with Kirsty. I couldn't sit there and fully relax and enjoy it because it's like, what am I relaxing about? If I'm there in a lovely sauna in the Swiss Alps, it's like, why am I sweating it out in the Swiss Alps? Like, why am I here? I've got better things to do. I'm not comfortable with my current situation. I don't wake up. I'm not fulfilled. So how can I sit and relax and, like, as far as it's like a reward. It's like you're cooling down it's like it's a reward after you've done something. So, and I haven't done anything, so I shouldn't be there.
I disagree a bit because even though you may feel like you don't deserve it in terms of work, for the last 2 and a bit years, we've had a very stressful, full-on life with 2 kids, and you've done a great job at being an amazing dad, and like there's been a lot of workload. So
I want you to notice her word choice. You've been an amazing dad. She didn't say a house husband. She didn't say that. She said, you've been an amazing dad. It's been stressful for us. You don't think you deserve this? You don't think you deserve relaxation? You don't think you deserve to be with me and enjoy this with me? All right. Word choice.
with looking after the 2 children. So I feel like you deserve those few days of a rest from a stressful life of looking after the kids.
Yeah, but everyone does that. There's always people, people always do that.
So let me try to understand the rules here, because it seems like there's a lot of invisible rules here. I like to just get them out on paper. So in order to go to a spa, it's okay if it's down the road. It's not okay if it's in Switzerland. In order to go to a nice spa, you have to be able to have earned the money to go there.
Yeah.
Parenting doesn't really matter because every parent does that. Any other rules that are implicit?
Can I bring up another thing that I find interesting?
Oh, yes, you can, but just let's get the rules out on the table. Darby, you seem to be the rule keeper. What else?
I just want to feel like I've deserved it.
What about your partner? What does she deserve?
Yeah, Kirsty deserves it.
So should she go alone?
Well, if she wanted to go alone, she could go alone, but she.
So my self-worth, I just diminish me. I just diminish anything that we have created. I just diminish my self-worth. She deserves it. I don't. She's worked hard. I haven't. Right? Correct. Invisible rules. Right? And these are rules he's setting, and she's finding them out as she goes along in life. Like I keep trying to tell y'all, stop making don't look, if you're gonna have a playbook that somebody need to follow, you need to make a playbook and distribute the playbook. So when you call it audible, I know where I need to be. If you're gonna treat this marriage like Tom Brady going to the Super Bowl, he in the huddle, they break, they step up to the line. One of the offensive linemen was like, yo, check out this one over here. He sees the defense, he see how they lining up. He thought they were gonna be zone, they man to man, he calling audible. Right? He calling audible. When he calls that audible, the receivers know what they need to do. The offensive linemen know what they need to do. If it's an empty backfield or what have you, if he got tight ends, if he got running backs, they all know what he's going to do. They all know their assignment. Do not call an audible, and then don't tell, and then get mad with me because I don't know my assignment. You can't write a manual and then don't tell me what it is. It just don't make sense. This is how bad things happen. This is how communication, this is how people start looking at you differently, because what you just did was you just shook up our foundation of trust. Now I can't trust you because I don't know what you're going to say. I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know what money needs to be where. I don't know where I need to be. And so that's what she's doing. That's what she's receiving. She's like, well, damn, I don't know if I don't know if I can trust you with my happiness, because when I come share it with you, you just gonna tear it down and you're gonna go into the self-pity role. And then I gotta come over here and be like, no, 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 don't feel that way. Right? You see how this plays out. This can go both ways. This can go both ways. All right, let's go.
Obviously, why would she want to? It's spas are for partners, and I know she'd want to take me, but that's I guess that's one of the reasons why.
Listen to what he said. I know she would want to take me. Like he going in the you know how the people get on the plane with the doggy bag, and the little poodle be sitting inside. Like she gonna take me on the plane with her. Like that's how he's looking at himself. That's how he's communicating to her.
Yeah, because we're in two very different places, and I guess we don't know how to navigate situations like that.
This spa scenario gives us a very rich example of their money dynamic. I love Darby's examples because most of us have money beliefs that fall apart upon the simplest of inspection. He believes you have to earn lots of money to go to a nice spa. But I bet you half of the people at that nice spa don't even have a job. So think about what deep, invisible script you have about money, and give yourself the chance to interrogate them. Hey, I believe all rich people are evil. Why? Why do I believe that? Where did I learn that? Who told me? These are, of course, exercises that I cover in my journal if you need a little help. Let's keep listening in. And I should note again that they are in their 20s, which is very helpful to remember as we go on.
I was going down another path, but decided to sort of quit uni and pursue YouTube. And it grew so fast. And since launching courses and building my email list, it's just like doubled each year. And it's got to a point where I don't know how to manage it. And I've got no one around me that's in this situation. So I feel a bit lost.
Your YouTube has grown. Are you the primary earner in the relationship?
Yeah, sole earner.
Sole earner, okay. And is that all coming from YouTube?
Sole earner, not just primary, sole earner. Not just primary, sole earner. That's a big difference. It's not the 150K, 50K. It's soul earner. All right.
It's mainly coming from course sales.
Course sales. Okay, got it. Got it. All right. Well, congratulations. How fast did that happen?
I was tutoring for a little bit at my old school.
Okay.
So that's the only real job that I had, and that was just at my old school, so it didn't really count.
Counts to me. How much were you making?
To tax before tax about 1,000 a month.
Whoa. How did you survive?
I was living at home.
Ah.
I was only 18 at that point. I started my channel 8 years ago, but really the money started coming in the last 2-3 years. It's been a big jump.
Got it. Okay. And then you doing this YouTube thing, and then it started to blow up, and you started to you went from 1,000 a month to 35,000 a month.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. And that's sort of average. It's weird because some months are like 20, one month was like 170.
Wow.
That was a launch month.
Okay.
But yeah. I remember like my first sort of year, it was like 20,000.
You can see his face. He is like pissed. He's like, he looked back like, fuck. She's finna get into these numbers. He is not comfortable. Just keep watching him.
Yeah, and then it jumped to 100, and then it jumped to like 250, and then to 450, which was sort of at now. And I'm imagining it might double this year. I've been doing double engine growth, so I've got a new strategy.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of our advanced programs. That's awesome. So congratulations. You've done amazingly well.
Kirsty's a member of my double engine growth program, which helps you grow your existing business. I'll throw a link in the show notes for any business owners who want to take their business to the next level.
So you're making all this money, Kirsty. You're the sole earner in the relationship. Darby, you have a YouTube channel as well. How big is the channel? How much is it making?
At the moment, it's earning nothing. And it may be an excuse, but a lot of that has just been because we've moved house 2 or 3 times, and we've had 2 kids in between those years. And because we've decided, because Kirsty's doing so well, and because she's the sole earner, with any situation where I can help her, support her in the pregnancy, support her with the kids, if she's got a busy few months coming up, getting courses out, I'll take the extra load with the kids and get everything sorted to allow her to continue with the business. I've done that.
Got it. Okay, that helps me understand. How do you feel about supporting Kirsty in her business?
Yeah, if that gives me fulfillment. I love being able to support her with the kids, because it's not only is it the right thing to do, but yeah, it's what I want to do. But I am a very proud person. I'm very ambitious. As much as I'm happy to do that, that's not my life. I'm not going to be a house husband.
See, there it is. But so here's the question, fellas. This is a question to you. Your wife is the sole earner. She's got $450,000 that she earns every year. Can you stay? You are now the husband at home, and remember, she's working from home too, helping with the kids. But she has courses that she's doing. She's got to create content. She's working with lawyers. She's getting things apart. Me personally, if it were me, this is just me. And I'm not a man, but this is just what I thought about this. I will be looking at how can we make sure her money is working. So I need to go take some financial courses. I need to go talk to a financial advisor, because I need to know if they know what they're talking about. You, baby, you worry about product. I'm gonna worry about growing the money. I'm just gonna have to make some adjustments, right? I'm gonna make some adjustments. That's just what I thought about. You all may have a different view. That's what I thought. Right? It's an adjustment going from a single person to a parent to a spouse. Yep. They're a team. He gets to share in what in with the spoils. He doesn't have the house husband forever. Again, everybody view is different. Everybody patience is different. Right? Right? So here's the ultimate question, just on this little snippet that you saw. Do you divorce your wife? Do you divorce your wife? Do you divorce her? You can't make the money that she's making. You feel like you're in competition. You feel inadequate. Do you divorce her? Right? So let's get back to it.
My life, I'm not just gonna, kind of be that person. I want to have my own business. I want what Kirsty has. And she's a big inspiration to me, and we support each other. We work with each other all of the time, every single day, because we work at home. She wants that for me. I want that for myself, and yeah, I'm very committed to that. I want to be proud of myself. I want to live a successful life.
And successful means what?
I'm not sure. I want to exceed expectations of me.
Expectations?
Maybe families, probably what I would imagine. I guess what I imagine old school friends would think, or things like that.
Should I just get the truth? Kirsty's over here with the most evocative facial expressions I've ever seen. Look at that. She's taking a sip of water. She's gearing up to just spill it. Go ahead. Tell us, Kirsty, whose approval is he looking for?
Families, parents.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more because he feels like as a child, everything was either done for him or he didn't have to try very hard for anything. So now he wants to show that he can do it on his own, and that, and that he doesn't need anyone else to help him. He can do it, because I think he feels like he lived quite an entitled life, even though his family wasn't like rich or anything. He was very comfortable, and now
So he has other issues, right? So he has issues that he's living up to outside of their family. He's trying to live up to what he think his parents and possibly her parents are thinking, and so he feels inadequate because he's not living up to that. And maybe YouTube ain't his thing. Maybe YouTube ain't his thing, right? But again, this goes back into a conversation as I had last night. Know who you are. Know who you are. Come up with a plan to get there. Discuss with your significant other. Excuse me. Discuss with your spouse on how to get there. You can't sit back on the sidelines and just be like, man, I'm living up to what my parents wanted, and I ain't doing this, I ain't do that. Like, you're driving yourself crazy. You got to understand what your talents are, what your patience is, where you're good at, right? Again, there's so many things, so many moving parts that's happening in this relationship. I thought that this would be a good breakdown to understand where the tables are turned. The woman is making more money, but she's very inclusive, right? You hear online all the time that the woman is making money and she's going to demean. And she was like, "No, I just want you to go with me. I just want to go out. Like, I just want to go do something. I want to ball." What you doing? Balling, balling, right? I want to ball. I want to go to the spot in the Swiss, in the Alps. I want to be with the peoples, because the peoples in the Swiss Alps be having conferences and talking about wealth over there. That's where I want to go. I want to go over there. Right? That's it. Right? Let's go.
to prove that he can do it himself, that he doesn't need that. And also, I think he feels that because he's been doing it for 3 years, and his family will ask, "How's the channel going?" And it's like, "Is it bringing? Does that video, those views, does that bring in money?" And he'll say, "No." I think he wants to show that, I can do this. He wants to go to them one day and say, yeah, it is getting some money. And yeah, I've been speaking to this person and, you know, get their pride, I suppose.
Darby, you agree?
Yeah, that's completely right. Yeah, that's spot on.
Kirsty, what about you? How do you feel about the way that the financial arrangement is working in your relationship?
Apart from the fact that you see it as my money, like I don't mind being the sole provider. It doesn't bother me paying for everything. I'm not the type of person that's expecting Darby as the man to provide. Like I don't care about any of that. I just want him to feel happy and fulfilled in himself, and I want him to start earning some money because I know that will bring some fulfillment to him, and he'll feel like he's part of it and that he's doing something for himself.
Darby, do you agree with that?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. It's became very, very clear to both of us that my own fulfillment with work is a big factor. My happiness seems to be quite tied to that, and maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, I'm only going to succeed if I make good videos. You know, like I'm only if people enjoy. If I make videos that people want to watch,
yeah,
then you know. People on YouTube succeed because they deserve to succeed. So,
hold on. First of all, I feel very out of my element debating YouTube. You're the ultimate YouTube couple. These fucking kids, they just record themselves playing some video game. It gets like 25 million views. I'm like, I'm gonna kill this 9-year-old kid right now. I spent so long creating this conversation. So how do you explain that?
No, I completely. I mean, I feel your pain because I feel like my videos deserve more love too.
Both of us are so bitter right now, and we're just looking at Kirsty. We're like, fuck you. How did you do it? We'll get to that. Look, I understand that you've done it before, and I understand that you're on this path. Now, I think you should keep doing your YouTube if it makes you happy. Fantastic. But that's actually not directly leading to your goal. And as Kirsty pointed out, even if you achieve that goal, it's highly questionable if you're actually going to feel the way you think you're going to feel. You know how many millionaires I talk to on this show where they're like, oh, when I finally have $1 million, $2 million, I'll feel safe. And then I go, you're never going to feel fucking safe. Then I bring on someone with $10 million and they're like scrounging in a garbage can to find blueberries. I go, oh God. Have you ever heard those conversations?
Yeah. Yeah.
But you're different.
We've seen those podcasts.
Is anything striking you here, Darby, as I talk about this?
It hurts to hear. However, you know, I'm not going to quit. You know, I'm not going to quit because it's
why not?
Because I believe in myself and I want it. So this is the path that I've picked for myself. This is how. Yeah, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do with my life, and I believe I can do it.
Now, this is where I beg to differ. There's nothing wrong with going to get a job. Like, there's nothing wrong with getting a job. Maybe even setting up a daycare in the house and you run it. I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box. And there's nothing wrong with continuing to try to make your YouTube work, but how long is that going to be before you just implode, right? You're imploding right now, right? You're swelling up like Ghostbusters with the Michelin tire man walking down the street. You know, you're about to explode, right? So, you know, how much longer is that going to be? Those are questions that you have to ask, and those are questions that need to be discussed internally first, and then with your significant other. You got to come up with a game plan, all about planning, all about communication, right? People are like, oh, no, you don't need to communicate that. You just need to do. No, you need to let me know what we're giving this time horizon on so we can make adjustments. We can budget for this. We can hire, come up with a concept. We come up with a plan. We can put money towards that. Does that work? Did it work? Right? Their young relatives gonna sit in. Yeah. All right, let's go.
if in the next 5-10 years I do start seeing success, and we spoke about it.
The next 5 to 10 years, if I start seeing success, so you're gonna take 5 to 10 years to get your YouTube channel to be successful? You 27 now, so you're gonna be 40? How old the kids gonna be? Are they gonna be out of school? Like, come on, right? I'm just asking.
Than just, I don't know, if I start to earn, let's say 50 grand a year in the next 5-10 years, I think that I believe that will make all the difference, because I'll see a lot of fulfillment in earning that amount of money, because I don't compare myself to you. I'm not comparing, I don't need to earn as much as you to be fulfilled. I just need to earn a little bit, enough. I've got a letter in this desk drawer, a letter to myself saying that I'll open when I'm 35 years old.
Okay.
And that's the goal I'm working towards, 100K by 35.
When did you send that letter to yourself?
About 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what would happen if you opened it at 35 and you achieved that?
I believe I'd be extremely fulfilled and happy, and it'd just be massive respect. I just give myself so much respect and love, knowing that I've put my mind to something, I've worked hard, and I've achieved it. Because at the moment I haven't achieved anything. So
you haven't achieved anything. Can you finish the end of that sentence for me?
Success-wise, career-wise.
Career-wise.
Yeah.
There's other things in life besides career, right? You have achieved other things.
There is, but
like the relationship that I'm looking at,
the
kids, the house. Again, not the car, but everything else.
Yeah.
Okay, career.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. I'm
glad you said this. Put that up on the board, D Block. Most men don't make 100K in their lifetime. Lies. Lies. They do. I just showed earlier. If you made $50,000 a year for the next 20 years, you would have earned $1 million. Right? But why? Let's instead of like saying the question, right? Let's ask the why. Why would you make this statement and say that most men don't make 100K in their lifetime versus how can men make 100K in their lifetime? Right? How can men make 100K in their lifetime? Right? That's the question. Like, we focus on what we don't have, and we don't focus on what we can have and the path to make that, right? Why is that's the question. Paper routes. Decomposing waste, right? Trailers, trucks, getting a bin and throwing it on a property for just somebody disposing of stuff, cutting grass, washing cars, learning how to play the stock market. The list goes on, right? Where you can make 100K. You don't necessarily have to make 50. You don't have to necessarily make 100K in income. You can make 100K. You can make 75K here and 25K somewhere else. You can make 50K somewhere and then 25 and 25, right? You don't all have to make it in one area, right? I don't know. I had just a different view about men making 100K. I just got a different view. I got a different view of people making 100K, period. Right? It all boils down to skills. It all boils down to being in the right room, and it all boils down to what's gonna be your drive, right? What are you gonna drive yourself to do? Are you gonna stand on the sideline and be like, "This all I got"? then that's gonna be all you're gonna get. You gotta change that mindset. Gotta get out of that mindset. Gotta change it. Right? Tech isn't the only way. To me, it's just an easier way, but it ain't the only way. It's just an easy way. But you can learn about how to buy a business. You can get a SBA loan and buy a laundromat. Yeah, I hear the stats. I hear the stats. Yeah, he wants to make it all on YouTube, but he don't have to make it on YouTube. Yep. And again, I go back to the question, ethical gray. Statistically, the average man makes less than 60K per year. The question is, how do you change that? That's the question. How do we change that? What do we have to do to change it? What do we have to do to change that? What skills do we need? What rooms do we need to be in? Where do we need to be? Hold that accountability. Don't take the average man makes 60K. So if I make 55, I'm doing good. No, F that. F that. Change that. Change that mindset. Why are we not making 100K? Why are we not? Why are we not making 200K? Why are we not making 300K? Why are we not accredited investors? Right? We got to change that. That right there, that slogan got to go. You need to buy the shirt one skill away from 200K. That's what you need to do. Go on the shop, buy the shirt one skill away from 200K. Don said the problem with people, if they want to make all the money the way that they feel like making the money, that's not life. Yeah, send them over. Have to go gray, wear their shirt proud and loud. Wear it proud and loud. Don't be embarrassed to wear that shirt. If somebody talk to you and they tell you, man, what you talking about, walk away. Walk away. That ain't who you need to be. That's not who you need to be around. We too broke to argue. We too broke to argue. That ain't it. That ain't the conversation we need to be having. Conversation we need to be having. We just had to come. We just saw the guy was netting what on the assisted living facilities, what, $150,000, $180,000 a month, and we talking about 60K is the average on the life. F that. F that. F that. If you cool with buying, if you cool with staying with the rats and the roaches and getting rats served in your love main choice, if you cool with that, then cool. I'm not. I want the chef to come to my house. I want the chef to come to my house and fix the food. I want to see the food on being made on the table. What? Like, but make that salad in front of me. What? Make that Caesar dressing in front of me. Make the Caesar dressing in front of me. Yep, put some little black pepper in there. Yes, give me some anchovies. Yes, a little heavier on the Parmesan, please. Yes, yes. I want all of that. Would you like this dry aged rubbed steak that's been grass fed? Well, sure, of course. Right? What else can I pair with this? What wine do you recommend? Pair this with me. They don't ever believe it. They don't never believe it. People don't never. They don't never. I don't know. This is what I never understand. This is the other part, and we're gonna get back to it. I don't know why when you tell a black person that you made X, Y, and Z, you got to pull out a pay stub to believe them. Why can't you just believe me? Why I gotta prove it to you? Why I gotta prove that? Yeah, I did that, and let's go. We on to the next one. That was last year's salary. We on to the New Year's salary. We over that. Right? I don't know why you gotta prove all the time. I get it. I had to do it too. I don't know why. People will be like, nah, you don't do that. Gotta change that mindset. Let's get back to it.
I'm so grateful for that. But you know, Kirsty and I have been together 11 years. We got together at school, and everything outside career-wise, my life's just been so easy. Everything's just flowed so nicely. You know, I married the girl I met at school, and she so happened to become nearly a millionaire. You know, that's you know, I'm incredibly lucky.
You want to do something for you.
Yeah.
I got you. I hear a lot of my younger self in you. You know, the idea of driving myself, like pushing myself, of setting these internal goals. Like, when I do this, then I will get that. I hear that. You know, a lot of it rings true with me. It pushes you. It keeps you sharp. I will say the one difference is that when I created those rules for myself, I was single. I don't know how those rules would have stood up in a relationship, especially if there was a dichotomy in earning. That's your situation. And that's one of the reasons that I'm really delighted to get a chance to talk to you, because I want to see how these rules are stacking up in this relationship. It's not just one, it's two of you.
Many of us create these rules for ourselves, these goals, these timelines. I want to live in New York in my 20s. I want to be married by 30. I want to have $1 million by 35. Whatever the rules are, adapt them for your own life. You know what I'm talking about. I actually think these are great. I love any example where people are intentional with their lives. But I do think that as we change the season of our lives, our goals should change. That's normal. So I'd like to issue a challenge for you right now. What's a goal you used to have for your life that you are ready to put aside? Something you used to think, I need to do that. And now at this point in life, you realize that's actually not a goal of mine anymore. That's question one. Question two is, what can you replace that goal with that is more meaningful to you now?
It's not just, you know, 50K, because you don't really care about the money. It's just, that's the number you think shows that you've gained some success at the YouTube thing.
Is that true, Darby?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the money at all. It's what I know what that 50K represents in terms of success on YouTube. And 50K was simply, you know, that's like kind of like at that mark of 5. You know, that's not what I want to. That's not what I believe my potential is. I want to. You know, I'm very ambitious. I want to go a lot further.
Okay, what is the cost of that belief?
At the moment, I guess, it's caused. Yeah, at the moment, that belief is causing all the problems that we've discussed.
What if you find out you've created all these rules for yourself and they are just totally the wrong rules to play the game of life by?
I'm open.
The rules that you are telling me, they're rules you made up in your head, and they don't necessarily make sense to me. These rules of, I need to deserve to go somewhere, like a spa, even though my spouse.
And the breakdown begins. Here it go.
Who I support by taking care of our children, and I'm sure support in many other ways, even though my spouse has done incredibly well financially and wants to take both of us, I don't yet deserve it. Then another rule you just said is, I need to earn roughly 50K, but it's got to be in this extremely narrow, specific way, which, by the way, has not been working for the last 3 years.
I don't think this is the one thing in the whole world that will make you feel fulfilled. And I think if you just keep, I mean, it's important not to quit, but it's important to know when it's been enough time to.
They're doing what we call gentle parenting with him.
Okay, this isn't working.
Yeah, I hear what you say. I hear what you're saying.
What I want to point out to you, Darby, is that the way you are approaching money is through a certain set of lenses that you think are totally normal because you've been wearing those lenses for many years. But if you were to actually take those lenses off and put on a different pair, you might see things completely differently. I have a scenario I would like to throw out to the two of you. Let's say that I got married and I was making a lot of money, and my wife was not. And she stayed home with our 2 kids. And I was the breadwinner and she stayed home with the kids and we had a great, it was all good. And I said to her, I would really like to take this trip to go to Italy. What do you think her response would be in this scenario? Kirsty?
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Darby?
I'm sure she'd say yes.
Okay, I agree. Why is it different when Kirsty invites Darby to a spa?
Can I answer this?
Please.
Can I flip it? Because what I see is, so imagine I go, yeah, take me. In fact, let's go to an even more expensive one and let's go for longer. Let's spend all your money on me. In fact, I love clothes. Start buying me designer clothes. I love that. And get the Tesla. That the thought of me having that life where, because my wife is successful, she's spoiling me, or I'm kind of reaping the rewards of her rich life, that doesn't sit right with me. I find that really uncomfortable. If I'm directly, if I'm directly kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Profiting is the wrong word, but if I'm like, if I'm being rewarded just because she's doing so well, I don't know. I don't like that. Because I'm unfulfilled in what I'm doing, I can't accept all those things.
Y'all hear this dance? You hear this dance? Here man asked him one question. He didn't answer it. He keep on flipping it. He keep on talking about, oh, this, that, and other. Like, man, like he is backstroking up the Nile. Like, whoosh, whoosh. He is on the Nile. He is on the Nile lane. Like, he is on the river of the Nile, passing the Nile lane, making a right on the Nile street. God dang, like when I was listening to it, I was like, bruh, man asked you, can that girl answer that question? Yeah, I'm going. He then gave a soliloquy, a sonnet. He done put automatopoeia in it. He done put it all like, bruh, I need for you to answer the question. Yes or no? See, I couldn't have been on the other end. I'm like, no, I need a yes or no. No, don't flip nothing. It's yes or no. Yeah, the family is successful. The family is successful. So let's go.
That was a very impressive series of spinning. What if we go to the nicer spa and the Tesla but that's not even on the table, is it? It was one spa, which in the scheme of your income is quite modest.
Yeah, we don't do much,
If I offered to take my hypothetical wife, mother of our hypothetical 2 children, I was the breadwinner, and I said, let's go to Italy for 5 days, she would say yes. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. In investing, there's a concept called inversion. Charlie Munger talks about inverting the way you think about a problem. For example, most people ask, how can I become rich? Charlie says, let's invert it. How do most people go poor? They gamble, they cheat, they don't invest, they have high expense ratios. And he just says, let's avoid that. So inversion is a really helpful tool, especially with gender dynamics. I find that to be the case on this show because you and I grew up in a culture where we intuitively see certain things as normal. For example, a dad working and a mom staying home with kids. But if we flip that, as is the case with Darby and Kirsty, suddenly lots of peculiar dynamics emerge. And so by inverting their scenario, what I'm trying to do here is gently challenge Darby on his views about money and recognize that gender is at least one variable playing a role here.
I find it confusing because the spas are no-go, but he is completely happy and very excited about us getting a Tesla X, which he will happily drive everywhere.
What the fuck? Oh God, let me guess.
I know, it's weird.
What is it? Oh, the technical specs are so cool and it has lane assist. And one day this fucking crackpot is actually gonna do full self-driving. What is it? The features?
No, it's none of that at all. You know, we'll be taking the kids in it. It's like, it's obviously it's a luxury. It's a very, very nice car, obviously. However, it's still just going to be going to the supermarket and back and taking the kids places and things. It's like with my imposed rules, when it comes into the family and what, like, I guess when it comes with when our kids are involved, I guess my rules change a bit. It's like I have this rate.
Is this great leadership? Is this great leadership? Would you take mentorship from him as a man? Is this great leadership? Is this your king? Are you not entertained? Is this great leadership? You can take the kids in the Chevy Traverse. You can take the kids in the Hyundai Sonata. Used. Is this great leadership? You're in the house. She makes more than you. She is the sole winner, sole breadwinner. You hear the ooh, the ah, the hum, the he, the who, the ha, the he, the who, the ooh. Is this great leadership? She's following his lead. Is this great leadership?
Inside. I don't know. I don't fully understand how it works, but yeah, that goes through.
So wait, hold on a second. Just to restate what you said, why are you covering your face? This is funny.
I know.
Does it feel weird to say it out loud?
It's funny because I know it's what's the word? It's a bit hypocritical. Yeah, I'm contradicting myself. And
how so?
Because you know a Tesla X is just as luxurious as a Spa. However, I think because a Spa is fully indulgent, as a Tesla is still a car at the end of the day, and we're still driving it to places we need to go. It's still a utility vehicle. You know, we'll still be driving it for its like essential needs.
Why don't you what's the cheapest car that people drive where you live?
I don't know, probably the car that we drive was a Ford Fiesta.
Oh my God, there's so many Fords. I hate Ford. Why so many people drive Ford on this show? All right, so why don't you just get another Ford? I mean, it's a utility vehicle, right?
Well, I'm happy to drive this car until it breaks. And if it was, I'm not asking to get the Tesla. I'm just saying I'm okay with it.
Oh, obviously. I'm okay getting an $80,000 car. Anybody else?
I know.
It's actually interesting to hear that your rules are situational.
They are situational.
Yeah, and I hear a lot of commonalities with other people I've spoken to where they have certain rules for themselves. Parents love to deprive themselves of stuff. In fact, the spa/massage is a classic example. But if it's the kids, they will either do anything for the kids or they will create loopholes so they can justify purchases for their kids. Like in all the reasoning for your Tesla, and by the way, if you want to get a Tesla and you can afford it, get a Tesla, whatever. But it's utility. Well,
they can buy this Tesla in cash. Wait till you hear how much money they got saved up.
For the kids, well, I don't really care. I could drive a Ford. It feels like there's a lack of coherence as to what you truly want and whether you deserve it.
I don't deserve the Tesla, and I'll happily drive the Ford. But Kirsty deserves the Tesla, and she can drive now. So if she wants a Tesla, she can have a Tesla.
I will file for divorce. I'm telling you now, I will file for divorce. Not because I think he's a bad person. I just couldn't live like this. Like we can't even enjoy each other because you all every time we get ready to go somewhere, if I wanted to get a steak and you want a steak, you can be like, I don't deserve that steak. I'll just eat whatever you have left. I'm a peasant. I'll be like, if you don't get out of my gut, if you don't get off my, if you don't get out my face, if you don't, I will have to get a divorce. She deserves that Tesla. She deserves this, and she deserves. God damn! can can I get a break? I need a Kit Kat. Give me a Snickers. I need a break. Jesus Christ! And last week was Uncle Tommy. Now, what was Uncle Tommy? D. I forgot. Who was Uncle Tommy? Uncle Tommy. Uncle Tommy. Who was Uncle Tommy? Who was Uncle Tommy? I forget. I forget, D. Like I just wanna enjoy it with you. Like why we can't go nowhere? Jesus Christ. He can work through his issues without me. Oh, the cheat husband with 3.9 million in the bank. Mad at her because she was spent $30 on Amazon. Okay, but I'm glad you brought it up. You see how the tables is turned. He mad because she want to spend a little money. He mad because she want to spend a little money. No matter where it go, the woman ain't gonna be safe. He got the money and he mad with her. And they got 6.3 million last week. We saw that. Over here, they got plenty of money. And he mad with her because she want to go spend some money. Well, which one is it? I can't spend no money when you got it. I can't spend no money when I got it. When can I spend? What you want me to do? You ain't gonna be happy? No way. You got 6.3 million over here. I'm making 160,000. You mad because I bought the dress that was $600? I don't know when I'm gonna wear it. Just that another. I don't know. Let's do it. But he had a lavish lifestyle. He wanted to go to New Zealand and bungee jump. And they were spending $20,000, $30,000. And he was okay with that. But when it came down to spend the $20 or the $30 at Amazon, he got a problem with it. She want to go on a trip. He not cool with the trip, but he cool with the Tesla. Which one is it? Y'all got me confused. What can I do in the marriage that's gonna make you happy? That's all we want to know. What's the plan? Right? Danette was like, divorce is behind right now. He's never gonna live up to his own self-imposed rules. He will always drag him down to his level. Yep. He didn't want to spend no money because he thought he was gonna live to 100. Yep. I'd rather be with a tightwad from last week than this dude. It's a bomb. Right. So I love these shows so you can see the dynamics, right? You can see his dynamics in how money in the household and conversations affect people. People like money ain't all to be all, but in relationships, money affects people in different ways. Money is. Do you think he might sabotage? I don't think he would sabotage her. I think he would sabotage himself before he sabotages her. I think he would leave the marriage before her. She would be fighting to keep him in a marriage because he will always feel inadequate. I went and looked at his YouTube. I went and checked out his YouTube. If you go online and look this conversation up, you can go find their YouTube channels. He got like he at last count, the man went up. He had like 1,000 YouTubers, 1,000 followers. He had just made 1,000 followers. She had millions. She does art. He does. I don't know really what he does. I didn't really look at his stuff. I looked at her stuff. Right.
What if she bought you a Tesla?
No, that
wouldn't happen.
Really?
You'd refuse that.
Yeah.
Well, like, for example, his phone broke. So he's now using a Nokia, like a £10 Nokia.
Show me. That's actually retro. That's cool.
Until I can afford to buy that phone myself, I'll stick with the Nokia. If Kirsty was to buy me a new phone, well, wouldn't be a problem. She could buy me a new phone every single day for an entire year. But yeah, it's just like, well, I want to appreciate it. I want to appreciate it. I want to be able to.
So you want to appreciate the gift I bought you? See, this is that bullshit I be talking about.
Do something for myself.
Can I give another specific example?
Okay.
Because we were talking about like the Tesla and everything, and how like that's okay because the children are benefiting.
Yes.
Well, there is another example where Darby is directly benefiting, but he's okay with it, and that's restaurants. He's happy if we was to go to like a Michelin star restaurant or a nice restaurant, eating out, you're fine with it. You don't mind, and that's something you're directly profiting from and enjoying it, but you're fine with that.
You know the difference, Darby?
Please tell me, because I don't know.
What's the difference between that nice spa and a restaurant?
To me, the spa is a lot more kind of self-indulgent and relaxing. As I know, when we're at a restaurant, we're going to have we'll have nice conversations. We'll be sharing food, and I know it's like when we're at restaurants, that's our time to connect and talk and have like nice.
Isn't that what you do at spa?
Yeah, but it's so much more relaxing. Let's just we're already doing the restaurant, so let's continue doing the restaurants.
Here's a question for you, Darby. When you grew up, did you eat out at restaurants?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And did you ever go to a spa?
None. If we were going to spa down the road, I'm cool with that. But it's that big luxury spa that rich people go to.
You guys are rich, you know that, right?
Kirsty is.
He make you want to throw your whole laptop across the road. Kirsty is rich. I'm not. God damn.
Aren't you two married?
Yes.
Until you see your finances as a team, you will forever be drifting apart 1 degree at a time.
Okay, but Rami,
Remember what he just said? He said, until you see yourself as a team, you're gonna always drift 1 degree apart at a time. You're gonna be drifting, and they're not gonna drift. He pushing them away. He's out there. He is on the road team. He is turning. He's turning.
what I need help with is I don't know where that healthy balance is, because like I said, that alternative that I shared earlier about me just accepting everything and being like and saying yes to everything, that will just make me feel really like dirty and horrible, and I can't appreciate. It just feels wrong.
What feels more important to you right now? Is it not feeling dirty by accepting the offers of your wife, or the need to keep pursuing this YouTube channel?
Is it?
So during the Jasmine, because they earned the money, she earned this money in the marriage, she would have to give up half. Unless she do some post-nuptials. She would have to give up half. But they overseas, so I don't know. In the United States, depending on the state, she would give up half. Because that money is earned while they were married. And they've been together 11 years, and I think she's had her channel for 8, so it's not a premarital asset, so she will have to give up half. Right? Would you say if it's for him and the kids, he is fine with it. Anything for her is a problem. That's a good analogy. I never thought about it that way. Let's put that on the screen. Let's reread that. No, that's not it. It is missed it. Sorry. If it's for him and the kids, he's fine with it. Anything for her is a problem. Let's continue to analyze that. That one, let's put that one on the journal. Hmm. Hmm. The next, she should buy him a Tesla and send him on his merry way. Maybe his pride would prevent him from pursuing Hat. Maybe. His lawyer might not, though. I like this one. If it's for him and the kids, he is fine with it. Anything with her, he has a problem with it. Huh. When he won it, when he won an LL, he would be like, "I didn't earn it." Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, she's like an asset more than a partner. I think it's that deep, Don. I think it's that deep. I knew you guys would find this one really petty. Knew this one would set y'all off.
At the ultimatum.
No, but it's the two things that are most at the surface for you. So tell me, which one of those is most important?
Well, okay. Well, on the one hand, with me, with my career, like that's
Just
my like.
say what you want to say. I hurt my feelings.
But that's like to me that's extremely important to me. Like that's my fulfillment. That's my happiness. That's what I'm tying a lot to, having that fulfillment. But then like us kind of like going to the spas and things. Like I know that's not make or break. Is that make or break for you? I don't know. Is those things as important to you as my career is to me?
Yeah, but it's not about that, is it? It's about things adding up and
Reign eternal. Did I irritate your femininity? Did I irritate your femininity? That's what I do. I irritate. Do you tell you? I'm here to irritate people. I'm that's what I do. I irritate people. I make you feel uncomfortable. That's what I do. Right? You don't have a career, Tommy. Ooh, the pettiness is starting to come out in the comments. Ooh, petty. The kids are an excuse to justify family purchases. Spa is a splurge. Restaurants equals we gotta eat. Heavy on the petty. Dun 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 dun. All right, let's get back to it.
like on one side, it's not just one spa. It's, the 10th time you reject the spa, and then it's like we're not going on vacations or on skiing trips. And then if you're not being successful as well, it's like, well, you'll get more depressed or like more unfulfilled. And then you'll be even more resistant to anything I offer you, because you'll feel even more unsatisfied with yourself.
So do you believe that I should just accept everything?
Before he answered that question, you see what she did. She's like, you reject the spa, you reject the skiing trip, you reject this. In other words, it's just a snowball of rejection of everything. Like, we can't do nothing. Like, what you want me to do, bruh? What you want me to do? I'm gonna continue to make what? More money, more money, more money, and you just gonna keep rejecting. Like, what you want me to do? What you want me to do? Not make the channel anymore? You want me to just delete the channel? We're in our 20s. They're in their 20s. They're in their 20s. She's younger than him. She's 25. What do you think is going to happen? She's just going to keep creating. Yeah, not being a kept man and not doing something about it is two different things. He's got to execute. He's got to shit to get off the pot. That's what it boils down to. He said, more than anything else, what is pissing me off is the fact that he won't answer questions. I hate it. Yep, he won't answer the question. He still didn't answer the question. If you could go, we already knew the answer was no, but he just didn't directly answer it.
I mean, you know me. It's not like I go and splurge on loads of things, or if I'm going to be like throwing cash at you. But one holiday or two holidays a year and stuff like that. I'm not saying you can never say no, but
why is the premise of accepting as if you're the recipient? Why is that even the premise? I reject the premise. What's a good model? Because the one you have is like, you're just this passive recipient. It feels very disempowering to me, Darby.
What do you mean by disempowering? As in like, because I don't give myself any power? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And so you see yourself as like this little baby bird with its mouth open. I don't want that spa because I didn't work for it. And I'm like, this is a weird ass metaphor. Two grown intimate partners who are also parents.
Yeah. I don't know. I just find it extremely hard to accept things.
Notice what just happened. I asked him for another model of how they can be partners. And his response was, I don't know. I just find this hard. That comment right there is typical of about 80% of the people I speak to. They will agonize over money. They will worry about it every day of their lives. They're what's called problem aware, meaning they realize they have a problem. But when I ask them for a solution, any solution, they fall back on that phrase, I don't know. I find this hard. Yes, it's hard. If it was easy, you would have solved it a long time ago. Part of making major changes in life is accepting that this is hard and it's supposed to be hard. Now let's get on with it.
Okay. Are you scared of money?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. What do you mean? Kirsty, what do you mean?
Why am I scared?
Yeah, why are you scared of money?
But I'm always scared that I'm going to lose it at some point.
Scared of
I'm
losing
scared
it,
of
okay.
the loss. Yeah.
Not having money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you scared of money when you were making $1,000 a month?
No. It's only since I've started earning more.
For a lot of people, they have this idea that if they start off a business and it eventually takes off, everything will be great. Is that the case for you?
No, I'm just constantly worried it'll end.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I suppose it's because I feel so young and it seems like I'm 25. And when I think about 20 years' time, I'm like, this just seems too good to be true to like last forever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm worried about peaking like really young.
Mm-hmm. And peaking would mean what?
I'm worried that I'll reach this high level of success and it will end and I'll never feel like I can get back to that point. And so I'll always feel a little bit like athletes, I suppose, when they have this big football career and then it ends and maybe feeling dissatisfied and like, what am I going to do with myself?
Okay. All right. You like to worry?
In other aspects, I don't think I worry a lot at all. I'm more the carefree one, I suppose. I don't know if you'd agree, Darby.
No.
Partner always knows best. Darby, does she like to worry?
Yeah. It's in her blood. Her mum is a massive worrier. And even though Kirsty, compared to her mum, looks carefree, Kirsty still worries. Yeah.
What is the cost of worrying about money so much, Kirsty?
I think it gives me more stress than I need.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think it's preventing me putting a financial sort of plan in place because I'm worried about doing the wrong thing and like losing it that way. So I've just sort of left it sitting there because at least I know it's there rather than making a wrong decision.
So here's a question: can you all budget $40,000 to $50,000 a month? Can y'all budget that? After taxes. This is after taxes. Can you budget $40,000 to $50,000 a month after taxes? What would you do with it? Where is it going? Right?
Style hasn't adjusted much, especially in those first, and in the last like 3-4 years. It has recently, as we've just recently bought a house. But yeah, our lives haven't really changed. So Kirsty will say this too, like all this money that's been flooding in to her bank account, our lives hasn't changed.
Is that good?
So, Journey to Jasmine, you said it's her money. It's not, it's our money. It's our family money. It's our family money. That's what the family doing. It's our money. You can't look at it like it's your money. It's our money. And he the king. He the leader. He the leader of the house. He the leader. He the king. So she's following his lead, right? This is why I asked, is this good leadership? She's following his lead. And that lead that she's also following is always this lead of, I don't know if I'm worth it. I don't know if we should. I don't know if we can. I don't know. It's always a lot of questions. And that's playing out.
I mean, it was just coming in and it was just sitting in the bank. But if anyone looks at us apart from the house, you wouldn't think that we earn anything different to anybody else. And I think early on in the first few years of earning it, I like that we saved. I should have invested it. That's a whole different issue. But I think we're at the stage now where it's like, okay, we maybe should be spending some of it on doing something fun, because I'm seeing a trait in myself where I might be starting to feel a bit guilty. And I'm worried that if I earn even more, I'll get to the point where I struggle to spend it. And
he's rubbing off on her. She's changing.
It will always feel like, oh, that's a lot to spend on something.
Is that why you reached out now?
We reached out now because we started watching the podcast recently, and yeah, as soon as we saw that we could apply, we applied.
But why not? I mean, life is good, right? You have looks like a nice place. You have a lot of money. I guess the one really truly depressing thing is you drive a Ford Fusion. That's fucking atrocious. But aside from that, life is pretty good. So why now? This is, liable to be a tough conversation. Why talk about this now?
I'd say because our lives are still moving so fast. I guess it's hard to imagine it slowing down. I definitely imagine Kirsty's growth to continue. So I guess it's one of those things where it's like, what do they say? The best time to plant the tree is 20 years ago. Second best time is today. Like that's the situation we're in. It's like we need to kind of sort this out now, because it'll get really bad.
A bigger problem, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Forward thinking. It's a good sign.
Yeah.
That's one of the key differences among people who live rich lives and everybody else, is the ability to think ahead and to plan ahead, even with.
I'm gonna jump to the numbers right here. So we go from 46. So you'll miss about 20 minutes, about 15 minutes of it. But let's jump to the numbers so you can hear the numbers.
Let's look at your numbers. I want to talk about that because, Kirsty, I know you had some questions. What do you see under assets?
Yeah, 780.
Say the full number.
780,000.
Okay. Investments?
33,500.
500.
33,000. Okay. Savings. Kirsty, can you say this number, please?
Yep, 729,398.
You have $730,000 in savings, pounds?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. And your debt is $615,000. I assume that's your mortgage?
Yeah.
All right, fine. Your net worth is 927,000 pounds, and you are in your 20s. How do you both feel about that number?
Very proud.
Play it again.
Let's look at your numbers. I want to talk about that because, Christy, I know you had some questions. What do you see under assets?
So yeah, 718.
Say the full number.
780,000.
Okay. Investments?
33,500.
500.
33,000. Okay. Savings. Kirsty, can you say this number, please?
Yep, 729,398.
You have $730,000 in savings, pounds?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. And your debt is 615,000. I assume that's your mortgage.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Your net worth is 927,000 pounds, and you are in your 20s. How do you both feel about that number?
Very proud.
Yeah, so it's an amazing situation to be in.
Okay, great. I agree. It's extremely impressive. Nice work.
Yeah.
I see one income here. How much is that, Kirsty?
Yeah, so the gross is £35,000 a month.
Great. And the net is 28,000. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So you basically make all this money and then it just goes into your savings account.
It's just left in my business account.
Oh, that seems healthy.
Yeah, I just sort of withdraw the sort of the amount that gives like the lowest dividend tax and then just leave the rest in there.
Okay. Let's not do that, but I get why you're doing it. And what do you tell yourself about all this money?
I'm excited when I see it go up, but as it gets bigger, I'm like, I just don't know how to manage this. I don't know where I always know that, you know, leaving it there, inflation is just going to eat away at it. I know it should be in investments.
Mm-hmm.
It's just figuring out what to invest in and whether it should be through the business or personally or like the.
This is what your husband should be doing. This is what I was talking about. This is what he can do. Skip the YouTube, after YouTube, go figure out where this money should be going. Go figure out how to make more of this money. Go figure out how to make this thing. He can't touch it because it's her money. It's her money. She over here worried. She's like, I don't know. Don't stop. Like, Jesus Christ. Right? Right? She'll probably work that money up till she can pay it off. She probably making extra payments on it. Yep, he can lead the YouTube management team. Like I say, he can go get a certification so he can understand investments and stuff. They're already accredited investors by sheer fact that he's married to her. He's an accredited investor. And here's another thing that I talked about. If she lost her income right now, just by pure savings and by the stuff that they have, they still will be accredited investors. It's a win-win. Bruh, what are you doing? Help me to help you. I figured you would want to hear the numbers. I knew you wanted to hear them numbers. Like, what they got? Let's rewind that. They're not the 6.3 million that we heard last week. They're not there. But they'll probably beat them at their age at this rate. They're in their 20s. They were 56 and 60. They got 40 years to grow this money. Even if she stopped doing this, right, and let it just go on autopilot and went back to work, and he went and got a job, they still good. Right? 2 different marriages, 2 different scenarios. Let's rewind it again. Let's talk money.
Let's look at your numbers. I want to talk about that because, Christy, I know you had some questions. What do you see under assets?
So yeah, 718.
Say the full number.
780,000.
Okay. Investments?
33,500.
500.
33,000. Okay. Savings. Kirsty, can you say this number, please?
Yep, 729,398.
You have $730,000 in savings, pounds?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. And your debt is 615,000. I assume that's your mortgage.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Your net worth is 927,000 pounds, and you are in your 20s. How do you both feel about that number?
All right, to answer your other part of that question, O'Shea, you said why they don't take that money and just pay off the house. That's the Dave Ramsey view, right? But when you listen to these other financial podcasts, they'll tell you as long as you got a fix, you're paying on that house, it's a low interest rate. Leave that money in the market and let that money work. Let that money work, and then once the money works, then go back and pull that money out and pay off the house. So it's two different strategies. If you follow the Dave Ramsey strategy, he's gonna say take that money that you got sitting in savings so you can be debt free and pay it off. But guess what? The money don't have time in the market. And I'm assuming they probably bought they right now forever home, which may change in 10 years or so or something like that. So it may not even be their forever home, right? So it depends. So if you follow Dave Ramsey, he gonna tell you to pay it off. If you follow other financial podcasters, even financial planners, they were like, your interest rate is low enough. You don't need to worry about it. Just pay on it and keep it pushing. It depends, right? Depends on your comfort level, right? Yeah, she ain't gonna pay half. She want that money in that. She gonna want that money in the market, making that like Don say, making that money twerk.
Very proud.
Yeah, so it's an amazing situation to be in.
Okay, great. I agree. It's extremely impressive. Nice work.
Yeah.
I see one income here. How much is that, Kirsty?
Yeah, so the gross is £35,000 a month.
Great. And the net is 28,000. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So you basically make all this money and then it just goes into your savings account.
It's just left in my business account.
Oh, that seems healthy.
Yeah, I just sort of withdraw the sort of the amount that gives like the lowest dividend tax and then just leave the rest in there.
Okay. Let's not do that, but I get why you're doing it. And what do you tell yourself about all this money?
I'm excited when I see it go up, but as it gets bigger, I'm like, I just don't know how to manage this. I don't know where I always know that, leaving it there, inflation is just going to eat away at it. I know it should be in investments.
Mm-hmm.
It's just figuring out what to invest in and whether it should be through the business or personally, or like the tax things have got me a bit confused.
Okay. So it just sits there.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Your investments are zero. What the fuck? That's not, all right, we'll fix that. Your savings are 75%. Holy shit. You're probably gonna wanna keep some of that in your savings because you're worried about one day your business is gonna collapse and all that stuff. Just keep some extra money in there so you don't have to worry about that anymore. The bulk of it, if it were me, I would invest it. Now, a lot of people are really, you want to, good. A lot of people are really nervous to put like $600,000 at once. That's understandable. You could drip that out. It's called dollar cost averaging for like 12 months. Just like, put 70K a month or whatever amount you decide every month consistently. It's fine. Right now, your actions are misaligned with how much I see on your conscious spending plan. Like the way you spend money, the way you talk about money, even the way you think about money reflects a couple that makes about 1/10 of what you make.
I'm sure.
Yeah. So you've made the money, but your money psychology has not gone along with you.
Yeah.
Nope.
So what would you like to do? What do you think the solutions are here?
We do want to travel and do stuff like that.
All right. It's on the audience time. What are the solutions? Put it in the chat. I'm gonna let it play, but put it in the chat. I'll be reading them off after they say it. So let's go.
We'd also love in like next 5 years to buy our own like skiing cabins somewhere that we can take the kids to ski in the winter and hike in the summer.
Okay, good. I would take the extra money from that guilt-free spending. Instead of, let's say, 30%, you want to do 15, I would take the remaining 15, the difference, and I would put it in a long-term savings account. And once that money got to a certain point, you can go and buy your place. That's
So I'm gonna do what y'all do over there on these other channels. Since she's a high value woman, can she exercise her options to cheat? Petty. Since she a high value woman, can she exercise her options to cheat? Is it are you not entertained? I'm just asking questions. You don't have to agree with it. I'm just asking the questions. Right? I'm just asking questions. I need solutions and then answer that question. We'll get back to it.
you do it. That's how wealthy people plan for big purchases. It's not just an intention one day. It's like, you have the money. Let's start putting it towards it. All right, so every month we're going to put X $1,000. It's going in our cabin fund. And one day we're going to have enough and then we go buy the cabin. Done. No emotions, no crying. Just, we did it. It's done. Simple. Decisive. Can that be one of the new values in your relationship with money?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Decisive. Think about how that would flow to so many things. Deciding on the spa, deciding on the YouTube channel, deciding on investing the money. Decisive. Even if you make a wrong decision, you're smart enough to correct it. There's very few things in life that you get wrong you can't go back and fix.
Yeah, that's very true.
That'd be nice.
It's kind of exciting to talk about this, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you notice about this conversation?
It feels lighter.
Yeah, and this conversation feels different now because we're actually talking about it like it's possible and we're actually going to act on it rather than just talking about it.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it feel, that's the difference, I think.
Once you learn this skill of talking about money and dreaming about your rich life, it's actually very common to watch the floodgates open. Kirsty later told me that she wants a personal shopper to refresh her wardrobe. They want to go bigger on Christmas for the kids and their family. They want to spend on a babysitter for more consistent date nights and the cinema and the theater. It was actually amazing to listen to. A lot of times we're afraid to dream alone or with our partner because it can feel like a failure if we can't accomplish every single one of those things. It's almost like if we say something out loud, we now feel that we are obligated to do it. And if we don't, we're a failure. But I look at it a little differently. I think those are two separate skills. Number one, learning how to design your rich life. And number two, learning how to use your money to live that rich life. It's perfectly okay if you cannot achieve every single thing on your rich life. The truth is that part of your rich life is the journey of actually creating it. All right, let's talk about Darby's YouTube channel and make a plan now.
How long do you need?
So y'all ready for Darby's YouTube channel? What is it going to be the plan?
To see if this YouTube channel works out?
Well, because we're financially we're in a good position, so we haven't actually put a deadline on it. Like, when should I move on? Kirsty, what's my deadline?
Wait, what the fuck? That's how you make decisions? You ask her to set your deadline? No, don't do it that way. Do it another way.
Well, when I'm 35.
It's a long deadline. Imagine how depressed you'll be if at 35 you have 0 views still and like not even monetized and nothing's coming in like 8 years' time.
But, I mean,
so counter suggest something. Give him a different suggestion. If you don't like his answer, why don't you suggest one?
I mean, I know that the main thing that you want to do is that you like the idea of helping people. So I feel like if in like 3 years' time of making consistent videos, you're really not seeing any, I know it's like a slow thing, but if there's like no sort of traction, then I would suggest looking at alternative ways
Okay, great. Now, one of the greatest things I get to do is to also weigh in on these relationship conversations. So can I share what I think about this? 3 years is way too long. Holy shit. You can't go 3 years hoping and praying the God of views is going to bless you. No way. No entrepreneur would just go, I'm going to dedicate my entire life for 3 years without any measurable milestones. That's not how successful entrepreneurs work. And just to check this, how many successful entrepreneurs do the two of you know?
None.
Apart from the person we're speaking to now.
Thank you very much. And if that's true, then let me tell you, 3 years is way too long. Shrink that. Way shrink, like 6 months max. Let's talk about what about we can make this super successful, and let's set out some milestones. I'm going to be your partner, Darby, in this conversation. What milestones do you think would tell you if you're on the right track or not?
For 6 months' time.
Sure.
I guess to be earning 1,000 a month.
Anything else?
How many videos? Oh, it'd be one every couple of weeks.
And how many views did your last video get?
Like 100.
Okay. How much does your videos need to get within 2 months?
Within 2 months, over 1,000, easily over 1,000.
Wow. Okay, good. I like that growth rate. Very nice. Over 1,000. So now you're kind of laying out month by month how much I want to target. Great. What else? Monetization is kind of the last piece of it. Is there anything else? So one video every 2 weeks, 1,000 video views after a month. So those milestones feel pretty good. I'm going to turn to the YouTube expert real quick. Kirsty, are those fair? Are there any other milestones?
Yeah, I mean, I am worried that, I said this to you before, Darbs, that I feel like you don't like coming into it with like a business mindset. So you're like, I'll get the views and then I'll decide how I'll actually monetize it, instead of going into it with a clear idea of how you're going to make money in it. And I don't think you like thinking about that because you're not quite sure. And that's what I'm concerned about. Like, say if you get thousands of views and you start getting thousands of subscribers, like, how are you going to monetize it?
Let's just talk about it right now.
Yeah.
Because $1,000 a month is what he plans to be making within 6 months. How are you going to make that money?
That will probably just be from ad revenue.
That would be a lot of ads. That would be a lot of views to get 1,000.
Yeah, you're right.
That's like 500,000 views or maybe 400,000 views a month.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we haven't had these conversations. We haven't really looked at it, so
it's easy to stay talking about theory, but you could spend the next 8 years of your life talking about.
She's like, bro. No, bro. No, I'm gonna pull up their YouTube channels too after this, so y'all can see the actual contrasting differences in the channels and the whole nine, and you can go on a critique from there. Yep. He won't even ask her for help. He won't even ask. He's not even asking her to hire a team to even, I'll say this, come up with a concept for his YouTube channel. Let me say it that way. All right, let's go.
And if you don't have real conversations like this, you will wake up at 35 and open that letter in your drawer and you will look at it and say, where did the time go?
I'm sure.
So what do you want to do?
Well, I'm not going to quit because I want to.
We're not saying to quit. You just need a plan around, how to monetize it, how to, be more in control of it.
When I was starting my business, Health insurance.
See, this where the dream killer Tam is probably would say something like, bruh, this ain't it. I'm dream killer Tam now. Then I'm call me. Probably gonna kill the dream, right? This ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it. We know it ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it. I'm sorry. This ain't it. Let's come up with another plan. Let's move some things around. Let's go look at some other things. Right. I'm telling you, I'm her. I'm that. Listen, I'm that modern woman that's gonna kill the dream. I'm that modern woman that's gonna kill the dream. Right? Why? Because the more you keep doing this, and the more you keep going down this route, you're doing nothing but causing separation for us. And I really need for you to value who you are, what you bring to the table, and so forth. So, what other things can we do that help you bring things to the table for your own sanity? It ain't just about my sanity; it's your own sanity. Now, here's the other thing. What do you think sex life is like? She feels inadequate. Right? She's really trying. I give her A for effort. Right? But we may need to shift gears. I'm calling the audible. And here's the plan. And you review it and you tweak it and you come back. Right? I'm just saying. We can't go over here and do that. Yeah, I'm dream killing. I'm killing dreams. Right? Right. Let's go.
Very difficult in America to figure out which insurance to get and what does it cover. And I had to get my own health insurance. And it was incredibly confusing. I could not figure it out. I'm an educated guy. I just could not figure out what to do. So I put out a survey online saying, like, is anyone else frustrated with health insurance? And all these people were like, oh my God, I don't know what to get, PPO. And I said, if I created something on this, a guide, would you be interested? And it was like 90% of people said yes, 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 create it, please. I'll buy anything.
Long story
He
short,
started creating it.
he created the guide. Nobody wanted it.
Now, what if I
Yeah.
I think it's not working.
I want to go here.
This is my opinion, but I believe that you can't think your way out of this one. Ultimately, you need to start earning money.
Yeah.
Because without it, it's just rumination day after day. And you use the word unfulfilled several times. You are unfulfilled in part, I believe, because you've been trying this thing kind of half-heartedly for a few years. I know it's only recently you've really gone in on it, but that would be frustrating to anybody. And that's why I'm in such a hurry for you to either make this thing work or to get onto something else.
I see. Okay, I hear you loud and clear.
Cool.
I want you to know that what you said to me has resonated with me. I'm deeply emotional right now because I'm processing what you said.
Yeah.
So it's not going straight over me. Kirsten and I will sit down and we'll have these we'll go through these steps.
The key lesson of today's conversation is you've got to be more decisive. Sometimes I talk to people who have been agonizing over the same question. What credit card should I get? Should I get the Chase Sapphire Reserve or Fidelity?
Pick something.
For like 15 years. I go, pick one, pick both. We cannot be indecisive, especially on $3 questions. So being decisive is a skill that is learned. And beneath this indecisiveness is a fear of making the wrong decision, a fear of being seen as stupid, a fear of not picking the perfect decision, in other words, being a perfectionist. But what you realize is that perfectionism is really for losers. It is a mechanism that allows us to avoid making decisions, and making decisions is where real progress is gained. That's where we learn. most decisions are reversible. What's the word? You picked the wrong credit card, big deal. Close it, get another one, right? There are certain decisions that are really big. Should we have kids? Should we buy a house? Those ones you should be really thoughtful about. But the $3 questions, they can become a trap. And so I'd like to now read you the follow-up messages that I got from Darby and Kirsty. Darby said, after our uncomfortable, potentially dream-crushing conversation, the first thing I did the next day was put together a 6-month plan and a 1-year financial goal that we both agreed upon and signed. I completely agree with you that without a specific short-term goal, I would just be hammering away at the same thing, but potentially be in the same position I am now at, 35 years old, with more shame and failure on my shoulders. With this new plan, I'm driven towards a specific goal with the understanding I will find a way to make money if I don't reach the goal. You've helped me realize how much of a restrictive mindset I had and how damaging that was to my career and our relationship. Fantastic work, Darby. I'm thrilled to get that follow-up. And Kirsty, she wrote, thank you for shining a light on our lack of decisiveness. We didn't realize it before, but now we are starting to see how most of the time we talk a lot, but never make a decision. Since the call, whenever we find ourselves talking but not getting anywhere, we just say, okay, what is our decision? I now realize that finding the perfect solution is not as important as finding a good enough solution and actually implementing it. Worrying about not picking the perfect index fund or not being the most tax efficient has made me put off investing for years, even though I really wanted to do it. Your coaching has helped me stop this and start taking action. Darby and Kirsty also shared a new CSP. Here's what they decided. We will pay ourselves a salary of $300,000 per year. The remaining profit will be invested. We merged partner 1 and partner 2 as we wanted to view this as our joint finances. We are putting aside $1,000 to spend on each other for gifts and birthdays and for family. We are putting $20,000 aside for a nice family vacation each year. And Kirsty added, I was originally thinking $10K, but Darby said $20K, which I loved. I want to thank you for listening and for watching. I'm Ramit Sethi, and this is I Will Teach You to Be Rich.
Ta-da! All right. So in the comments, of course, there's a ton of comments here. We'll sort by newest first, and I'll blow this up. Let's see, is it up here? No, it's down here now. All right. So here are the comments from 2 hours ago. What some people said. Look, these two are Darby, in my opinion. Your wife is leaning into her skills. You are not, basically. Solid interview. I found it frustrating to listen to Darby. How couldn't he be thrilled about the opportunities they had together as partners and family? So many of us only dream of being in such a privileged position. Hopefully, Ramit's fantastic insights and guidance will help him appreciate Christy and enjoy his amazing, rich life. Ramit was spot on in the interview. I'm only in like a few minutes, but why doesn't she hire him? Can't they be a team in the business? He don't see himself that way. When you don't see yourself that way, there's nothing she can do, right? I love that Christy and Darby naturally spoke directly to each other throughout the video. Not once did Ramit have to prompt them to address each other directly as he does with so many other couples. This couple was so sweet together, so refreshing, right? Yeah, they frustrated the hell out of us, right? So what are their YouTubes like? What is their YouTube? All right, so I went ahead and pulled up Christy's YouTube. Let me go back and let me go to her channel. So here's Christy's channel. She does Christy Partridge Art. She's got 1.35 million viewers. She does art, as you can see here, how to use pencils. She has on her community tab, she has classes right here. And if you click here, you can actually, it blinks over and there's an officially closed and there's a wait list for it, for that. And it looks like she's it's 8 weeks for the course. She does some critiquing on stuff. Read your comments. Some of you struggle. You can see her and her drawings as well too. She's on Telegram now. Oh, she said this is not me. She's not on Telegram. There's the baby born in January. She's like a next course, like fundamentals for beginners, comprehensive watercolor painting, so forth and so on. Her She launched this just a reminder. My new course on Colored Pencil Academy it's an open enrollment. That was a year ago. This is what took her from where she was to now. Hey, that's a chick from The Walking Dead. I recognize that. Right. So those that want to get into art, um, and so forth, she needed a video editor as well. So she's hiring people, right? And this is going all the way back to 2 years ago. So she hit 1 million 2 years ago, and probably gonna get more as time goes on, right? So she doesn't do any lives. I'm looking here. I don't see any lives, just videos. Here's a video. Let me see. This is in Chrome. Let me pull this over here. Y'all can't hear nothing over on that side. So let me pull it up here. And this one from 3 weeks ago.
Today's the big day. I'm so excited. A year ago, I set out on a mission. I wanted to make the best realistic drawing course that I could so that I could really help as many of you as possible actually transform your drawings, make them super realistic. Because when I was starting out, I wasn't born with a talent. You can see my drawing here from 10 years ago. There was nothing special about it. I remember all of the struggles that I faced when I was starting out, the amount of times that I would look at my drawing and think, okay, this don't look realistic. Something's off. I know something's off, but I don't know what. And I have no idea how to fix it. You know, that was countless times. And I would always... And at so many points, I would feel stuck. I would feel like I'm not progressing or getting anywhere, and that I just wasn't in control of my drawings. I felt like every time I started a drawing, I was like crossing my fingers, hoping it would turn out looking like the person I was trying to draw, that there would be that sort of likeness there, and that everything would go right. And a lot of the time, I didn't know what was working and what wasn't working. But the funny thing is that as the years went on and I started doing more and more drawing, hundreds of drawings, and it started to get to the point where I'd look at my drawings, and if it looked a bit off, I would know why, and I'd know exactly what I needed to do, and I'd be able to fix it, and it looked realistic. And then fast forward 10 years, and at this point, I can make realistic drawings. And so that is what I've set out to teach you in my new drawing course. I wanted to teach you how to get to the point where you know all of the fundamental skills of realistic drawing, but also develop that artist intuition, that problem-solving skill. If a mistake comes up, you know how to deal with it. It's not going to ruin your drawing. If something looks off, you know exactly what it is and you know how to fix it. And I wanted this course to be the one realistic drawing course that I made. I didn't want to have hundreds of courses. I wanted this to be the one that has everything you need to know, a really comprehensive course that you can take and have super realistic drawings by the end of it. So about 8 months ago, I was well deep into making this course. I'd done the curriculum, I'd filmed a large portion of this course, and I was doing more research for the next part of the course.
All right, so she's making the content, she's getting it filmed, she's breaking it down, and she's selling it, and she's probably doing webinars as well too. So yeah, she's creating. She's got about 3 or 4 courses. So she's gonna be in this for a minute. She ain't gonna go away in a year. She ain't going nowhere. All right, that's hers. Y'all ready for Darby's? Oh, here we go. All right, here's Darby's. He's at 1.12 subscriber. He has 23 videos, and I don't see any lives. Let me back out of this. So he uploaded 4 days ago.
All my life, I've failed to stick to anything remotely healthy. And whenever I saw other people who just seemed to have all their shit together, I always thought they were special and had something that I just didn't. And I was right. They had this. This is arguably the best book on building habits. And since reading it, I have finally been able to stick to taking cold showers, quitting social media, and running regularly, and have been keeping it up for 2 years. Now, I've just finished reading this for the third time and pretty much have the book just burnt into my memory. But just reading the book is completely useless unless you actually take the information and put it into action. And that's exactly what I've been doing. I've been taking the best strategies from this book and have been able to build habits that have stuck for years. So I'm going to show you how to build any habit you want and stick to it every day. Now, if you're thinking that you could never make time.
No, he don't review books. He talk about his phone being limitless, just different stuff. Again, it goes back to saying he needs direction. What is it? What I don't get what it's about. I don't get what his channel is about. All right. I don't get what his channel is about. There's no engagement with his users that he does have. So I don't know what his channel is about. So I couldn't tell you. Right. Ain't nothing going on but the rent on this channel. He doesn't have anything special or different to provide. No. He could talk about his life as a father. He could talk about the life that he's leading, the things that he's learning about himself, the things that he's learning about being a father, the things that he's learning about just working with her and her business and supporting her, right? Feed off the content off of her, right? Feed off of her, but that's what I got. That's where we at. And O'Shea, you said no, she can't cheat. I was being petty. I know she can't cheat. I was being petty. All right. Well, we've been on for a while, a very long time today. We did not get to our second show. We'll probably have to do 2 shows next week. On Howie Linux. This is our second week. We can't negate Howie Linux. I got so much content for Howie Linux. Oh my God. We're probably just gonna have to do that show next week. But it's so, it just fills my day to find these shows with petty T information and stuff. I gotta bring it, and I can't bring it to Howie Linux, right? But I hope you enjoyed this show. And I hope that you got a chance to see 2 different dynamics. Last week, the couple had 6.3 million. They were 56 and 60. She was 56, he was 60. And then again, it takes 32 years to become millionaires. They are 25 and 27, and they're already millionaires. And they have nowhere to go but up, right? So now the questions is, what do they do next? What is he going to find that's going to work for them? I would love to have a review with them a year from now. I would love to see where they're at a year from now, where his YouTube channel is at. I could see me subscribing to her channel just to see how she draw, like something I was always interested in it, right? I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you got a chance to, don't forget, we talked about assisted living homes. We also talked about apartments and building and investments. We also talked about the SVB, the bank, and other places that you can put your money at as far as your deposits goes, and holding your money in a money market account. Don't forget about Betterment. We covered a lot today. All right. And I hope you enjoyed it, right? Tell your friend, tell your mama, tell your papa, tell your mistress. Can't be petty without petty T's leaving off with that. All right. And also, don't forget to like and subscribe, and don't forget to go shopping. All right. Don't forget to go shopping at the store. D, anything you want to leave off with before we get out of here? You good? We're good. We're good. All right. All right. Y'all be safe. It's been real. Don't forget to make more money as you can. 200K, one skill away from 200K. And both of you all can do it together in a marriage. It doesn't have to be one. All right now.